Prologue. This book almost didn't happen. Compelled by news reports of insufficient care of Gulf War wounded being treated at Walter Reed Army Medical Center earlier in this new century and the ongoing debate over illegal immigration, I felt that Home of the Brave could provide an interesting angle on our government's treatment of veterans. Home of the Brave could provide an interesting angle on our government's treatment of veterans, immigration, and the Medal of Honor itself. My first intention was to write a story of immigrant soldiers who performed great deeds of courage during the American Civil War. These brief moments in their young lives would result in them receiving the newly created Congressional Medal of Honor. I had hoped to tell a story instead of a rehashed history of these often unliked and unwelcomed people seeking a new life in a new country. I wanted to assemble a contiguous and chronological narrative of the war told by immigrant Medal of Honor recipients, the war through these heroes' eyes. At least that was the concept. My primary sources would be the military, pension, and Medal of Honor files kept on each of these men within the National Archives in Washington. These files often contain letters, newspaper clippings, medical records, and legal documents. It was important that I tell the story of what happened to these men after the war. I soon found out it wouldn't be that simple. Hundreds of immigrant soldiers received the award. In order to tell the story as I had envisioned it, recipients from 1861 through 1865 had to be selected. Also, national origin had to be represented in a balanced manner. For example, 12 Irish Medal of Honor recipients from the Battle of Gettysburg, although worthy, would dominate the book. Chronology posed the same challenge. Finally, 50 or more soldiers filled both of the requirements to tell the story as I had originally envisioned it. A good friend and outstanding researcher, William C. Floyd, helped me immensely, scouring the National Archives for the records of these men. After garnering 20 or so files, each complete with military, pension, and Medal of Honor records, trouble arose. Looking back, it was quite sad. Many files were missing, having been lost, misfiled, or stolen. I soon realized that the idea of diverse national origin spread over a 4-year timeline wasn't going to work. 5 men in particular said it was so. John Ortega was born in Spain in 1840. He enlisted in the Union Navy in his adopted home state of Pennsylvania. He was assigned to the USS Saratoga, the third ship of the United States Navy baptized with that name. In January of 1864, the Saratoga was ordered to proceed to Charleston, South Carolina, for duty in the South Atlantic Blockading Squadron as part of the Union blockade. Seaman Ortega in September. These raids resulted in the capture of prisoners and the destruction of large quantities of ammunition, supplies, buildings, bridges, and salt works. John Ortega was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on December 31, 1864. His citation reads, "Served of that vessel on 2 occasions." Carrying out his duties courageously during these actions, Ortega conducted himself gallantly through both periods, promoted to acting master's mate. He was the first Hispanic sailor to receive the award. John Ortega filed his declaration of intent to become a United States 1863. No record of his life after the war, whether through census or searches at the libraries, civil round tables, historical societies, and the places where he had lived ever surfaced. There is no known record of his burial, and he has no file at the National Archives. Another void in the original 11th New Jersey Infantry. The regiment left Trenton, New Jersey for Washington on August 25, 1862, and arrived at the capital about noon the following day. The 11th did not participate in the fighting of 2nd Manassas, but remained in Washington until November 16, 1862, when it was moved to Falmouth for its baptism by fire at Fredericksburg in December. On the morning of the 12th, the regiment made a circuitous march to where it guarded the pontoon bridge at Franklin's Crossing. On the morning of the 14th, the men were ordered across the river and took position in the second line of battle. The 11th was soon sent forward to the front line. 11th New Jersey sustained a loss of 2 men killed, 4 wounded, and 6 missing. Among the men getting their first taste of this American war was a Belgian national, 44-year-old Private Albert Oss. Albert had enlisted on July 16, 1862 at Newark and was assigned to Company B. After the 11th New Jersey returned to their camp at Falmouth. Their participation in Burnside's Mud March in January only added to an already miserable existence at Falmouth, which was being dubbed the Union's Valley Forge. On April 27th, the 11th New Jersey received marching orders, and at 6 p.m. the next afternoon the regiment were below Fredericksburg. At 10 p.m. the march was halted, and Private Oss and the men spent the night in a ravine near the river. At dawn on the 29th, the regiment received orders to be ready to move, and at 7 a.m. Private Oss and the other New Jersey men moved closer to the river and halted. The 11th remained in the river, had a long and hard march, very trying on the men. Oss's 45-year-old legs were given a rest at midnight. But new orders came in, be ready to move at 6 o'clock the next morning. The Battle of Chancellorsville was at hand. General Joe Hooker's plan was for the 3rd Corps to join the Army of the Potomac near Chancellorsville, and Gibbon's division demonstrated against the Confederates at Fredericksburg. Alerted to Hooker's movements, Lee marched his own army to confront the threat at Chancellorsville while leaving a defensive force in Fredericksburg under General Jubal Early. Hooker blundered immediately, marching toward Fredericksburg along the Orange Turnpike. When reports reached Hooker of an overwhelming enemy presence, he suspended the advance and decided to reform his army at Chancellorsville, adopting a strategy of defense. Private Oss crossed the river about noon and rested with his regiment on a hill. After resuming their march for another mile, about 4 p.m. things heated up quickly when firing was heard on their left. The 11th's Colonel Robert McAllister reported, "Our brigade ordered in that direction moved rapidly, halted in the woods on the Chancellor Farm near General Hooker's headquarters. We remained all night. The brigade closed in mass. The firing, Stonewall Jackson took his corps on a daring march against Hooker's left flank. Throughout the day, fighting broke out all along the lines of the two armies while Jackson's men quietly pushed on for their point of attack. At 5:20 p.m. it came. Jackson's line surged forward, and its speed and sheer power overwhelmed. In the afternoon, Private Oss and the 11th New Jersey received orders to move forward and up the Plank Road. With Division Commander General Hiram Berry and Brigadier General Joseph Carr at the head of their column, the New Jersey men met the retreating, scattered, and confused forces of the 11th Corps. The men were moved up in double the woods. Forming a line of battle, Oss and the other men quickly learned that there was a Union line in advance of them. They remained in this position a short time until being ordered to move to the rear and right, where they remained throughout the night. Hooker's army rallied and counterattacked before the disorganization of both armies and was mortally wounded. The next day, May 3rd, Lee renewed his attack with both wings of his army. Confederate artillery massed at Hazel Grove finally broke the Federal line at Chancellorsville, forcing Hooker to withdraw about 1 mile and entrench in a defensive half-moon-shaped line with his back to the river. They could find before dawn that morning. Colonel Robert McAllister was ordered to move his 11th New Jersey toward the road, with its left resting on the road at right angle. The 11th Massachusetts formed on their right, on the same line of battle, creating one line in front and one in rear, at force, and the fighting quickly grew furious. For some time, the front line stood firm. When the left wing of the 1st Massachusetts gave way, its colonel came to the rear. I asked him what was the matter. He replied that his left had given way, but that his right was still firm, and that he was going back to rally the left. Massachusetts remained between part of his regiment and the enemy. General Carr ordered McAllister to throw the right of his left wing forward. After doing so, he ordered his men to open fire. The battle raged with force. Shortly afterward, I discovered that the enemy was flanking my right. I then ordered a right half-wheel of my regiment, when the fire was returned briskly, and the enemy fell back," remembered McAllister. The 11th stubbornly held this position, sometimes advancing and sometimes retreating slowly, holding the position in advance of its original line. Private Oss and the other men held off the enemy until a New Jersey brigade and a Union battery in the road fell back. Colonel McAllister reported, "We then retreated slowly, still keeping up a continual fire. Hooker's army was in danger of being routed, and cool heads and stout hearts were in short supply. As the Union army melted around him, Private Albert Oss remained in the rifle pits after the others had retreated, firing constantly and contesting the ground step by step. The stalwart soldier from Belgium saved the lives of many New Jersey men who were retreating to a nearby hill. The surviving men of the 11th New Jersey joined other troops and charged into the onrushing Confederates who had seized the Union works on the hill. Private Oss and the other Union men drove them out but could not hold. We then retreated with the rest of the troops toward the headquarters house on our rear, when we again formed in line of battle, losing several men," McAllister said. The 11th New Jersey was then ordered by General Sickles to reform near the place it had occupied the night before. Later, Private Oss and his regiment fell back and rejoined Carr's brigade and was put in support of a battery. At 11:30 a.m., he and the other men of his regiment reached the Union breastworks and fought no more that day. The regiment's loss was 20 killed and 113 wounded. 2 flagstaffs had been shattered by enemy fire. Unfortunately, with no pension file to be found, little else is known about Albert Oss, the civilian. His military file reveals that he was severely wounded in the right knee on July 2, 1863, at Gettysburg. He was mustered out of service on June 6, 1865, in Washington. Information received from New Jersey libraries indicate that Albert was a shoemaker after the war. He married a Belgian-born woman named Annette, who he called Anna, and together they raised 2 children, Charles and Mary. He died on December 18, 1898, in Kearny, New Jersey, at an old soldiers' home. He is buried in the Holy Sepulchre Cemetery, East Orange, New Jersey. Without a pension file, it remains unknown to us what this Medal of Honor recipient experienced when the war ended. Mr. Oss received the Congressional Medal of Honor on May 6, 1892. His citation reads, remained in the rifle pits after the others had retreated, firing constantly and contesting the ground step by step. Chilean-born Philip Bazar enlisted into the United States Navy as an ordinary seaman in New Bedford, Massachusetts on May 18, 1864. 7 months later, he was on the U.S. wheeler off the coast of North Carolina. The objective was a Confederate stronghold outside of Wilmington called Fort Fisher. During the assault on the fort, which was a combined Army-Navy effort, Philip volunteered with 5 other men to carry messages to the commanding officers on the shore. After a bloody 3-day fight, the fort, as our soldiers did, said Rear Admiral David Porter. Bazar bravely entered the fort in the assault and accompanied his party in carrying dispatches at the height of the battle. Captain Oliver Glisson, commanding the Santiago de Cuba, filed this report 4 days after the fight. This steamer, with my division, reached their positions assigned and fire on the batteries according to the chart of the plan of the battle, and as each vessel of this division took their positions, they opened a furious fire on the batteries assigned to them, all of which did their duty nobly. I was particularly struck with the beautiful firing of the Rhode Island and the Montgomery. I would particularly call your attention to who had charge of a boat's crew detailed for General Terry. Their bravery was unsurpassed. They entered the fort with General Curtis in the assault, and Mr. Kimpton was sent out with dispatches to one of the generals. I most cheerfully recommend Mr. Kempton for promotion to the grade of acting ensign, and that each of the 5 John Griffiths, captain of forecastle, Edward Swatton, seaman, John Swanson, seaman, Philip Bazar, ordinary seaman, George Province, ordinary seaman. These were the only men who entered the fort in the assault from the fleet. The list of the killed and wounded I have sent to you previously. 1865. His citation reads, on board the USS Santiago de Cuba during the assault on Fort Fisher on 15 January 1865. As one of the boat crew detailed to one of the generals on shore, O.S. Bazar bravely entered the fort in the assault and accompanied his party's men who entered the fort in the assault from the fleet. No files relating to Mr. Bazar or his military service exist at the National Archives. Extensive searches at historical societies and libraries yielded no results. His place of burial is unknown. Perhaps he returned to Chile. He was 19 years old when he enlisted as a private into Company K of the 47th New York Infantry on August 27, 1861, in New York City. The 47th was commonly called the Washington Grays. The regiment, nearly 700 strong, left New York on September 15th for Washington, where it remained until Richard Gasson and the 47th participated in the operations against Port Royal, and in June of 1862 was engaged at Secessionville. The regiment was involved in the assault on Fort Wagner in July 1863 and operated in that vicinity for the remainder of the year. In February of 1864, Gasson and the Washington Grays fought at Alusty, Florida, where they suffered the devastating loss of 313 killed, wounded, and missing. In April, the 47th was ordered to Virginia and skirmished repeatedly near Bermuda Hundred before being sent to Richmond. The New Yorkers fought at Cold Harbor and took part in the first assault on Petersburg and was there when the mine exploded. Gasson and the other men were now seasoned veterans and were seeing nearly constant fighting at Strawberry Plains, Fort Harrison, and on the Darbytown Road. On September 29, 1864, the 47th New York became engaged in a minor skirmish along the River Road near Chapin's Farm, Virginia, where the Confederates sought to delay the Union attack on Fort Gilmer. Gasson's brigade was commanded by General Galusha Pennypacker. Pennypacker's men were stopped in their tracks in the attack on Fort Gilmer and probably did not get anywhere near enough to plant a flag on its outer works. But Gasson, now a sergeant, led the way to the entrenchments in the earlier skirmish along the River Road and planted the flag of the 47th New York as he was shot dead. It appears that he was not just the only man in the 47th killed that day. He was the only man in the entire brigade killed that day. He does not fill a known grave, although it is reasonable to assume that he is among the unidentified dead at the Fort Harrison National Cemetery. If he fell near Fort Gilmer, the Confederates would have buried him. If he was killed in the earlier action, his friends likely did the job, but probably did not mark him well enough that he could be identified by the reburial crews 2 years later. Richard Gasson was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on April 6, 1865. His citation reads, fell dead while planting the colors of his regiment on the enemy's works. I wonder whether his friends called him Dick or Rick. Maybe they called him Richard. We'll never know. Details of the heroic deed in which he gave his life are undocumented as his Medal of Honor file is missing. In the case of Hungarian Leopold Karpeles of the 57th Massachusetts Infantry, nothing exists in his National Archives file except a chapter from the 2003 book Medal of Honor, Profiles of America's Military Heroes from the Civil War to the Present, by Alan Mchale and Mike Wallace. Fortunately, Karpeles' military career and civilian life is well documented, as he was an officer and a favorite of Lincoln's. He distinguished himself during the fighting at the Wilderness on May 6, 1863. He was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on April 30, 1870. His citation reads, "While color bearer rallied the retreating troops and induced them to check the enemy's advance." The New York draft riots of 1863 were driven to a great degree by the fears of immigrants who thought that by being conscripted into the army they would lose their dreams, which came in the way of jobs in this new world. The great fear was that these jobs would be filled by emancipated slaves. They themselves seeking a new country and a new life. Something altogether different happened. As historian Bruce Catton suggested, so men of foreign birth were, in plain fact, second-class citizens, wearing the uniform of a country which did not like them. Hardly half a dozen years had passed since the Know-Nothings had been a powerful political party, and a country which hated foreigners almost as much as Negroes was now using the one to enforce freedom for the other, and was suffering from emotional indigestion as a result. It might yet find that a fight to end slavery would also, in the end, be a fight to improve the lot of the immigrant, and that was something it had not counted on. On a camping trip in 2009, I sat by the fire with a friend and mentioned how I was about to throw a manuscript away due to the missing files at the National Archives. He offhandedly said, "Why not do a collection of short stories?" Here are the stories of amazing men like Peter McAdams, John Johnson, and James Burbank. Michael Madden. If I had left him lay, he would have probably bled to death or starved in their rebel dungeons. The three soldiers were scared. They were reconnaissance, and the trio faced inevitable capture or worse. Assigned to Company K of the 42nd New York Infantry, more commonly known as the Tammany Regiment, the men had been camped on a small island on the Potomac River and sent to the Virginia side of the water to observe enemy movements. But on this early September morning, Private Barney McIntyre, Corporal John Coffey, and Private Mike Madden were instead the observed, and found themselves running for their lives through a storm of Confederate mini-balls. The 42nd had been recruited in New York City in the late spring of 1861 and was mustered into the service of the federal government at Great Neck, Long Island, during the first week of summer. A month later, on July 18th, the regiment embarked for Washington to become part of General Charles Stone's brigade. Among these 1,000 Turk Ireland, who had immigrated to America at the age of 14. With his blond hair and hazel eyes, the fair-skinned laborer hardly stood out among the hundreds of other Hibernians seeking a better life in the United States. At 5'6", Mike staggered under the load of his heavy gear. One man in Lincoln's new army, his gun and 40 rounds of ammunition, a haversack full of hardtack and sow-belly, and a 3-pint canteen full of water, then start him along this narrow roadway with the mercury up to 100 and the dust so thick you could taste it, and you've done the next thing to killing this man outright. The 42nd knew bad feelings filled the air. Colonel William D. Kennedy succumbed to illness and was succeeded by Lieutenant Colonel Milton Cogswell, a 36-year-old career Army officer who had graduated from West Point in 1849. Cogswell's men were sent to Poolesville, Maryland, on the Potomac, directly across from Leesburg, Virginia, named for Union General Nathaniel Lyon, who was killed 3 weeks earlier at the Battle of Wilson's Creek. As September dawned, events in the West heated up as control of the border states and their rivers drew national focus. But a bold strike by the Confederacy against Washington still weighed heavily on the minds of the Union. The weather along the river was pleasant, and for the moment, at least, all appeared quiet. On the last day of August, a New Jersey regiment attacked a Confederate outpost on Munson's Hill, less than 10 miles from Washington. This small fortification was more of an irritant than a threat, much of its menacing look affectionately known as Quaker guns. The skirmish ended with 2 New Jersey men lying dead and Munson's Hill remaining in Confederate hands. Southern men gazed longingly at the unfinished dome of the Capitol in the distance. From Poolesville, Company K of the 42nd New York was ordered out to mesas less than 100 yards from the Virginia shore, and scouting parties could be sent across the water. In the pre-dawn hours of September 3rd, 46-year-old Captain Michael Garrity asked for 3 volunteers to wade the shoulders-deep water onto the Virginia bank. An hour later, carrying their rifles and ammunition over their heads, struggled through the water until stepping on Virginia soil. Quickly, the 3 men disappeared into the dark brush lining the river. Throughout the early morning hours, Madden, Coffee, and McIntyre stepped lightly through the woods, searching for the enemy. They continued on for about 2 miles. About 10:30 a.m., they hit the jackpot, epicenter of Confederate operations. Whether it was the snap of a twig or an overheard whisper is not known, but something alerted the Confederate pickets. All hell was loosed on the 3 New Yorkers. The oldest of them, 26-year-old Corporal John Coffee, was struck immediately and couldn't walk. The Confederates took up the chase flight deeper into the woods. Coffee couldn't move, despite Madden's pleadings. The wounded man was growing weak from the loss of blood, and Mike Madden faced a decision. If I had left him lay, he would have probably bled to death or starved in their rebel dungeons. Seeing enemy pickets heading in his direction, he fought off to bring Corporal Coffee with me. I could have escaped easier and gotten away from them. With a rush of adrenaline, Coffee pulled himself together and began hobbling away with Private Madden. In his Irish brogue, he promised the corporal that they were going to make it. The forest was thick, and Private McIntyre's escape divided the Confederates' attention. It didn't bode well for his scouting party. The captain, joined by Private John Fitzgerald, Sergeant John Sullivan, and Corporal James Casey, huddled behind makeshift defenses on the edge of the island, hoping for any sign of their men on the opposite bank. Nothing could have prepared these 4 men for what they were about to witness. Plodded on. We went up the lane in front of Mason's Island 1/2 mile. They followed us through a cornfield. When Coffee was exhausted from the loss of blood, I put him on my back and brought him to the water's edge. The captain, Garrity, in command of our company that was stationed there on Mason's Island, called across the river to me and asked prisoner, and that the cornfield in our rear was full of rebel soldiers, and that he should fire on them or else they would come down and kill us at the water's edge. He ordered the company to fire over our heads into the cornfield. Union artillerymen on the Maryland Heights began hitting the Confederates in the cornfield with shells, taking this window of opportunity. Under the protection of that fire, I took Coffee again on my back and swam the Potomac River to Mason's Island. Bullets buzzed and splashed all around the 2 men until Michael Madden finally found his footing on the island shelf. Captain Garrity and the other men rushed to greet them, pulling both men to on June 30th, 1862, and again during the Battle of Antietam. On July 13th, 1864, his term of service expired, and he was mustered out at New York City. He re-enlisted, joining Company E of the 3rd United States Veteran Volunteers Infantry Regiment. He was discharged on March 5th. At the war's end, he took up residence at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and began a career as a rail car inspector, and is credited with assisting in the invention of a car brake. Mike and his wife Annie raised 7 children in Harrisburg. He died on August 7, 1920, at the age of 79, and is buried in Mount September 3, 1861. Irish immigrant Michael Madden was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "Assisted a wounded comrade to the riverbank, and under heavy fire of the enemy swam with him across a branch of the Potomac to the Union lines." Mr. James Casey, Mr. John Private Barney McIntyre deserted from the Union Army 1 week after the incident at Mason's Island. Corporal John Coffee was wounded again at the Battle of Gettysburg on July 2, 1863. He was eventually promoted to first lieutenant but was killed at Spotsylvania on May 12, 1864. Captain Michael Garrity was killed October 21, 1861 at Ball's Bluff, Virginia. Alexander Ellick Mchale. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shoot you. Alexander Ellick Mchale was born on March 1637 or 1842, depending on which document you choose to believe. In 1846, he and his family immigrated to America, where they took up residence in Dalton, Michigan. In 1860, young Mchale found employment as a gang sawyer with the Ryerson Manufacturing Company in Muskegon. He stood 5 feet 8.5 inches tall, with a dark complexion, black hair, and dark eyes. On August 15, 1862, Mchale enlisted as a private in the 26th Michigan Infantry in Muskegon. In October, the regiment left for Washington as Mchale said goodbye to his 21-year-old wife Louisa and their newborn baby girl Laura. Private Mchale's 26th Michigan was assigned provost duty in Alexandria, Virginia, until April of 1863, when the regiment was ordered to Suffolk, where it took part in several expeditions. Mchale and the 26th were sent to Yorktown on July 11th, and later that month were ordered to New York City during the draft riots. The regiment gained a reputation for being one of the best skirmish regiments in the entire Army, and was often ordered in advance of its division. The following May, Mchale and the 26th Michigan Infantry crossed the Rapidan River with General Grant's army. The Wilderness Campaign had begun. On the 11th, the regiment crossed the Po River and quickly got into a firefight with the enemy. While climbing a fence, the top rail broke, and Private Mchale fell, injuring his right testicle. He laid on the ground for 15 or 20 minutes. A bullet had pierced his coat, leading his friends to believe he had been wounded. The 26th lost 3 men killed and 15 wounded in the brief encounter. The following day, the regiment took part in a night-long march through heavy rain, and later participated in a desperate charge near Spotsylvania Courthouse. Bayonets were fixed, and men fought with rifle butts and their fists. The 26th, as almost always, was one of the first regiments to reach the rebel works, striking them precisely at the angle. Although he was in intense pain from his injury of the day before, Ellick Mchale was acting as color sergeant, and while in close and terrific combat with a North Carolina regiment in his front, he jumped on the breastworks between the lines and seized the staff of the tattered colors held by the color sergeant of the Linneans. He was repeatedly fired at close range, and a minie-ball tore through his cap close to his right eye, grazing his temple and knocking off a piece of his ear. Another ball slightly wounded him in the right thigh. Some of the boys made the remark that it was a close call. The 26th went enemy's lines for a mile, taking a large number of prisoners. In the vicinity of this fighting, an eyewitness claimed that a tree, 22 inches in diameter and 61 inches in circumference, was cut down by small arms fire. But Ellick's regiment paid dearly for its success, losing 27 men killed, the most of whom are now known to have been killed. Nearly 1/2 of the wounded died within days or weeks. A major commanding the regiment was struck 4 times. 7 out of the 9 color guards were killed or wounded. Ellick Mchale captured a Confederate color which he threw over the works in disdain, been promoted to corporal. After the fight, Mchale claimed he had sustained no serious injury, but days later, while at range practice with his comrades, he realized that he was blind in his right eye, although showing no outward indication of it. Ellick remained with his regiment as it fought through the remainder of the Wilderness Campaign. Cold 13th, 1865, Corporal Mchale was promoted to sergeant. He was mustered out 3 weeks later as a second lieutenant. Ellick returned to his wife and daughter in Muskegon and went back to his job as a sawyer. His wife Louisa died young, but by 1880, when he was 43, he remarried, resided in Muskegon with his 18-year-old daughter Laura. When mills shut down, Mchale sought and held the offices of constable and deputy sheriff for many years. 25 years later, Ellick Mchale was once again a widower. Daughter Laura had long since married and moved to Washington State. Mchale in Street in Muskegon. His pleasures were simple. His daily routine consisted of visiting friends and businesses in the downtown area. His last stop was almost always at the pool parlor. These visits were usually pleasant and relatively uneventful, but one afternoon turned out to be like no other. Ellick remembered, I went down Clay Avenue and heard a light step coming behind me. I looked around and saw a man. This was between Jefferson and Terrace Streets. I went on, and when I got to the corner of Terrace Street, started for the billiard hall of Parker and Harb to see the boys play pool and billiards. I met a lady coming out of the store and stepped aside to let her firecracker at me. I stepped into the place, and someone said, "He is shot." I reached my hand under my vest, and when I took it out again, it was covered with blood. I leaned against the counter, and some of those in the place sent for Dr. B.D. King. I never had a quarrel of any sort with the young man. After I left the hospital, I saw him. He said, "Yes, you're the man I shot." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shoot you." The man had confused Mchale with someone named Hume. The shooter was 18-year-old Jasper Vander Gazelle. He was caught after an exciting chase on Clay Avenue near the Langland Manufacturing Company's plant by John Fuller, an employee in the billiard hall who pursued him. Vander Gazelle had a considerable start and ran down Webster Avenue to the yards of the Langland Manufacturing Company before he was overtaken by Fuller and disarmed. Fuller led Vander Gazelle directly to City Hall. Arriving at City Hall, the young man was searched, and a box containing 21 cartridges was found in one of his pockets. Mchale's wound was at first thought fatal, but was not so serious as was at first supposed. The path of the bullet was not discovered until he had reached the hospital. A number of hemorrhages followed the track of the ball. The bullet was of a heavy caliber, and from the point it entered the breast to where it came out of the arm was a distance of 14 inches. When questioned by police, the confused young man claimed that he had moved to Grand Rapids to begin work in one of the factories. It soon became clear that the suspect was delusional and extremely paranoid. He stated he had been working at the Shaw Electric Crane Works. On the morning of the shooting, Vander Gazelle did not report for work at the factory, but instead went to Grand Rapids. And after a short visit with his mother, left her and went to the hardware store of Foster Stevens and Company and purchased a .28 caliber revolver of the Iver Johnson make and a box of cartridges. To make the purchase, he used the earnings he had been saving for a new suit of clothes. The troubled teenager had been teased mercilessly by the older workmen, and he insisted he overheard a conversation among these men in which they were scheming to take him to Hackley Hospital to have him vivisected. He said that while he had not heard any of the workmen say they were going to have him sliced up, he noticed them whispering and knew they were going to take him to the hospital for that purpose. He also thought he heard that a Mr. Hume, who resided in Muskegon, was the vivisector whom the men had selected to carry out the plot. The following morning, following his arrest, Vander Gazelle still carried the idea that he was to be vivisected. Vander Gazelle was tried for the offense but acquitted. In spite of failing health, Mchale made a full recovery from the wounding. By 1908, Ellick Mchale was so disabled from blindness as to require the frequent and periodical, although not regular and constant, personal aid and attention of another person. My teeth commenced to decay very soon after the close of the war, and gradually rotted away and come out. Till I have none left. I was informed by doctors who first treated me after the war that the cause of my teeth decaying was the acidic condition of my stomach and mouth and coated tongue, he explained to the government. He also suffered from chronic diarrhea, and resulting piles, disease of the liver and varicose veins of the left leg. Mchale's injury to his testicles continued to trouble him. Later in life it swelled, enlarged to nearly the size of a large fist. Alexander Mchale was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on January 11, 1900. His citation reads, "Captured a Confederate color in a charge, threw the flag over in front of the works, and continued in the charge upon the enemy. His mailman said, 'It would have done you good could you have seen the old veteran rejoice over the possession of the medal after waiting so many years. He assured me that he would rather possess it than the entire city of Muskegon, and I have not the least doubt but that he was sincere in his statement.' Ellick Mchale died of locomotor alexia. A symptom of tabes dorsalis, which is a gradual degeneration of the nerve cells and fibers that carry sensory information to the brain, on March 13, 1911, at 8:45 p.m. He is buried in the Washington Soldiers' Home Cemetery in Orting, Washington. He was survived by his daughter Laura. The battle flag carried by Sergeant Mchale is at the Capitol in Lansing, Michigan. Orlando Caruana, the man from Malta. 3 months after the Northern defeat at First Manassas, the banks of the Potomac River erupted in battle at a little-known place called Ball's Bluff, where a Union demonstration ended as a military and political disaster for the Lincoln administration. In the North, the war was growing increasingly unpopular, and the sight of blue-clad bodies floating into Washington only added to this malaise. Winter brought inactivity to both armies and the new hope for the Union. General George Brenton McClellan fell seriously ill with typhoid fever. But there was reason for optimism in the West and in the Carolinas. General Ambrose Burnside had performed admirably at Manassas, and his star was on the rise. In late 1861, he proposed an amphibious campaign against the Carolinas and gained Lincoln's approval. In early February, Burnside's expedition was realized, and 19 warships and 65 transports entered Pimlico Sound. On the morning of February 7th, Confederate shore batteries on Roanoke Island opened on Burnside's fleet. The battle for the Carolina coast had begun. Throughout the afternoon and evening, Burnside's men came ashore near Ashby's Harbor. Among these men was a regiment of New Yorkers who called themselves the Shepherd Rifles. The United States government referred by a Spanish-born dance instructor, Edward Ferrero, who had spent part of his personal fortune to recruit and outfit these men. One of Ferrero's men was 20-year-old Orlando Caruana of Company K. The 5-foot-9-inch tall private was born in Cavalletta on the island of Malta in the Mediterranean. August 7th of 1861, the blue-eyed Caruana enlisted into one of a myriad of companies being organized in New York City following the Union defeat at Manassas 2 weeks earlier. On the last day of October, Private Orlando Caruana and the 51st left New York for Washington. On January 6, coast of the Carolinas. The battle for Roanoke Island was a rousing success for Burnside. He reported to General McClellan, "The whole work was finished on the afternoon of the 8th of February, after a hard day's fighting, by a brilliant charge in the center of the island and a rapid pursuit of the enemy to the north end of the island. We've had men fought bravely and have endured most manfully the hardships incident to fighting through swamps and dense thickets." General Reno now came up with his brigade, consisting of the 21st Massachusetts, 51st New York, 51st Pennsylvania, and 9th New Jersey, and pushing through the swamps and tangled undergrowth, took up greatest alacrity. Meanwhile, the contest raged hotly in front, our men behaving gallantly, not wavering for a moment. Private Caruana's regiment proved steady under fire while suffering its first losses, 5 men killed or wounded. But Confederate forts on the island surrendered 2,500 men, being an estimated 12,000 troops. Nearing Cape Hatteras, he was joined by 13 Union gunboats and on March 12th the fleet anchored in the Neuse River near the mouth of Slocum's Creek. The following morning these warships opened a devastating fire on the North Carolina shore. Caruana's 51st New York battery of 6 howitzers and 2 rifled cannons. Harper's Weekly reported the ship carrying the 51st New York Regiment ran up as near as possible to the beach when the color-bearer of the regiment fearlessly jumped overboard into some 4 feet of water and, holding the flag up over his head, waded ashore. Reaching terra firma, the flag was then floated over that portion of North Carolina. The 51st New York was the first regiment to land, led by Colonel Ferrero. Following this example, his whole regiment soon imitated. Within an hour, the bulk of the division began marching toward New Bern. A man in Orlando's brigade remembered, "We started. The railroad was just beyond. We tore up the tracks and ate our dinner and took the railroad. It was 9 miles to New Bern. It rained all day. At dark, we stopped and laid down in the woods. We built fires and dried ourselves. We had our blankets and laid nice, although it rained all night." The next morning, making sure the salt water hadn't damaged it. The Union brigades began marching at about 8 a.m. and hadn't gone far before artillery and gunfire began to fill the morning air. The 51st New York marched a little further before halting. Facing the Union men were 4,500 poorly trained and ill-equipped Confederate troops, most carrying antiquated flintlocks. In spite of being under the constant shelling of the United States Navy, which blew trees apart and showered them with hot iron and wood, and although being outnumbered almost 3 to 1, these Southern men were game for a fight. A soldier in Orlando's brigade recalled, "We were on the left of the railroad. There was a battery right ahead of us. It was all still there. Then the rebels rushed into it from another direction and poured a volley into us. It did but little harm. We were on the side of the hill. We rushed down and came up on the other side. There was heaps of brush and logs. We crept up behind these and commenced firing. Not a rebel showed his head that was not fired at. We kept at it for 3 hours. There was one killed, 2 wounded in our company. Our ammunition was most out. Some fired 70 rounds. Then we saw the others coming over the railroad. They fired a few volleys and charged. The rebels saw they were flanked and took to their heels and ran. We got up and gave them a parting salute in their backs. We then rushed down the battery. There was only the 51st and our left wing on this side of the railroad. The 51st New York was in the worst of the fighting. Over 50 men had been killed or wounded. The regiment's color sergeant fearlessly charged front 20 or 30 yards in advance of the line, according to Private Caruana. The sergeant, leading the regiment to higher ground, fell wounded and motionless. The men could see their flag on the ground next to the man's body. Its staff shot in 2. Colonel Ferrero looked up and down his line, calling for volunteers. to brave the storm of Minnie balls and retrieve the wounded sergeant and colors. Caruana recalled, "I was one of the 4 that volunteered, and amidst a tremendous fire from the entrenched enemy and sharpshooters, we brought the wounded sergeant and colors safely to the regimental line. The 51st was under fire for 4 hours before the Confederates were forced to retreat. The most severely tested Union regiment, it had lost 71 men. By early afternoon, the fighting was over. Both sides had lost about 500 men. But the Confederates were forced to abandon scores of desperately needed artillery, ammunition, and supplies at New Bern, which was also a valuable port and railroad head. Colonel Ferrero was proud of his New Yorkers, Private Orlando Caruana in particular, saying the man from Malta was a faithful, energetic, and brave soldier. The 51st New York remained at New Bern until July 6th, when it was ordered to Newport News, Virginia. 2 months later, the Army of the Potomac, nearly 85,000 men strong, began a pursuit of the Army of Northern Virginia. On September 13th at Frederick, Maryland, McClellan was handed a copy of Lee's orders for his Maryland campaign, which somehow had been lost by a Confederate courier. But McClellan was once again in the clutches of his old nemesis, caution, and he wasted the day in inactivity, issuing orders for the army to begin moving toward the passes at South Mountain the next morning. Among the men cooking breakfast and checking his equipment on the morning of the 14th was Private Orlando Caruana of the 51st New York. Since serving in the Carolinas, the 51st had been quartered at Newport News and had recently fought at 2nd Manassas and Chantilly, suffering a loss of 89 men. To recover, the regiment had been sent to Washington, but with the alarm bells ringing in Maryland, the New Yorkers were heading into another fight. It promised to be a bad one. After a hard march of several days, Private Caruana and the 51st New York, as part of Ambrose Burnside's 9th Corps, headed for Turner's Gap, where Confederate General Daniel Harvey Hill waited with 5,000 entrenched men. General Edward Ferrero, now in command of Caruana's brigade, remembered, "We arrived at South Mountain and engaged the enemy. At 3 o'clock we marched up the Hagerstown Road, leading over the mountain almost to its summit, and there formed line of battle to support the other lines then engaged. At about 3:30 o'clock I advanced, by your orders, to the top of the heights in advance of our other forces, and was unexpectedly fired upon from the woods by a large force of the enemy. The sudden fire produced the utmost confusion in one of my new regiments. Commanding the 51st New York was 33-year-old Lieutenant Robert Brown Potter, a prominent New York attorney. Brown's regiment was under fire from an unseen enemy, and men fell at a steady clip. General Reno was shot in the chest and appeared to be dying. The New Yorkers sought the safety of a line of stone walls, but Brown feared that he would be flanked and decided to abandon the position. But before he could move his men, Brown needed to know the exact location of the enemy and asked for 4 volunteers. He didn't have to wait long. Stepping forward were 39-year-old Sergeant Frank Clark, Private Dan Shahan, 22-year-old Lieutenant Charlie Springweiler, and Private Orlando Caruana. Wall and proceeded to accomplish our mission in the woods and underbrush. The 4 men, having established the location and strength of this section of D.H. Hill's line, began a run back to their colonel. They were spotted. A heavy fire was opened on us, and my 3 comrades were instantly killed, reported Private Caruana. Lieutenant Colonel Brown relayed Caruana's report to General Ferrero, and the brigade commander made his move. My command then advanced, and after a long and hard fight, lasting until 9 p.m., drove the enemy from their position and occupied the field. We retained possession of the battlefield during the night, reported Ferrero. The enemy posted their pickets within a few yards of our lines, and during the night quietly withdrew their main body. We captured about 100 prisoners. 3 days later, Private Orlando Caruana and the 51st New York made perhaps the most heroic charge of the entire war. At the stone surgeon of the 51st New York noticed that Private Caruana was having difficulty marching and ordered him to a hospital in Frederick, Maryland, and later to Columbian General Hospital in Washington. He returned to duty on April 22, 1864, and took part in the Wilderness Campaign, where he was wounded through the right foot at Spotsylvania. Caruana was honorably discharged on September 7, 1864, in New York City. Orlando was determined to see the war through and sought a clerk's position in the Adjutant General's office in Washington in February of 1865. Recommending him for this position was Edward Ferrero, by then a major general. He married Miss Frances Harvey, and together they raised 3 children. Frances died of pneumonia in 1891. 5 years later, he married Mary Fullerton of Baltimore. Mr. Caruana suffered from a hydrocele rheumatism and intestinal disorders. The effects of his gunshot wound made him of the stomach. It was the 55th anniversary of the Battle of South Mountain, He was 73 years old. The old soldier was buried at Mount Olivet Cemetery, Washington, D.C. On November 14, 1890, Mr. Caruana was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "At New Bern, North enemy, was one of 4 soldiers who volunteered to determine the position of the enemy at South Mountain, Maryland. While so engaged, was fired upon and his 3 companions killed, but he escaped and rejoined his command in safety." Johann Christoph Julius to destroy the Dismal Swamp Canal locks near the North Carolina-Virginia border. The crippling of this canal would prevent vessels from reaching Albemarle Sound, and on April 18, 1862, Union troops under the command of Brigadier General Jesse Lee Reno embarked on transports from Roanoke Island. Soldiers began to step ashore. Among these men was a blue-eyed 14-year-old drummer boy wearing the red hat of the 9th New York Infantry. Standing barely 5 feet tall, Johann Christoph Julius Langbine was easily the smallest soldier in his regiment. His fresh face and chubby physique earned him Jenny because of a resemblance he bore to Captain William Barnett's sweetheart. Julius Langbine was born in Germany to hotel keepers Leonard and Ludovia Langbine. The family immigrated to the United States when little Julius was 2 years old. The child attended New York City public schools and the Poughkeepsie Military School as a clerk in a hardware store. In the weeks following the attack on Fort Sumter, companies and regiments of volunteers were being organized throughout the city. A regiment of Zouaves, characterized by precision drilling and red uniforms, became the 9th New York under the command of Colonel Rush Christopher Hawkins. These men, in 1861, Julius Langbine escaped the drudgery of schooling and clerking and became the youngest drummer of any New York regiment. He was, in fact, the 3rd youngest drummer in all of the United States military. Julius's parents were reluctant to see their little boy join the army and only relented when a family friend kept him safe. Jenny and Lieutenant Bartholomew served in Captain William Barnett's Company B. On June 6, Hawkins' Zouaves, 800 men in all, sailed for Fortress Monroe. The regiment was soon stationed at Newport News until late summer, when by company it was moved to Hatteras Inlet, North Carolina. Jenny Langbine got his first taste of battle at Roanoke Island on February 8th, where the 9th suffered 17 casualties. The little drummer, said to be a favorite of General Burnside, was often barefoot and hatless, prompting the regiment's officers to look after him. The drummer bunked with the regimental officers and quickly became proficient at his instrument, and he was detailed to take the place of the regimental drum major whenever that man was absent. On April 18, 1862, the 9th New York boarded the transport Ocean Wave at Roanoke, and at about 3 a.m. the following morning disembarked at Elizabeth City, consisting of the 89th New York and the 6th New Hampshire. Lieutenant Bartholomew recalled that, through the treachery of a Negro guide, we were led about 10 or 12 miles out of the way, so that we did not form a junction with General Reno's brigade, consisting of the 51st Pennsylvania and the 21st Massachusetts, 3 miles of the little village of South Mills and about 24 miles from Norfolk. As Jenny and Tom watched, this little Negro guide was taken to the woods and shot. Hawkins' men joined forces with Reno early in the afternoon, and Bartholomew recalled that about 3 p.m., as we arrived to within a narrow lane with clear land on both sides of it, the enemy suddenly opened upon us with artillery. Reno's artillery immediately returned fire, and the fight was on. As Jenny furiously pounded his drum, Colonel Hawkins' Zouaves prepared to attack. Supported by a flanking fire from some of the other Union regiments, the 9th in front of the enemy's position, uttering their peculiar yell of "Zoo! Zoo! Zoo!" It was nasty business. It was during the charge that a shell exploded near me, a fragment of which struck me just above the right ear, claimed Lieutenant Bartholomew. I fell to the ground, and my comrades passed over me, and on to victory. The lieutenant didn't know what hit him, at first thinking it was a rifle butt. He lost consciousness almost immediately. How long I lay there, I knew not. But when I revived, it was with a strange feeling. The noise of the battle was over. With a strange feeling. The noise of the battle was over. I could not open my eyes. I could not speak. I could not move or make any sign, but my sense of hearing was very acute. I was being handled. Somebody was moving me. Through the fog of his injury, the lieutenant recognized the voice of the regimental surgeon. And his little friend Jenny. Although Bartholomew could not remember the moments that immediately followed his wounding, his comrades would never forget what they saw. He was told that when he was hit, Jenny rushed upon the field, and amid the shot and shell and the din and the smoke of the battle, caught me and tenderly led me back to a ditch where he gave me a drink from his canteen and telling me to remain quiet. But he left soon, returned with Dr. Humphreys. I felt the doctor pushing his fingers into my wound. He felt in and around it, and I heard him tell Jenny that it was no use, that I was nearly dead, and that it would be useless to move me. Jenny left me again, but soon returned, and this time he was accompanied by Charlie Wiley, the drum major, a big strapping fellow, and together they managed to carry me to a house near the battlefield, where I was placed on a bed. The fight had been a draw, but the Confederate stand was enough to force Reno to abandon his expedition and begin withdrawing to the transports at Elizabeth City. But Jenny's heroics were not over. The 9th New York had suffered a loss of 75 men, including Colonel Hawkins. Musicians, such as Jenny, were now called upon to act as stretcher-bearers. We had no ambulance, but only 2 or 3 army wagons. Some of the wounded must be left behind, remembered Lieutenant Bartholomew. The surgeon gave me another examination, said it would be useless to remove me, and the pleadings of myself and brother officers were in vain. I must be left to the tender mercies of the enemy. Officers of the 9th New York said their awkward farewells to their dying comrade. The visitors had barely left the room when Jenny suddenly reappeared. He quietly approached the wounded Bartholomew and whispered, "Keep quiet, Lieutenant." You shall not be left behind. I've arranged it all." The drummer left the room as Lieutenant Bartholomew heard the sound of a heavy army wagon rumble up to the house. The lieutenant listened, waiting for the wagon to depart, sealing his fate. It seemed an age. 2 men carried the lieutenant from his bed and placed him on the end of the wagon, where there was hardly room to put a child, but I was actually squeezed in just as the wagon started. Lieutenant Bartholomew miraculously recovered from what appeared to be a mortal wound. As a reward, Jenny Langbine was granted a 30-day furlough to return home officer. I must say that as a boy he is good, and as a soldier he is excellent. Beyond all things, I must speak well of his bravery and attention to his duties on the field. During the last battle he was at his post during the heaviest of the fire, and behaved like a gallant little fellow. You should be proud of service with the 9th New York. Expired on May 20th, 1863. He was mustered out in New York City and returned home to his family. As an adult, he stood barely 5 feet tall, diminutive even for his time. His first 2 wives, Frederica and Emma, died. His 3rd wife, Mary, was a member of the legislature from the Yorkville district from 1877 to 1879. He was a district court judge from 1880 to 1886 and served 2 terms as commander of the Medal of Honor Legion. In 1881, Langbine was denied membership to a New York bar association. He was Jewish. He was furious and wrote to the New York Times saying, "If I was a Jew, I would not deny it, nor ought anyone with pride of manhood in him deny his birth. And if the bar association can afford to let this injustice go, I do not wish to belong to it. Any true man's blood must boil at such injustice." Ability for a Medal of Honor, he complied, but made the point of saying, "If there's the least doubt as to my having earned one of the Medals of Honor, of course, I don't want it." Julius Langbine died of an apparent brain hemorrhage on the streets of New York on January 28, 1910, at the reported age of 64. He is buried headlines In 2002, when the 4-foot-tall, 700-pound statue of the drummer boy was stolen from his mausoleum, a taxi driver spotted the granite figure being carried into an antique store, and it was safely recovered and returned to Woodlawn Cemetery. It appears that Langbine had lied about his age to get nearly disqualified for a Medal of Honor. The issue satisfactorily resolved, he was issued the medal on January 7, 1895. His citation reads, "A drummer boy, 15 years of age. He voluntarily and under heavy fire went to the aid of a wounded officer, procured medical assistance for him, and, thanking the government, he wrote, 'I trust I may never disgrace such a medal.'" Ernst Matthias Peter von Wegesseck, Blue Blood in a Blue Uniform. In April of 1862, General George Britton McClellan's amphibious campaign had finally become 100 steamships, 175 schooners, and 85 barges were required to transport the Army of the Potomac to Fortress Monroe at the tip of the York-James Peninsula, 100 miles from Richmond. The Army of the Potomac fought its way north while vastly outnumbering the Army of Northern Virginia, which was forced to fall back and make a dramatic stand before Richmond during the final week of June. The 7 days' battles began on June 26, when Lee's army attacked McClellan at Mechanicsville. The Union entrenchments proved stronger than Lee had anticipated, and the result was a tactical Union victory. But in spite of inflicting heavy losses on the Confederates, McClellan had had enough and began withdrawing his army toward a new base of operations on the James River. Lee renewed the chase. By the morning of the 27th, McClellan's army was formed in a semicircle with General Fitz John Porter's 5th Corps isolated on the north side of the Chickahominy River. Porter was ordered to hold his position, a strong defensive line behind Boatswain Swamp near Dr. Gaines' Mill at all cost to cover the redeployment of the rest of the army to the James. Lee seized the opportunity, launching the largest Confederate attack of the war. The attack began early in the day, and after encountering only light resistance, General A.P. Hill pushed east toward Gaines' Mill. But in the early afternoon, the attack stalled against the division of General George Morrell in the swampland along Boatswain's Creek. The day was hot, and the swamp steamed, filling the men of both sides with a sense of foreboding, even doom. Years later, many veterans would claim that Boatswain's Swamp was the scariest experience of the entire war. Among these men was the brigade of General Daniel Butterfield, consisting of the 16th Michigan, 12th and 44th New York, and 83rd Pennsylvania. These men had tasted battle only once before, at Hanover Courthouse on May 27th. Now, a half-mile-wide line of Confederates under General James Longstreet was splashing across the swamp, shrieking like 40,000 wildcats. The intensity of the Confederate attack overwhelmed and broke the Union defenses. Butterfield's men managed to fend off several assaults, but a regiment of South Carolinians finally broke through the 12th and 44th New York, forcing them into a hasty retreat. So hasty that the 83rd Pennsylvania and 16th Michigan weren't aware of the disaster swirling around them. The two Union regiments saw their men cut down at a sickening pace, over 400 men already killed or wounded. Men shot, bayoneted, and clubbed each other. Some fought with their fists. Lead flew so thickly that one man had 3 muskets shouting, flanked and routed. The color-bearer of the 83rd fell, and the general personally seized the flag. Butterfield later recalled, "The battle at this juncture raged furiously. The trees were lopped and the leaves fell as thick as snowflakes, while the balls flew like a hailstorm. The solid shot, grape, canister, and It was intimated that the regiments on our right had been repulsed and had given way under the destructive fire of the enemy, who also threatened our right flank, and were at that moment gradually gaining the rear. In this situation, one regiment was ordered to face by the rear rank, and wheel obliquely by a quarter on the proper right, rapidly executed, but during its performance our commander, Colonel Mchale, was killed, and Major Nagel mortally wounded. The Swedish aide-de-camp watched these developments closely. He quickly chose to take action. The enemy, being fairly driven from the woods, as a last resort, made their final stand on their own voluntarily as aid, came galloping along our lines, in a voice never to be forgotten, recalled Butterfield. Ernst Matthias Peter von Wegesack had been born 42 years and 1 week before this fight on the Virginia Peninsula. He entered the world at the town of Hemse, on the Swedish island of Gotland. Von Wegesack had served in the Swedish army as a captain, and later worked as a customs inspector. The family stemmed from nobility, going back to the 1600s, and was granted baronial privileges in 1802. Young Ernst began a military career at the age of 15 when he joined a Swedish Army rifle company. Land surveyor. He saw duty in the Caribbean as an artillery officer, returning to Sweden on the late 1850s. He was promoted to captain and given a company command in the famed Dalla Regiment. But as in America, the excitement of the railroad beckoned many young men. In 1858, Captain von Wegesack between the seacoast town of Gävle and the inland province of Dalarna. A distinguished member of the Swedish Parliament insisted that a shipment of his Baltic herring be treated as his personal baggage. Inspector von Wegesack insisted that the fish was revenue-producing freight, sparking a heated argument between the men. Train, the man boarded, and the locomotive began pulling away from the station. To his horror, he immediately spied his precious cargo sitting on the loading dock, and as his voice faded in the distance, von Wegesack could hear the man screaming, "My herring! My herring!" Ernst won that battle, but lost the war. Wegesack. The timing of this nonsense, and a longing to see real military action before he grew too old, prompted the captain to resign from the railroad and head for America. Ernst was granted a leave of absence from the Swedish Army and sailed for the United States on August 7, 1861. Von Wegesack accepted a captain's commission in the 58th Ohio and assigned to staff duty at Newport News, Virginia. In October, he was promoted to major and served as aide-de-camp to General Wool at Fortress Monroe. This duty bored Ernst, entertained only by being witness to the great duel between the USS Monitor and the CSS Virginia in March of 1862. General George McClellan ended his boredom on April 1st. Major von Wegesack pleaded with Wool to allow him to join the great campaign, but was denied. Determined, he resigned his position at Fortress Monroe and volunteered to serve on the staff of General Daniel Butterfield. Although foreign officers were often thought of as ornamentation and could tend to get in the way of things, Ernst quickly proved his mettle. He impressed Butterfield at the Battle of Hanover Courthouse. Major von Wegesack of my staff was inside the enemy's line of skirmishers while making a reconnaissance to get information for me, was fired at 6 times and narrowly escaped with his life, reported the general. But now, at Gaines' Mill, Butterfield was in trouble. With half of his brigade having retreated and his remaining 2 regiments on the verge of being destroyed, the situation was bleak. I found the enemy in vast numbers in front. The fire was terrific, claimed one officer. The 83rd Pennsylvania, faced, as just stated, by the rear rank, mowed the assailants down in heaps, drove them back, and ultimately compelled them to abandon their objective of advance. They accordingly retreated and rallied in contiguous lines of battle in another open field to the right and perpendicular to my proper left flank. Dispirited and disorganized, the Pennsylvanians braced themselves for a final stand. Major von Wegesack had trained for this moment themselves for a final stand. Major von Wegesack had trained for this moment his entire adult life. Over and over he had replayed the scene in his mind. Now it was before him. Riding up and down the line of the 83rd, twisting and turning in his saddle, the major began shouting orders at the surprised Pennsylvanians. He ordered the 83rd to face by the right flank, advance half to the left, thereby still keeping the rear rank in front, deep on the center, and again face the foe. This cool and determined move on the part of Major von Wegesack would again face the foe. This cool and determined move on the part of Major von Wegesack, which cannot be too warmly appreciated by the 83rd, so astounded the enemy, who were drawn up in line at about 100 yards distance, that they remained perfectly motionless for several minutes. Now it was the South Carolinians who were confused, suddenly facing stiff opposition. Gestures were made by the Southern men, although their intentions were unclear. Finally, a flag of truce appeared, and a message was delivered to the lieutenant colonel of the 83rd demanding his surrender. After examining the message, von Wegesack and the other officers thought the proposition. The laughter became infectious, and the South Carolinians suddenly found themselves on the butt end of a joke. Angered by the insult, the rebels, contrary to the rules of civilized warfare, poured a deadly volley into the ranks of our regiment. We fell flat on the ground, then, rising to our knees, returned fire, which was kept up in overwhelming numbers, keeping the enemy at bay until dark, when the total expenditure of our cartridges caused us to retreat across the Chickahominy River. Before dawn of June 28th, Porter's 5th Corps crossed the Chickahominy, reuniting with the Army of the Potomac, burning the bridges behind them as they marched. Although the armies clashed, McClellan's Peninsula campaign had come to an ignominious end. 3 weeks later, on July 19, 1862, Ernst Matthias Peter von Wegesack was commissioned colonel of the 20th New York Infantry. Plenty of action lay ahead of him. Colonel von Wegesack led his New Yorkers at the battles of South Mountain, and the 20th supported Burnside's artillery at Fredericksburg and took part in the ill-fated Mud March. At the end of April 1863, over 200 of its members threatened to mutiny, insisting that they had filled their 2-year obligation. Facing possible arrest, these men fought with the regiment at Chancellorsville. United Turner Rifles were honorably discharged by Colonel von Wegesack when it was mustered out of service in New York City on June 1, 1863. Von Wegesack served as an adjutant to General Meade at the Battle of Gettysburg before returning to Sweden in August of 1863. In 1864, he was promoted to Lieutenant Rifle Corps. He rose to the rank of Major General and served in Sweden's Parliament before retiring in 1888. The United States honored von Wegesack by promoting him to Brigadier General in 1865. In 1893, he was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "and advantageously changed the position of troops under fire." Major General von Wegesack married Edla Amelia Sergel in 1865. The couple had no children. As a result of his time spent along the Chickahominy River, he claims to have suffered from malaria, chronic diarrhea, and blurred vision. But I cannot express how grateful and touched I was at receiving the medal, which will be the most valuable remembrance from the time I had the great honor to serve in the Army of the United States. The general died on January 12, 1903, at Stockholm, Sweden, and is buried in the North Churchyard of that city. That I helped to save. At the conclusion of the 7 days' battle, the Army of the Potomac sat at Harrison's Landing on the James River as Lincoln decided what to do with McClellan. The president named General Henry Halleck as general-in-chief on July 23, 1862, hoping to reorganize the Union armies and salvage the stymied Eastern campaign. Lincoln wanted action, and by midsummer, the newly organized Army of Virginia, under General John Pope, was marching on Richmond from the northeast. Pope was soundly defeated by the Army of Northern Virginia at the Battle of Second Manassas at the end of August. Emboldened by this victory, Lee marched his army into Maryland in the opening days of September, hoping to catch the Northern Army on its heels. Pope was relieved of command on September 12th, and the short-lived Army of Virginia was absorbed into the Army of the Potomac, and George McClellan was once again the top general in the East. Fending off the critics in his cabinet, Lincoln explained, "We must use what tools we have." 2 days later at Crampton's Gap in Maryland, a new fight raged. In the thick of it was the 16th New York, commanded by 39-year-old Vermont native Lieutenant Colonel Joel Joshua Seaver. The 16th was the 1st Regiment from upstate New York, and its men hailed mainly from St. Lawrence and Clinton counties. This 2-year organization was mustered into the service of the United States at Albany on May 15, 1861. Among Seaver's men was 20-year-old Private James Jim Allen. The Irish-born Allen, a carpenter by trade, had immigrated to America with his parents when he was 8 years old. 2 weeks after the fall of Fort Sumter, Allen left his home in Potsdam and became a private in Company F in the 16th New York Infantry Regiment. The brown-haired, blue-eyed soldier stood 5.5 feet tall. The 16th was ordered to Washington on June 26th. At the Battle of Manassas, the 16th New York became slightly engaged, but received its true baptism by fire at Gaines' Mill the following spring, suffering a devastating loss of 100 men killed or wounded. When the 7 days' battles ended, the regiment was sent to Alexandria, Virginia, but by mid-September the regiment was once again marching. At about midnight on Sunday, September 14th, Private Allen's 16th New York followed Lieutenant Colonel Seaver over Catoctin Mountain through the village of Jefferson. After a short rest, the march resumed with the 96th Pennsylvania leading the way for the brigade, which was commanded by Colonel Joseph Jackson Bartlett of New York, and also consisted of the 5th Maine and 27th Pennsylvania Infantry. Approaching the village of Burkittsville, skirmishers of the 96th Pennsylvania encountered enemy pickets. The brigade hastily formed a line of battle on the left to support a battery of artillery. The brigade was ordered forward, and upon reaching the outskirts of Burkittsville, the 16th was put in position behind the 27th New York. The brigade again halted at the side of a road, resting in the safety of a ravine. At about 2:30 p.m., the brigade received its orders. These orders were to storm Crampton's Gap, where the enemy had established a strong position. Jim Allen's heart pounded with hundreds of others as the brigade marched a few hundred yards through hedges and cornfields. The 16th formed a line of battle with the 5th Maine on its left and the 27th New York out in front as skirmishers. We advanced about 600 yards to the crest of a knoll and to within short rifle range of the enemy, who were in force behind a stone wall and in the woods skirting the base of the mountain. The enemy's cannon, in the meantime, keeping up a steady fire upon our lines. Here we opened upon them and continued a brisk fire for nearly 3/4 of the enemy in their superior position, when we were relieved by the 32nd New York Regiment of General Newton's brigade. We had rested but a few minutes when Colonel Torbert's brigade was brought up and ordered to charge upon the enemy. The Battle of Crampton's Gap was in full flame. Private Jim Allen and his fellow New Yorkers fixed the Confederate lines directly in their front. These men were Howell Cobb's Georgians and North Carolinians, and they greeted Bartlett's troops with a furious barrage of artillery and rifle fire. Nearing the base of the mountain, a deadly fire poured out from the cover of the woods. Seaver rallied his men amid the confusion and noise of the fighting. Many men became separated from their companies, finding themselves alone or in small groups of lost soldiers. Private Allen recalled, "While we were charging through the corn, the command right oblique was given, which a comrade and myself did not hear." The other man was 22-year-old James W. Richards, toward the wall. When quite near it, we were met by a volley which checked us for a moment. My comrade said to me, "Hold on, Jim. What shall we do?" Allen instinctively answered, "We'll charge them from behind that wall." At our approach, The rebels retreated from the breastworks, up the steep mountainside. We fought Leg and made him unfit for further action. I found a comfortable place for the poor fellow in a crevice and gave him a drink from my canteen. Richards, if I pull through all right, I'll come and take care of you. I then followed the retreating rebels. By this time they had reached a road running up the mountain, which was skirted on our side by another wall who was to climb also. As I drew myself up, I was met by another volley, but was only slightly wounded. Putting on a bold face, and waving my arms, I said to my imaginary company, "Up, men, up!" 14 men of the 16th Georgia were stunned. The rebels, thinking they were cornered, stayed to get between them and the guns, and found that I had 14 prisoners and a flag taken from the color guard. Through his field glasses, Lieutenant Colonel Seaver was watching the scene unfold, and he ordered a detachment to go to Allen's aid before his ruse was discovered. The private calmly handed over his prisoners. After rejoining his friends, Jim was one of the first men to reach the summit. He remembered, "I went up in advance, and when the 16th New York arrived and saw the captured flag, they gave 3 hearty cheers. I spoke to the colonel about my wounded comrade lying far down the mountainside, and a party was sent at once to bring him in. And by nightfall, each end of his line had been turned, and fearing he would be flanked by McClellan, he withdrew his forces during the night. Private James Allen in the 16th New York, having lost nearly 50 men at Crampton's Gap, would be held out of the fight that was brewing near Sharpsburg, Maryland. Sadly, Private James Allen was promoted to corporal on October 14, 1862. On May 22nd of the following year, he was mustered out with the rest of the 16th New York at Albany. He had been wounded 3 times during 22 engagements without being absent from duty a single day. Mr. Allen did heavy labor as a pilot to General Sherman from 1863 until October 1865. On February 20th, 1866, he married Susan B. Morgan. The couple resided in St. Paul, Minnesota, where they raised 2 boys. Jim returned to his peacetime occupation as a carpenter. 3 years later, when seeking a military trials, rheumatism, and a double hernia, Allen encountered several bureaucratic roadblocks. He angrily wrote to the government declaring, "I will never get what I think I ought to have, and I will not beg a pension from a government that I helped to save." On September 11, 1890, James Allen was awarded the Congressional and slightly wounded. He accosted a squad of 14 Confederate soldiers bearing the colors of the 16th Georgia Infantry, CSA. By an imaginary ruse, he secured their surrender and kept them at bay when the regimental commander discovered him and rode away for assistance. James Allen died a widower. The cause of death was listed as heart failure. He is buried in Oakland Cemetery in St. Paul. John Johnson, Norwegian Cannoneer. The Union stand at South Mountain spawned many legendary tales, perhaps none greater than the renaming of General John Gibbon's 19th Indiana Infantry. The Black Hats made a stellar uphill charge at South Mountain, prompting an awestruck General Joe Hooker to claim that these Westerners had fought like iron. The name stuck. The Iron Brigade's image matched its deeds. Rangy, sun-tanned men in worn and dusty uniforms, easy looseness which only veterans possess, and who wore the black slouch hats which were the distinguishing headgear of this brigade, as if they were badges of great honor, which, as a matter of fact, they were. Lurking beneath the brim of one of those hats was a native of Oslo, Norway, Private John Johnson of Colonel Lucius Fairton. Johnson was a laborer on a Janesville, Wisconsin farm when the war broke out. He stood 5 feet 4½ inches tall, and his fair skin, blue eyes, and light brown hair betrayed his Scandinavian ethnicity. The 22-year-old enlisted into Company D of the 2nd Wisconsin Infantry on April 20th, enlisted into Company D of the 2nd Wisconsin Infantry on April 20th, 1861, at his adopted hometown in Rock County, Wisconsin. John participated in the First Battle of Manassas, where his regiment lost 30 killed, 125 wounded, and 65 missing. 7 months after enlisting, John 125 wounded and 65 missing. 7 months after enlisting, John was assigned to detached service with Battery B, 4th United States Light Artillery. Commanding the battery was Captain Joseph Campbell, a native Pennsylvanian, Campbell began his military career as a brevet second lieutenant. Campbell began his military career as a brevet second lieutenant. He was cited for gallant and meritorious service at the Second Battle of Bull Run and promoted captain of Battery B. Second in command was a Scotsman, James Stewart. Stewart was a career soldier who began his military life as a private. Stewart was a career soldier who began his military life as a private with this same battery in 1851. As McClellan's Army of the Potomac began arriving near Sharpsburg, Maryland in mid-September of 1862, Stewart was a second lieutenant in the battery. At dawn on September 17th, Stewart was a second lieutenant in the battery. At dawn on September 17th, McClellan's First Corps, under General Joseph Hooker, attacked the Army of Northern Virginia's left flank, which held strong defensive positions along Antietam Creek. Gibbon's Iron Brigade was responsible for spearheading an assault through a cornfield. Shortly after sunrise, Gibbon ordered Captain Campbell to post the 6 Napoleons of Battery B, 4th U.S. Light Artillery, atop a hill on the right of the Hagerstown Road, facing the Dunker Church, which stood about a half-mile down the road. Private John Johnson was attached to Lieutenant Stewart's center section. Although this position was intended to protect their right flank, Johnson and the other 100 men of the battery knew that their own position was exposed. It didn't take long for Stonewall Jackson to come to the same conclusion. The knock and thwack of Minnie balls striking the guns and their wooden carriages gave Johnson and the rest of Battery B a shudder. Jackson's men came on hard and fast, determined to capture Stewart's section and turn Hooker's right wing. Private Johnson worked the guns feverishly amid what was becoming a bloodbath. Within minutes, 40 of Battery B's men were on the ground. In Johnson's section, 14 out of his 24 comrades were down. Facing double and triple-shotted artillery, Jackson's men were getting all they could handle. The distance from where the left gun was posted to the nearest part of the cover where the rebels were was only 28 paces, remembered one man. It seems almost incredible that any man could have escaped in a battery working in an open field 28 or 30 paces. Captain Campbell went down. He was severely wounded in the shoulder, his horse shot in several places, and the command of the battery devolved upon me, reported Lieutenant Stewart. During the worst of the onslaught, General Gibbon appeared and jumped off his horse, ran to one of the guns, and adjusted the The crew fired several rounds more, blasting away a section of the cornfield's fence, and with it the onrushing Confederates. Private Johnson recalled the intensity of the fighting, saying Battery B was the very vortex of the fight. General John Gibbon came up to one of the guns, straddled the trail, sighted the gun. Section in this position had 3 men killed and 11 wounded in a few moments, the Norwegian continued. Among the wounded was Sergeant Joe Herzog, who, with myself, had hold of the handspike of the gun's trail and was trying to change the position of the gun when he was shot through the lower part of the abdomen. Knowing that the wound was fatal, he drew his revolver and shot himself through the right temple. I was a cannoneer during the whole time the section and battery were engaged. We were firing double canister. During this time, I filled different positions at the piece, including gunner. The cannoneers had been killed and wounded so rapidly that those remaining had to fill in the battery, driving the enemy's infantry out of their cover. At my piece there were but 2 cannoneers left, myself and one other. As near as I can remember, we fired from 10 to 15 rounds of canister brought to us by teamsters of the extra caissons, after the other cannoneers had been killed or wounded. His escape was miraculous, said one man, as he wore the full uniform of a brigadier general, and the enemy was so close that they could not help discerning his rank unless the smoke obscured him. While Stewart's section was fighting to hold on, Campbell's remaining 4 guns came up alongside Stewart's section. Before Campbell could remove his on his right, at the same moment, a New York brigade charged through the cornfield, rendering artillery useless. Johnson and the other remaining men and the horses of the battery withdrew into a cornfield on the left side of the Hagerstown Pike. The battery would be lightly engaged throughout the afternoon. At day's end, that they hadn't lost a single gun or caisson. Battery B had lost 12 men and 28 wounded, 40% casualties. The cannoneers had been killed and wounded so rapidly that those remaining had to fill their places as best they could. I did everything that I could to serve the gun until we ceased firing. Sharpsburg, a marginal Union victory at best, cost both armies a combined total of nearly 25,000 men. A cornfield, sunken road, and stone bridge all became proper nouns when the fighting ended. Lincoln saw enough success in McClellan's effort to decide to finally issue his long-awaited frustration as McClellan refused to pursue Lee's battered Army of Northern Virginia as it made its way safely across the Potomac River toward the Shenandoah Valley. Private John Johnson remained with Battery B, and on the evening of December 12th, as part of the advance of the First Corps, they crossed the Rappahannock River over a pond of the Potomac, shivered through the night, knowing that for many it would be their last. The Battle of Fredericksburg began at about 8:30 a.m. on the morning of December 13th in a dense fog. The first action took place south of the city when 2 Union divisions attacked a gap in the Confederate defenses on the right. By midday, the Union attack appeared to be succeeding. Early in the afternoon, a strong Confederate counterattack repulsed Burnside's men, driving them back towards the Rappahannock. 2 more Union divisions were thrown into the fray, stymieing the advance. A battery mate of Private John Johnson was a 20-year-old New Yorker, the 23rd New York Infantry at Corning, New York, during the first week of May in 1861. The 23rd saw action at 2nd Manassas and suffered the loss of 42 killed and wounded at Sharpsburg. But on the first day of February 1862, he joined John Johnson on detached service with Battery B. The 13th, the battery engaged the enemy on the extreme left, driving them from their entrenchments. It then swung up Bowling Green Road and immediately became engaged with a couple of the enemy's batteries, which were posted in their front in a commanding position. The rebels, having previously measured the ground closely, marked the distances, but old Battery B soon silenced them, dismounting their guns and blowing up their caissons. It was Antietam all over again. Private Johnson recalled the desperate fighting. I was a cannoneer in Lieutenant Stewart's right section, and filled the different positions at the gun of cannoneers who had been killed or wounded. The fuse of one and made it ready to be inserted. I was wounded by a piece of shell which carried away my right arm at the shoulder, with a portion of the clavicle and scapula. So much of the shoulder was carried away that the cavity of the body was exposed, and the tissue of the lungs made plainly visible. It has been said by I inserted the shell into the gun after my arm was torn off before I fell. This, however, I do not remember. Johnson continued to load his gun until he fainted. The same shell killed 2 other men instantly and wounded several others. Some of the surviving men of Battery B claimed that it tore William Hogarty's left arm off, shock and awe of the moment. While getting the range for his guns, Corporal Hogarty was wounded by a 4-inch solid shot, striking him just above the elbow, tearing off his left arm. The force of the blow whirled him around. He fell, landing on his right arm and elbow. He was not, however, rendered unconscious. 3 of his comrades twisted a handkerchief around his arm at the shoulder to stop as much as possible the flow of blood. Johnson, Hogarty, and the other wounded men of Battery B were immediately carried to a brick house near the field of battle. The shattered remains of Johnson's right and Hogarty's left arms were amputated. John Johnson was admitted to Lincoln Hospital in Washington 2 days before Christmas. He was discharged from the Army and released from the hospital on April 10, 1863. Eager to return to civilian life, John moved to Rochester, Minnesota, where he began receiving a disability pension of $8 per month. In November of the same year, he was offered a civil service position as a watchman at the 19th Street Wagon Park in Washington. In spite of his disability, he also found employment as a messenger in the Treasury Department. While living in Washington, he met Mary Klein. Mary had immigrated to the United States in May of 1864, living 1 month in New York City before moving to the nation's capital. Friendship blossomed into romance, and the couple were married at St. Patrick's. Friendship blossomed into romance, and the couple were married at St. Patrick's Church on August 18, 1868. They would raise 7 children together. Johnson suffered terribly from the wound he had received at Fredericksburg. One of his physicians said, "The wounded parts are so tender, and so extremely sensitive that to protect it from contact with anything else, the soldier is compelled to wear a pad especially fitted to the parts. He requires daily assistance of another person in dressing and undressing himself. His protective pad was attached with an awkward array of safety pins and cords, and he suffered from a constant hacking cough, in great danger from consumption on account of his inability to exercise the right side of his body. His wife Mary said the slightest exposure to colds gives him a cough, and he is constantly in fear of lung troubles on account of the loss of his right arm and part of the body. A close friend recalled that pieces of shell were taken from under his throat at various times for 4 years after he was wounded. He has constantly required the aid and assistance of another person in cutting his food, in dressing himself, and in many other ways. Captain Joseph Campbell survived the war. He fought in the Indian War of 1876. He was promoted to major on July 1st, 1876. He was promoted to major on July 1st, 1891. Second Lieutenant James Stewart was promoted to first lieutenant on July 3rd, 1863. On August 1st, 1864, he was promoted to captain. These promotions were for meritorious service at the battles of Spotsylvania and Weldon Railroad. He retired from the Army on March 20th, 1879 as a major. John Johnson's battery mate, William Hogarty, survived the war and was mustered out at the rank of captain. He served in the United States Army until 1870. He died on October 23, 1914, in Stillwater, Oklahoma, and is buried in Cundaro Cemetery in Kansas City, Kansas. He was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for his actions at Antietam and Fredericksburg. Of his friend John Johnson, he said, I take special pleasure in adding my testimony to the distinguished bravery, coolness in action, and soldierly conduct of Private John Johnson of the 2nd Wisconsin Volunteer Infantry at the battles of Antietam and Fredericksburg, with which I was serving at the time. Mr. Johnson belonged to the adjoining gun with which I served, and was with the battery in every engagement until he was wounded at Fredericksburg by a shell which carried away his right arm at the socket joint, part of the shoulder blade, and fracturing the collarbone. Being detached volunteers in Stewart's battery, our relations were intimate. I am therefore able to certify with certainty to the soldierly conduct of Private Johnson on all occasion, hoping that he may receive the Medal of Honor so eminently deserved. I have the honor to be, sir, very respectively, your obedient servant, W. P. Hogarty, Lieutenant, USA. John Johnson also believed that he was worthy of the award, and pleaded his case to the government, saying, I was never absent from duty in the battery until wounded, and I believe that I am justly entitled to one of these medals of honor, and therefore hope that my application and accompanying recommendations of Major James Stewart, who commanded the battery, and of Lieutenant Hogarty, who served in the same section with me, will be regarded as sufficient evidence and receive your favorable consideration. The granting of this highly prized token of my country's appreciation of my service in her behalf. In 1904, John and Mary were living in the Auditor's office of the War Department in Washington. His pension was increased to $50 per month. Johnson died in Detroit, Michigan on April 3, 1907, of cirrhosis of the liver. He's buried in Rock Creek Cemetery in Washington. Mary Johnson died on November 20 in Rock Creek Cemetery in Washington. Mary Johnson died on November 20, 1929, in Washington, of senile debility and myocarditis. John Johnson was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on August 28, 1893. His citation reads, "Conspicuous gallantry in battle." His citation reads, "Conspicuous gallantry in battle, in which he was severely wounded. While serving as a cannoneer, he manned the positions of fallen gunners." James Burbank, Miracle on the Blackwater. Jim Burbank, Hilbrand and Gertrude Burbank's son, was so taken by the sea that by the time he was 13 he was a sailor on a merchant ship. At the age of 22, Jim set off on a voyage of a lifetime to America. He settled in Providence, Rhode Island, just as the country was about to be engulfed by civil war. When Burbank signed up the next day, April 16, 1861, he served in Company G of Ambrose Burnside's 1st Rhode Island Volunteers, the first fully equipped regiment to arrive in Washington and the first to be reviewed by Lincoln. Private Burbank and the 1st Rhode Island fought gallantly at the Battle of First. Remembered that amidst all the panic of defeat and the confusion of retreat which demoralized so many of the regiments, the 1st Rhode Island maintained a soldierly calmness and preserved its ranks unbroken. His 90-day commitment fulfilled, the Dutch private sought further service in the defense of his adopted, listed in a regiment being organized in Providence, the 4th Rhode Island Infantry. This regiment, under the command of Colonel Justice Ingersoll McCarty, broke camp on October 5th and after a march through the streets of Providence, boarded a steamer bound for New York. 2 days later, Jim Burbank and the 4th Rhode Island, series of drills, parades, and reviews. Burbank was promoted to corporal, and his regiment was reviewed by President Lincoln at the White House in October, and later that month by General McClellan. On the 30th, Captain Isaac Peace Rodman became the regiment's new colonel. The 4th Rhode 7th, 1862, Burbank sailed from Annapolis aboard the Eastern Queen for Fortress Monroe. At Fortress Monroe, the Eastern Queen joined Burnside's fleet and sailed for Roanoke Island, but a violent storm struck the Carolina coast, causing the Eastern Queen to run aground near Hatteras Light, Jim and water, to the safety of the beach. This experience didn't dim the regiment's enthusiasm, and the men fought with the coolness of veterans at the Battle of Roanoke on February 7th and 8th. The 4th Rhode Island had the honor of planting the first colors on Fort Bartow, announcing the victory to the United States Navy. 5-week bayonet charge that decided the fate of the day. One man remembered that the 4th Rhode Island captured 13 pieces of brass cannon in the battle and lost but one man there. It was a dismal sight after we got in there to see the dead men and horses and everything you could think of all strewn over the ground, about our heads like hailstones. Jim was one of a dozen men who were struck by shell fragments. 2 were killed instantly. Thought to be dead, Jim was left on the field. After regaining consciousness, friends carried him back to the safety of the Union lines, where he joined the rest of the wounded. The regiment lost 15 killed and 20 wounded. Wounds in a hospital at Plymouth, North Carolina. He had come to America for adventure, and found it. He thought he had seen it all, but he was wrong. The sea was calling. The United States Navy needed sailors to man the ships of the blockade and gunboats on the rivers. When detached service aboard a gunboat was offered to him, Corporal Burbank jumped at the chance. Recognizing his talents as a sailor, the Navy entrusted him with selecting 12 more men from the 4th Rhode Island to serve with him on the USS Commodore Barney. Burbank and the other Rhode Island spent the summer of 1862 aboard the side-wheel gunboat as part of the North Atlantic blockading squadron. In September, Burbank and the others were transferred to the USS Commodore Perry under the command of Lieutenant Commander C.W. Flusser. On September 24, 1862, Major General John A. Dix, telegraphed Acting Rear Admiral S.P. Lee, "Admiral, I had last evening an earnest request from Major General Peck, commanding at Suffolk, that 2 or 3 gunboats should be sent up the Chowan and Blackwater rivers as far as Franklin, Virginia, where the enemy have a force of from 10,000 to 12,000 men. If this can be done, I think we shall be able to disperse this force and destroy the bridge at this place." On the night of October 2nd, 1862, the Commodore Perry, accompanied by the gunboats Hunchback and Whitehead, lay at anchor on the Blackwater River about 3 miles from Franklin. Corporal Jim Burbank and the men were roused from their bunks about 3 a.m., and after an early breakfast started up the river, shelling the banks along the way. Lieutenant Commander Flusser reported that at 7 o'clock, when about 3/4 of a mile from Franklin, while running a line to swing us around a bend, the enemy opened fire on us from a place of concealment on the bluff overhead. As we were too near to use the great guns on them, I ordered the men to shelter themselves as best they could and tried to steam past, but the river here is very narrow, and we ran into the bank. Seeing the stranded vessel was too much for one excited Confederate soldier, who came charging down the bank, urging his comrades to join him in boarding the Commodore Perry. The other Southern men didn't share the man's enthusiasm, and he was promptly shot to death by one of Corporal Burbank's comrades. Within minutes, the Union gunboat freed itself from the riverbank and was once again steaming upriver, with her guns smoking and blazing. 9-inch shells, canister, grape shot, and shrapnel tearing up the woods on the water's edge. Working one of the big guns, Burbank provided cover fire for the Hunchback as she rounded the bend. The Whitehead, under a protective fire from the Hunchback, steamed closely behind. The small fleet moved ahead only to find the river barricaded by felled trees. Under normal circumstances, this obstacle could have been cleared, but the devastating fire the crew. Flusser held his command in this position until 10:15 a.m., hoping Union infantry would show up. None came. Corporal Jim Burbank and the crews kept up a steady fire of the ship's big guns and their own small arms. Flusser recalled with the forward 9-inch gun, I threw shells in the direction of Finister into the woods on our left. With the after 32-pounder and field gun, gave them the same on the right and shelled the bluff from which they fired on us so heavily. With the after 9-inch gun, Burbank worked the guns feverishly, inspiring the other men to stay with their guns, weathering the storm of gunfire coming from both sides of the bullets, and his hat was shot off his head 3 times, the last knocking it overboard. For over 4 hours, the 3 stranded vessels took a pounding. During this fight, the USS Commodore Perry fired 102 9-inch and 54 6-inch shells. 94 rounds were fired from her big howitzer. That nearly 100 stands of grape shot and canister had to be used. Fire from the bluff was particularly nasty. The enemy continued to fire at us from every available point until 2:30 p.m., Flusser stated. They also attempted to block the river in our rear by felling trees, through which obstructions we pushed with a heavy. Flusser ordered his ships to withdraw. As the firing died away, Jim looked around him. The deck of the Commodore Perry was awash with blood. 2 dead bodies lay among the dozen or so other men who were wounded to varying degrees. Flusser ordered the USS Hunchback to carry the fleet's dead to Plymouth for burial and proceed to Emily, which carried them to a hospital in Norfolk, Virginia. On board my own vessel, the officers and men generally behaved well, Flusser boasted. I desired to mention as worthy of praise for great gallantry among the men Daniel Lakin, John Williams, John Breeze, Alfred Peterson, and James H. Burbank, corporal in the force, by their gallant conduct. I recommend the first for an appointment as master's mate. The second I shall make boatswain's mate. Peterson I shall make quartermaster, and hope the corporal, Burbank, may be made a sergeant. Jim Burbank, the blond-haired, blue-eyed sailor from Holland, played a vital part in the miracle on the Blackwater, save destruction. He was promoted to sergeant and returned to duty with the 4th Rhode Island. James H. Burbank was promoted to sergeant on October 23, 1862. On July 25, 1864, he was wounded by a sharpshooter at Petersburg, Virginia. Also wounded on the same day was his close friend, Corporal. After recovering from his own wound, Jim Burbank returned to the 4th Rhode Island, serving with the regiment until it was mustered out in September of 1864. 172 of the original 1,003-year men of the 4th re-enlisted into the 7th Rhode Island Infantry in October of the same year. While on James married his sweetheart, Mary A. Burns of Westerly. Mary had immigrated from Scotland in 1854. Corporal Burbank in the 7th Rhode Island spent the remainder of the war near Petersburg. The Rhode Islanders were assigned with the 35th Massachusetts the duty of completing and manning the famous Fort Hell. 13th, 1865, James Burbank was mustered out of the Army at Alexandria, Virginia. James and Mary Burbank and their newborn son, John, went west after the war. Jim took up farming in land-loving Macon County, Missouri. During the mid-1870s, they had 2 more children, Gertrude and Nellie, to Miltonville, Kansas, where daughters Annie and Agnes were born. The Burbank Farm in Miltonville flourished. James owned a herd of 125 head of cattle. The first residence of the Burbanks in Kansas consisted of a basement with a roof of boards where they lived in true pioneer style. And in this humble the Burbanks are the only residents of the district that were there at the time. In 1883, they built a substantial stone barn, and in 1886 erected a commodious 2-story residence of 7 rooms, and Mr. Burbank has provided sheds for his cattle to protect them from the wintry storms and shelter for all his stock. General. In 1901, James visited the B.B. and R. Knight cotton mills at Natick, Rhode Island, where 40 years prior he met the girl he would ask to marry. On this same visit, he attended a reunion of his regiment in Providence. Also attending was Frank Chase, whom he had lost all trace of and was dead until they met in Providence that summer. The 2 men reminisced about their experiences and laughed. But later a witness said these scarred veterans and old comrades wept like children. For his service and gallantry on the Blackwater, Sergeant James Burbank received a bronze medal from the Navy Department. He was extremely proud by an American eagle, the bird holding 2 miniature guns, a sword and shot in his talons. On the star is an engraving of a woman holding a shield representing victory, the vanquished foe departing from her. In his later years, James H. Burbank suffered from rheumatism and chronic diarrhea. Doctors attributed these. In 1888, his wife, Mary, wrote to the government seeking a pension for her husband. He's not able to work to support his family of 4 little girls. He's so discouraged he does not know what to do, she said. The pension was granted. James H. Burbank died in Miltonville, Kansas on February 15, 1911. Gritty and seldom off duty, recalled his friend and former comrade, Frank Chase. Several years after James' death, a widowed Mary Burbank misplaced her pension certificate, thereby unable to cash her pension check. In a touching letter to the pension office, the old woman pleaded, "I am afraid I have lost it entirely, as I and my family could not mixed it in with old letters and not noticed it, and I might have burned it with them. If you will, please send me another, and I will be more careful. I'm 77 years old, but that does not excuse carelessness." The government issued her a new certificate. Mary died in 1925 at the age of 85. On July 20th, at the age of 85. On July 27, 1896, James was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation erroneously reads, "Gallantry in action while on detached service on Gunboat Barney." Dennis J.F. Murphy. Dennis J.F. Murphy. Some considered him of pretty dense ignorance. On October 3, 1862, at Corinth, Mississippi, Confederate General Earl Van Dorn engaged his counterpart, Union General William Rosecrans. Rosecrans's army, 23,000 men strong, had taken possession of the city on May 30th, but Van Dorn, with a force numbering about 22,000 men, hoped to retake Corinth and press on into Tennessee. Throughout the summer, Rosecrans had built inner and intermediate lines of fortifications to guard against such an attack. Among Rosecrans's men was a 32-year-old Irishman, Dennis Murphy, of the 14th Wisconsin Infantry. The 14th had already made a name for itself. The regiment was organized the previous autumn at Camp Wood, Fond du Lac itself. The regiment was organized the previous autumn at Camp Wood, Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, where Dennis enlisted on September 13th, becoming a private in the Brown County Rifles, or Company F. The regiment left Wisconsin on March 8th and was quartered at St. Louis until the 23rd, when it was ordered to Tennessee. Private at St. Louis until the 23rd, when it was ordered to Tennessee. Private Murphy and the other men didn't have to wait much longer to get into the war. At Pittsburgh Landing on April 7th, Major John Hancock, in command of the regiment, ordered his men to take charge of a Confederate battery of artillery. They drove the enemy from their guns, but were forced to fall back after a Confederate countercharge. 3 times the Wisconsin men charged this battery, only to be beaten back. A 4th charge was ordered, and Private Dennis Murphy and Lieutenant George Staley were among the first Wisconsin men to reach the guns. As the gunners fled, the 2 men began rummaging through the captured caissons in search of files and spikes to immobilize the guns. Lieutenant Staley reported that he had found some and would spike the guns, remembered an officer in the 14th. D.J.F. Murphy is entitled to equal honor, though he did not find the spike in the caissons he searched. The battery was taken and the position held, but at a cost. The 14th Wisconsin had lost 14 killed and 79 wounded in its first fight, but were it not for the selfless action of Murphy and Staley, the numbers could have been much higher. Private Murphy was told by an officer after the battle, more commonly known as Shiloh, that he would receive the Medal of Honor for his conduct. At the moment, he was satisfied with a promotion to color sergeant, which meant an increase in his pay. Dennis Murphy was born in County Cork, Ireland, but in 1848, when he was still a child, he sailed with his family aboard the Josiah Quincy to Boston, Massachusetts. When he was 10 years old, the family moved to Glenmore, Wisconsin, where his father took up farming. Dennis grew to be a big man for his time, standing almost 6 feet 2 inches tall. The blue-eyed, dark-haired farmer and hat-maker from Glenmore fell in love with Bridget McGinnis. The couple married on November 27, 1853 in Green Bay, and by the beginning of the Civil War had 3 small children, the youngest being 4 months old. After the Battle of Shiloh, the 14th Wisconsin was given the relatively easy duty of provost guard. When Corinth was threatened by Van Dorn in late September 1862, Sergeant Murphy and his regiment were ordered to the city's defense, taking an advanced position, a post of honor. In addition to Dennis Murphy's regiment, commanded by Colonel John M. Oliver, his brigade consisted of the 15th and 18th Michigan, 18th Missouri, 18th Wisconsin, and a company of Illinois cavalry. Murphy's division, under the command of General Thomas McKean of Pennsylvania, was on the extreme left of the Union line. To the left of this division was the division of General Thomas Davies of New York. Van Dorn attacked at 10 a.m. on October 3rd, hitting Dennis Murphy's brigade hard. The Confederate assault was furious, and by late morning the temperature was already into the 90s. There was little water available to either army, and scores of men fell victim to the heat. Murphy's 14th was ordered forward and forced the enemy back. The regiment's colonel, John Hancock, received orders to fall back and hold a hill north of a railroad at all hazards. Reaching the base of the hill, Hancock deployed skirmishers. Within minutes, the entire regiment charged. The Confederates presented a large force and repulsed the attack. Lines broke and reformed as Sergeant Murphy watched his fellow color-bearers being shot. Clutching the flagstaff with two hands, he charged forward with a yell. His company joined him, and the Confederates began to fall back. Dennis Murphy was hit with buckshot 6 inches below the left hip, but staggered forward. A minie-ball tore through his left hand, destroying all the metacarpal bones. But he pressed on, clinging to his flag. It wasn't until another shot ripped through his right lung, lodging against his spine, that he went down. But the hill was taken. The 15th Michigan and 14th Wisconsin held the hill from 9 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, in an attempt to strengthen the Union generals, and General Thomas Davies advanced his line, assuming his vacated position would be filled. It wasn't. At about 1:30 p.m., Van Dorn's men came charging through the gap. The entire Union line began falling back to within a half-mile of its inner lines. But as it had at Pittsburgh Landing in April, Sergeant 15th Wisconsin, there was no discount on. Always steady, cool, and vigorous. This regiment was the one to rely upon in any emergency. They maintained their lines and delivered their fire with all the precision and coolness which could have been maintained upon drill. During the night, the Confederates slept within 600 yards of the Union lines, and Union artillery swept his front. The few Confederates that had fought their way into Corinth met bloody hand-to-hand combat. Rosecrans then counterattacked, forcing Van Dorn into a general retreat. The next morning, October 4th, as his brigade went into position to support a battery of artillery, Wisconsin was worn out from several days of hard marching and fighting. Its losses were staggering. 20 men were killed or died later of their wounds. Another 48 had been wounded. Dennis recuperated from his wounds in a hospital in Keokuk, Iowa. He was discharged for physical disability on November 13, 1860, 34th Wisconsin, until its 9-month term of service expired on September 8, 1863. After the formation of the Invalid Corps, or Veterans Corps, Murphy returned to service by accepting a first lieutenant's commission with the 53rd Wisconsin in late March of 1865. After the war ended, he was transferred opinions to himself, and on the day of his transfer he ran afoul of a lieutenant colonel of cavalry while expressing his displeasure with his transfer while aboard the steamer Omaha, causing him to be put under arrest, but no charges were ever filed. Dennis served with the 51st until being honorably discharged. On August 29th, he back in Glenmore with 4 more children. The Murphy household now also included his father John and his mother Honora, both 76 years of age. As a result of his war wounds, Dennis was unable to work. He gave up his farm and built a house in Fort Howard, Wisconsin, on the corner of North Ashland and Elmore Streets. Dennis Murphy's patriotism would work against him when seeking a disability pension from the government. His disability was questioned on the basis that he served after he was wounded and was rewarded with a commission. For decades, this hero battled his government over his pension. Friends attested that he was very poor, is physically harassing, and is much aggravated by motion. He suffered from frequent falls, being unable to sit down or get up without assistance, cannot dress nor feed himself. He was occasionally seen walking with the aid of a cane, wearing his sergeant's stripes. But for the most part, he was confined to his house and in 100 pounds. Murphy was initially rejected in his request for a Congressional Medal of Honor. Although some considered him of pretty dense ignorance, his gallantry won for him a commission, said a former brother-in-arms. But his pleas to the government reveal him to be a thoughtful, intelligent man. How soon can you get to my claim, intelligent man? How soon can you get to my claim, as I would like to get what is coming to me before I shall answer the final roll call? Dennis was bitter towards the government for not recognizing the importance of his role in spiking the battery at Pittsburgh Landing, saying, "Being a private then, I suppose you don't think it any account. But Alice Corby, his granddaughter, remembered as a young girl sitting on his lap as he would clean and polish his rifle and his ceremonial sword. His sword was sterling silver, his name etched in fancy scroll-work. The little girl thought how proud Grandpa seemed in those moments. The old soldier from County Cork died on June 19, 1901, of consumption and mortification of the left foot. Bridget Murphy died 3 years later. They are both buried in Aloes Catholic Cemetery, Green Bay, Wisconsin. In 1892, Dennis John Francis Murphy was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "Although wounded 3 times, carried the colors throughout the conflict." His family believes he was buried wearing his medal. H. Powell, hero or cold-blooded killer? William Henry Powell was born in the little village of Pontypool in Monmouthshire, Wales. At the tender age of 5, in 1830, the young boy and his parents sailed to a new home, the United States. The family settled in Nashville, Tennessee, where William attended public schools and later found employment in the manufacturing business. Hard-working and talented, the young man rose quickly in this field. 2 days before Christmas of 1847, William married 23-year-old Sarah Elizabeth Gilchrist of Wheeling, Virginia. The future held great promise for the young couple, and in 1857, Powell was offered the position of manager of the Lawrence Iron Works at Ironton, Ohio. But 4 years later, like millions of other Americans, the Powells' lives were changed dramatically. The 6'2" William joined the Union Army in September of 1861 at Ironton, where he personally recruited a company of cavalry. On November 8th, he took command of this company, becoming captain of the 2nd Virginia Cavalry, soon to be redesignated as the 2nd West Virginia Cavalry. Captain Powell and the 2nd West Virginia spent the winter fighting the guerrillas in the border counties of the state and in the Kanawha region of Virginia. In early January 1862, the regiment was sent to Kentucky, where it fought at Paint Creek. Soon after this fight, the 2nd returned to Virginia, where it took part in several expeditions throughout the state. During the summer and early fall of 1862, the regiment roamed the state on a regular basis. Proving his mettle as a cavalryman, William was promoted to major for 1862. With no campaigns on the horizon, Major Powell was enjoying his winter quarters at Camp Hyatt on the bank of the Kanawha River, 12 miles above Charleston. Colonel John C. Paxton was in command of the 2nd, and none of his men were looking forward to a long winter of inactivity. The regiment was on Mountain, where they would join forces with the 11th Ohio Infantry, commanded by Colonel Philander P. Lane. This combined force hoped to find and attack the 2 winter camps of the 14th Virginia Cavalry in the Sinking Creek Valley, 12 miles west of Lewisburg in Greenbrier County. The 2 regiments Somerville via side roads to conceal their movements. Arriving at Lewisburg the same evening, the 2 regiments had traveled 60 miles over rough mountain roads. Next morning we pushed forward as rapidly as possible through a blinding snowstorm, the snow being a foot deep on the ground, recalled Major Powell. About noon, while I encountered a squad of rebel scouts, consisting also of a lieutenant and 8 men. We took them evidently by surprise, and at the first sight of us, disregarding my polite invitation to halt, they ran into a log cabin but a short distance away from the roadside. Observing that the lieutenant had made his escape into my lieutenant and guard to surround the cabin, I captured him about a mile away. I've often wondered since why the fellow didn't take a position behind a tree and, with good aim, stop my advance upon him, especially when he became convinced that I was pursuing him with a determined purpose to run him down. On returning to the squad, which result proved a very important factor in the final mission of the raid, as no one escaped to report the movement of the command. At about noon, the 2nd West Virginia reached the summit of Cold Knob Mountain, where Colonel Lane of the 11th Ohio was waiting. Colonels Paxton and Lane debated their situation until of the past 24 hours. His men would return to their winter quarters at Somerville. Besides, he argued, the continuance of the march through the snow was impracticable. Colonel Paxton asked Major Powell and the other officers of his regiment whether they should also return to camp. Powell vehemently opposed abandoning the enemy in the Sinking Creek Valley, knowing Paxton's failings and being disposed to throw the mantle of charity over them and allow him to accompany the expedition rather than detain him in camp. He had confidentially charged me not to return to camp without good results. Influenced by these instructions and the fact that the men in the rank accord with my views favoring a forward movement, I said to the colonel that I would call for volunteers to accompany me in the advance movement upon the enemy's camp. This announcement, fully understood by Colonel Paxton, induced him to change his mind. He gave me orders, as the major of the regiment, to make a detail and move down the mountains as the advance guard. Powell ordered Lieutenant Jeremiah Davidson and 20 men of Company G to join him and immediately move out in advance of the 2nd West Virginia Cavalry. About a mile into their ride, the West Virginians came upon 4 Confederate scouts. Major Powell halted his command. Virginians came upon 4 Confederate scouts. Major Powell halted his command as the surprised scouts attempted to flee. The West Virginians fired and charged, wounding 1 Confederate and capturing another. The 2 other men managed to escape. From our prisoners, I hastily obtained valuable information as to the strength, location, and relative position of the 2 camps, Powell recalled. More importantly, the 2 scouts who had escaped had only seen part of the 2nd West Virginia's advance guard. Because Powell didn't chase them down the mountain, they mistakenly believed that they had only encountered a squad of Union Home Guards, and apparently saw no reason to report the incident immediately. Major Powell and his small band pressed on. On nearing the foot of the mountain, we discovered the 2 escaped scouts in the distance in the valley, moving leisurely towards their camp, the smoke of which was perceptible to me, Powell said. I halted for a moment until they had passed out of my view around a point in the turn of the valley. Seeing that the coast was clear, and conscious that we had no time to waste, I pushed forward rapidly to the point where the scouts had disappeared, reaching it with my little band unobserved by the enemy. Major William Powell could see into the Confederate camp and described the enemy's state of readiness as one of innocuous desuetude, unapprised of our proximity, and therefore unprepared to welcome us. He knew what he had to do. Lieutenant Davidson and his 20 men were thinking along the same lines, and before Powell could finish explaining his rationale for such a daring move, the group assured him, "We will follow where you lead." Having not a moment to lose, I wheeled my command into line, facing the camp, and charged my handful of men on a full run of a half-mile down the Sinking Creek Valley into the center of the enemy's camp, 500 strong. We were each armed with a saber and a brace of Colt's .54 caliber Navy revolvers, giving us 220 shots, which we held in reserve to avoid alarming the other camp some 2 miles away, and to be used only in case of absolute necessity, Major Powell remembered. It was soon made evident that the camp was surprised, and that the enemy's firearms were unloaded. During the brief and very exciting hand-to-hand encounter which ensued, some few of their number, in their confusion, ran up the legs, and claiming us as their prisoners. To such daring and undignified assaults and claims we responded politely by tapping them on the tops of their heads with our revolvers, which we held in our hands, felling several of the rudest of them to the ground and causing them to loosen their grasp. After thus dealing with them for but a moment, protection of their lives. These terms they promptly accepted and surrendered the command to me without reservation. Major William Powell and his 20 men had successfully captured several companies of the 14th Virginia Cavalry, 500 strong, in the Sinking Creek Valley without the loss of a single life. Arrived at the camp after its surrender. The other companies of the 14th Virginia Cavalry in camp at Williamsburg, West Virginia, approached the 2nd West Virginia but chose not to engage. Major Powell was understandably proud of his men, saying the achievement of the Sinking Creek Valley raid by a mere handful of men at noonday, continuous forced march in the saddle of 36 hours from the Union lines to the enemy's camp under the most unfavorable conditions of weather and roads, is an example of what a few brave, loyal, and determined men can accomplish. Powell was promoted lieutenant colonel of the 2nd West Virginia Cavalry on December 5th by controversy almost immediately. He was accused by Confederate Major General Sam Jones of ordering that the houses and barns of Mr. Austin Handley and Mr. James A. Feimster near Lewisburg, Greenbrier County, to be burned. Jones claimed that Handley's house was set on fire when his wife and children were in bed asleep on a very cold night. In a separate charge, Jones asserted, "I have been informed that a man of Colonel Powell's command, who was captured, says that he saw this man Powell shoot with a pistol and kill in cold blood one of our men who had surrendered as a prisoner." As 1863 began, Lieutenant Colonel William Powell. On May 18th, Powell became the colonel of the 2nd West Virginia Cavalry. On July 18th, Colonel Powell was leading the 2nd in a charge at Wytheville, Virginia. Things went badly for Powell's men immediately. The town was occupied by about 500 troops concealed in the houses, besides 2 pieces of Ohio infantry. The contest of the most obstinate hand-to-hand fighting lasted about 1.5 hours. We, however, carried the town by storm with a perfect rush. The soldiers, citizens, and even women fired from their houses, both public and private. We burned the town to ashes. Some witnesses claimed that West Virginia cavalry disagreed, saying Colonel Powell was severely wounded in the back by a revolver fired by one of our own men. Powell was shot in the upper back, the minie ball lodging in his right lung. He was left for dead on the field and taken prisoner. Clinging to life, he was transported to Richmond and held at a hospital. Nearly recovered, the dark-eyed Welshman spent 37 days in a dungeon before being placed among the general prison population at Libby. Powell was eligible for exchange, but Major General Jones wouldn't hear of it. In a letter to Confederate Secretary of War James Seddon, Jones wrote, I entered into a correspondence with Brigadier General Scammon, U.S. Army, commanding in my front on the subject. He disclaimed any knowledge of the outrage, condemned it in strong terms, and assured me that it should be investigated. It seems, however, that Lieutenant Colonel Powell was retained in service, and I have been informed that he has since been promoted. Lieutenant Colonel Powell is not so severely wounded as was supposed, and I bring his case to your notice and forward the accompanying affidavits to ask that he be not exchanged until it is ascertained from the government of the United States if he burned the property I have mentioned under orders from superior authority. His conduct, as I understood it, was in violation alike of the laws of this state and the rules and usages of civilized warfare. If his government avows the act and declares that he acted under orders, or if he can show that it was done under the pressure of military necessity, he may be excused. Otherwise, I submit that he should be held to answer for his crime. He is a bold, daring man, and one of the most dangerous officers we have had to contend with in the northwest of this state, and I am particularly anxious that he should not be allowed to return to the Kanawha Valley if it can be avoided. Jones also made it known to Seddon that the prisoners captured at Wytheville declare, as I am informed, that this Lieutenant Colonel Powell had given orders to burn Wytheville, and he himself admitted to an officer that he had given the same order in regard to Lewisburg. In a letter to Provost Marshal General J. H. Winder, Jones insisted, I am anxious that he shall not be exchanged until his conduct has been investigated. Powell, although frequently battling typhoid fever, continued to recover, and from his prison cell at Libby he also lobbied Winder. I learn, sir, that I am placed in close and solitary confinement to await my trial for murder and robbery, with which I have been charged. The facts, sir, in the case of the former, are as follows. In the month of January, 1862, the 2nd Regiment Virginia Volunteer Cavalry, U.S. Army, commanded by Colonel W. M. Bowles, was ordered to reinforce General Garfield, then in northeastern Kentucky, where said regiment arrived on the 7th of January. On reaching General Garfield's forces, said regiment was ordered to the front. Some 2.5 miles above was ordered to the front. Some 2.5 miles above Paintsville, my colonel discovered the enemy and ordered the rider to pursue and charge upon him, which was done, putting the enemy to flight. During the chase, one of the enemy was discovered attempting to make his escape on foot, was halted several times, and refused to do so. Some time afterward, it was reported that he was shot after having surrendered. I immediately demanded an investigation, whereupon General Rosecrans, then in command of that department, ordered an investigation, and in case any evidence could be had to sustain a charge, to have charges preferred at once. An examination was had. Contrary, evidence was had, proving that the man had not surrendered, and that he was killed, with musket in hand, attempting to make his escape, and would not stop after being commanded to halt several times, whereupon the case was dismissed, and the rider exonerated from all blame in the case. On February 4, 1860, Confederate Colonel Richard Henry Lee, a relative of Robert E. Lee, fully recovered, Powell commanded a division in Sheridan's Cavalry Corps in the Shenandoah Valley, and was commissioned brigadier general on October 19th. Soon another controversy claimed him. Near Luray, Virginia, on October 4th, 24-year-old cavalry were captured while returning from a provisions run near Richmond. It was their misfortune to be apprehended by the hard-nosed Powell. Powell ordered both men taken to a ravine to be executed without trial of any kind in retaliation for some of his men being shot while burning homes. Powell had issued orders to hang or shoot 2 Confederate soldiers held by him as prisoners. Crittenden met his death in a gallant fashion. He refused to run when ordered to do so, told his captors, "If you intend to shoot me, just do it," and then calmly seated himself on a rock to await his fate, Churchill's brother James claimed. Private Thomas Crittenden, as well as Confederate General George Crittenden, and when word of his execution reached President Lincoln, Powell was dismissed from active duty. On January 13, 1865, Powell bid farewell to his division, saying, "Comrades, the time of our separation is at hand. No one regrets the existence." Removal was a payoff of sorts, as on March 13, 1865, he was brevetted Major General for his meritorious service in the campaign of 1864, particularly at the Battle of Front Royal, Virginia. Powell resigned from the Army on January 5, 1866. He declined the Republican nomination in 1868, but was a Grant elector in the presidential campaign of 1868. In 1867, he moved to Mason County, West Virginia, where he was injured while supervising the construction of the Clifton Nail Works. Powell was the general manager of that company until 1870, when he moved to Kansas City, Missouri. He returned to the when he took the managerial helm at the Belleville Nail Company of Belleville, Illinois, from 1876 to 1880. During this time, his wife Sarah began experiencing discomfort of the stomach. It was cancer. She succumbed to this disease on April 20th, 1878, 7 months after its diagnosis. 1 year and 4 days after Sarah's death, Powell remarried. 18 years his junior, Emma Weaver had been an acquaintance of the Powells. In 1882, Powell organized the Western Nail Company in Belleville and became president and general manager. General Powell was the department commander of the Grand Army of the Republic. General Powell was the department commander of the Grand Army of the Republic in Illinois in 1895 and 1896. In 1898, he was appointed Internal Revenue Collector for the 13th District of Illinois by his childhood friend, President McKinley. William Powell became one of the most respected citizens of McKinley. William Powell became one of the most respected citizens of Belleville, Illinois. He died at his home in Belleville at 4 o'clock in the morning on the day after Christmas in 1904. He carried the bullet from Wytheville in his lung for the remainder of his life, causing severe pain in his right arm, rheumatism, and respiratory problems. The 79-year-old veteran was buried at Graceland Cemetery, Chicago, Illinois. He was survived by his wife and 3 children. Emma died November 14, 1928. In 1889, Major General George Crook recommended Powell for the Medal of Honor. Crook held Powell in the highest regard, and as early as 1864 had stated that the Welshman was one of the best cavalry officers I have ever seen in this service. On July 22, 1890, Powell was awarded On July 22, 1890, Powell was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "Distinguished services in raid, where with 20 men he charged and captured the enemy's camp, 500 strong, without the loss of man or gun." Thomas Plunkett. I only done a soldier's duty and nothing more. Throughout the fall of 1862, President Lincoln hoped that the Union Army would assert its initiative in its struggle against the Army of Northern Virginia. George McClellan had stymied Lee at Sharpsburg, but Lincoln was convinced that his top general lacked the decisiveness to deliver a knockout blow. McClellan was dismissed, and Ambrose Burnside, the shining star of the Carolinas, found himself on the main stage of the war. Burnside intended a late fall offensive based on speed and covert movement. He would concentrate his army near Warrenton, Virginia, as if preparing to strike near Culpeper Courthouse, Gordonsville, or Orange Courthouse. Once Lee had taken the bait, Burnside would rush the Army of the Potomac southeast and cross the Rappahannock River near Fredericksburg. If everything went according to plan, the road to Richmond would be wide open. Lincoln approved the proposal but urged Burnside to move quickly. Burnside began building a supply base at Falmouth, and his army began marching on November 15th. The leading regiments arriving 2 days later. Things went wrong immediately as Burnside discovered that the pontoon bridges had not arrived. By the time they did arrive on November, force of 500 men. His ruse discovered, Lee ordered more elements of his army to occupy Fredericksburg's commanding heights to the west. By early December, Burnside considered a crossing 10 miles downstream on the Rappahannock, but his confidence waned as a division commanded by Confederate General Jubal Early. The second week of the month began. Lee's army continued to flow into the areas across the river. Burnside decided a direct attack on the city of Fredericksburg itself would catch Lee off balance. Besides, he still had a numerical advantage, and 220 artillery pieces of artillery on Stafford Heights guard ready. Although Burnside's intentions were unclear, Lee deployed 20,000 men under Longstreet west of the city on a ridge known as Marie's Heights. At the base of the heights, Confederates took shelter behind a stone wall and waited. Fearing a crossing downstream, Lee deployed the rest of his army to the south and began constructing pontoon bridges on the morning of December 11th, coming under murderous sniper fire. After being informed of this, Burnside ordered landing parties to cross the river to secure a beachhead and subdue the sharpshooters. The landings succeeded, and Union artillerists fired 5,000 shells into the city, and finally in place, Burnside's men began crossing the river, many looting the city in a drunken rage. Some intoxicated men cavorted through the city wearing ladies' undergarments they had pillaged from evacuated homes. Throughout the day, the Army of the Potomac swelled the city. The 21st Massachusetts Infantry, professor of botany, chemistry, and zoology, Colonel William S. Clark. The regiment was attached to Edward Ferrero's brigade of the 9th Corps. The 21st crossed the Rappahannock at Fredericksburg on the upper pontoon bridge. Among the men of the 21st was a 22-year-old corporal from West Boylston, Massachusetts, Ireland. Plunkett and his family had emigrated to the United States in 1844. As a young man, Tom proved to be good with his hands, and along with his brother Francis found employment in a bootmaker's shop in their adopted hometown of West Boylston. The 5-foot, 6.5-inch tall Plunkett was thin. Close to the dark-haired, blue-eyed Irishman knew him to be thoughtful and friendly. When the war broke out, Tom Plunkett was working as a mechanic. Along with many of his co-workers and friends, he replied to the call for volunteers on July 19, 1861, at Camp Lincoln in Worcester, Massachusetts. Tom was mustered as a corporal, and by mid-September was living a soldier's life at Annapolis, Maryland. Early in 1862, the 21st got its first taste of battle, serving in Burnside's expedition to North Carolina. The young corporal saw action on Roanoke Island, New Bern, and Camden, and in this fighting his regiment lost 4. Of 1862, Plunkett and the 21st Massachusetts were sent to Newport News, Virginia, and were attached to Ferrero's brigade. The regiment was present at 2nd Manassas, where it suffered slight losses. At Chantilly on September 1st, it was heavily engaged, losing 140 of its 400 men. Volunteered to look for his buddy, Private Louis Mchale of New Haven, Connecticut. The 19-year-old farmer was among 27 missing men. Convinced that he was in friendly territory and expecting to have to carry a wounded comrade back to camp, Plunkett left his rifle behind. During the search for his friend, Tom spotted a soldier. His back was turned toward Plunkett, but he shuddered when he recognized the Confederate uniform. Tom knew he was too close to make a run for it and froze, standing only a few feet from the man. The surprised rebel turned. Tom jumped him. In the commotion, the rifle fell over. Suddenly, face to face, Corporal Plunkett convinced the Southerner that the man was marched back to the camp of the 21st Massachusetts at the point of his own bayonet. For this act, Plunkett was awarded sergeant's stripes. At South Mountain on September 14th, the 21st was engaged near Fox's Gap. During the thickest part of the fighting, Sergeant Plunkett discovered a badly wounded colonel. Tom comforted the officer, giving him water from his canteen, and urged him to hang on until help arrived. Plunkett had no way of knowing the historical significance of his compassion. Colonel Rutherford B. Hayes recovered, survived the war, and became President of the United States. 3 days later at Antietam, the 21st, the Stone Bridge, known forever after as Burnside's Bridge. 45 of Sergeant Plunkett's comrades were killed or seriously wounded in the taking of the bridge. But on December 12th at Fredericksburg, Tom Plunkett and the 21st Massachusetts were staring at Marye's Heights, their greatest challenge of the war. To reach the heights, his men would have to cross a plain half a mile wide. Crossing this plain, a soldier was forced to march down a slight slope which led to a spillway canal from a paper mill. The depth of the canal required the use of 2 narrow bridges which could only accommodate a column width of 4 men. Once across, 2 ranks deep, and began their attack on the Confederates 400 yards away. Lee's infantry was posted behind a 4-foot-high stone wall at the base of Marye's Heights. The heights were smothered with artillery, and when Confederate General James Longstreet asked his chief of artillery if he had enough field pieces to stop Burnside's advance, "A chicken could not live on that field when we open on it." Burnside's assaults against Marye's Heights began at 11 a.m. The 21st Massachusetts, as part of Ferrero's brigade, moved forward in double lines across the plain under a devastating fire. Things went badly immediately, as Colonel William Clark recalled. Color Sergeant Joseph H. Collins of Company A was shot and fell to the ground. Collins, of the village of Athol, Massachusetts, was a 22-year-old shoemaker before the war. Behind the stone wall, Confederate soldiers formed a bucket brigade of sorts, passing loaded rifles forward, enabling the gunners to maintain a nearly continuous fire. Heavy smoke hung in the air, obscuring the field. The flashes of hundreds of muzzles resembled heat lightning along the wall. Some men described the incessant rifle fire as sounding like hundreds of packets of Chinese firecrackers going off at once. Sergeant Thomas Plunkett of Company E seized the colors and carried them proudly forward to the farthest point reached by our troops during the battle, remembered Colonel Clark. He continued, when the regiment had commenced the delivery of its fire, about 40 rods from the position of the rebel infantry, a shell was thrown with fatal accuracy at the flag. Dozens of men from the 21st Massachusetts were already lying dead or wounded. Sergeant Thomas Plunkett recalled the events that followed. The regular color-bearer was shot down. The colors fell somewhat to the rear. No one at first seemed inclined, as I thought, to pick them up. I threw my rifle to the ground, went and gathered them up and bore them to the front of the regiment. A Minnie ball ripped through Plunkett's hat. Another tore his coat, and a piece of the flagstaff was shot away, but he pushed forward through the storm of iron and lead. "I proudly held them in that position for over an hour," he said. When to my sorrow, a shell came from that position for over an hour, he said. When to my sorrow, a shell came from the right, exploded, and shattered both my arms. Sergeant Plunkett's chest was bleeding from shrapnel wounds. I was assured as I lay stretched upon the battlefield that even if one of my arms could be saved, I should receive a commission. But unfortunate that even if one of my arms could be saved, I should receive a commission. But unfortunate for me, none could be saved. The doctors, convinced Plunkett would die, left him unattended for 2 hours before the shredded remains of his arms were amputated. Incredibly, a book that he had found in Fredericksburg only hours earlier amputated. Incredibly, a book that he had found in Fredericksburg only hours earlier and carried under his shirt probably saved him from a chest wound that would have proved mortal. Colonel Clark reported the horrific spectacle, saying both arms of the brave Plunkett were shot off and literally carried away. And once more the brave Plunkett were shot off and literally carried away. And once more the colors, wet with the bearer's blood, were brought to the ground. Color Corporal Olney of Company H immediately raised the flag and defiantly bore it through the remainder of the day. Color Corporal Barr of Company C, who carried the state colors, was shot of the day. Color Corporal Barr of Company C, who carried the state colors, was shot, and his post of honor and danger quickly taken by Color Corporal Wheeler of Company I. Color Corporal Miller was also wounded. The disaster descended into tragedy. Burnside sent 6 divisions forward, piecemeal. 18 times his men charged at the stone wall, only to be driven back. Union soldiers were forced to spend the bitterly cold night, pinned down by an incessant Confederate fire. Under the cover of darkness, hundreds of Union dead in front of the stone wall were stripped naked by the threadbare Confederates. The following morning laid his losses. His regiment suffered the loss of 8 men killed. Brave Sergeant Tom Plunkett was among the 56 men wounded. Burnside briefly considered another attack on Marye's Heights, but quickly thought the better of it. Later in the day, Lee granted Burnside a truce to tend to his wounded and collect his dead. Burnside recrossed the river, his campaign in ruins. Louis Mchale, the soldier Tom Plunkett searched for after the Battle of Chantilly, was found by Union troops. He had been badly wounded. Mchale was hospitalized at Newport News, Virginia, until being discharged from the Army on March 22nd. Plunkett recalled, "I have never regretted the part I took in that severe contest. I only done a soldier's duty and nothing more." His condition improved rapidly, and on Christmas Day he was put aboard a train bound for Washington. There, with thousands of other wounded men, he convalesced. In May of 1863, he was allowed to return home in West Boylston, Massachusetts. On February 1st, 1864, the 21st Massachusetts was honored with a parade through the streets of Worcester. Instead of riding in a wagon of invalid veterans, Plunkett marched at the head of the column, receiving a thunderous ovation. He was discharged for wounds on Boston, Massachusetts, and awarded a disability pension. In addition to his obvious disability, Tom suffered from an undisclosed stomach ailment. But Tom Plunkett's life was hardly over. In fact, love beckoned. Plunkett was engaged to be married when he left West Boylston for the war. When news of his horrible wounding, the woman's sister seized the opportunity to express her own love for the armless soldier, and on November 26, 1863, Tom Plunkett kept his original date with the altar and married Miss Helen Lorimer. While leaving the church, Plunkett overheard a bystander callously remark that an armless man could never succeed, proving that man wrong. Although he needed constant care, he made every effort to become self-sufficient. Eventually, he was able to ride a horse, the reins fastened loosely over his shoulders, and could sign his name with a pen held tightly between his teeth. In February of 1866, Tom Plunkett appealed to the government captain. This promotion would allow him an increase in his disability pension. The request was denied. He found employment as a coat-room clerk in the Massachusetts State House and served as a messenger at the Customs House. When President Rutherford B. Hayes visited Worcester, Massachusetts, Plunkett recognized him as the wounded officer. He managed to gain an audience with Hayes, who became quite emotional when he realized who the thin, soft-spoken man was. The two men remained friends for the rest of their lives. Sergeant Plunkett was proud of his service to his country and was a member of GAR Post No. 10, George H. Ward in Worcester, Massachusetts. The banner that I bore on that sad occasion can be seen at the state capitol, stained with the blood of both arms. This flag hangs today in the Massachusetts State House. Thomas Walter Plunkett died on March 10, 1885, at the age of 45, and is buried in Hope Cemetery, Worcester. Significant legacy to his wife and 2 sons. On March 30, 1866, Sergeant Thomas Plunkett was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "Seized the colors of his regiment, the color-bearer having been shot down, and bore them to the front where both his arms were carried off by a shell." Vale. Surrender, you damned Yankees. Following the Battle of Fredericksburg and Burnside's infamous Mud March, the 2 armies replenished their ranks, studied each other, and prepared for an inevitable spring offensive. In central Tennessee, Union wagon trains rolled tons of supplies to various divisions. The infantry encamped along the Nolan's Pike just outside Nolensville. The regiment was organized during the summer of 1861 in Minnesota. Company H was raised in Blue Earth County and composed of mostly farm boys, merchants, printers, trappers, and riverboat men. 2 of these young volunteers were Vale. Berger, an orphaned farm boy from Garden City, was only 13 years old, but being 5'8" wasn't enough to fool a recruiter when he claimed to be 18. The gray-eyed, brown-haired teenager had immigrated from Austria to the United States with his parents when he was still an infant. They settled in Illinois. Joseph was sent to live in a foster home in New Ulm, Minnesota. On July 15, 1861, young Joe ran away and enlisted in Company H, 2nd Minnesota Infantry at Crystal Lake, Minnesota. John Vale was born in Lambeth, London, England, on August 9, 1835. Taught at St. Mary's Church in Lambeth. John left school at 13 and took a job as a grocery clerk in Kensington, London. But on November 12, 1851, John set off alone aboard the steamer Lenobia for a new life in the United States. A year later, 17-year-old John was working in a sawmill. John was living in Mableton, Minnesota. Like Joe Berger, he also decided to volunteer and enlisted in Company H of the 2nd Minnesota on the same day. Standing not quite 6 feet tall with blue eyes and sandy-colored hair, the 25-year-old private was one of the tallest men in the company. The 2nd Minnesota reported to Washington. However, upon reaching Pittsburgh, the regiment was diverted to Louisville, Kentucky. From there it was ordered to Lebanon Junction for guard and picket duty. In January of 1862, the 2nd Minnesota was sent back to Lebanon, where it took part in the Mill Springs campaign. During this action, the 2nd was engaged driving it back in disorder and taking possession of its tents and equipment. The 2nd returned to Louisville and made its way to Shiloh, arriving there on April 9th, but too late to take part in any action. The Minnesotans camped at Corinth, Mississippi until June 22nd, when they marched to Iuka Springs and Tuscumbia, where they remained for about a month. From there, the 2nd proceeded to Winchester, Pelham Gap, Murfreesboro, and Nashville. The regiment was held in reserve at the Battle of Perryville in October. John and Joe spent the remainder of 1862 on short expeditions and guard duty at various points until making camp near Gallatin, Tennessee. At the beginning of February, the 2nd Minnesota was camped near the Battle Farm along the Nolan's Pike just outside of Nolensville. Mr. Battle was a colonel in the Confederate Army. Sunday morning, February 15th, opened gray and cold. Private Vale and Corporal Berger stepped out of their frost-covered tents and made coffee and bacon over the red embers of the previous night's campfire. While sipping their coffee, the men of Company H listened to orders. Vale and Berger learned that they were to be part of a squad being sent to guard the wagons of a foraging party. There were a few stifled groans, but the possibility of finding some eggs or a chicken for Sunday dinner took the sting out of the assignment. In command of this squad of 16 men was 32-year-old Sergeant Lovillo Holmes of Mankato, Minnesota. 3 miles into the march, the little wagon train met a Negro who warned them that 500 Confederate cavalrymen were roaming the area. The man swore 500 Confederate cavalrymen were roaming the area. The man swore that these men were the 6th Alabama Cavalry and had camped the night before just over the hill about a half-mile in front of the foraging party. Taking no chances, the Minnesotans turned left onto a muddy road and continued on for another mile. The squad eventually reached a lane to a muddy road and continued on for another mile. The squad eventually reached a lane which led to a farm. The lane was marked by a high split-rail fence on each side and was about 16 feet wide. At the farm, Private Berger and the other men began emptying a corn crib and placing their good fortune into the wagons while Corporal John Vale stood watch. Joe and the other men talked and engaged in good-natured taunting while loading the wagons. But the quiet of the cold morning was suddenly broken by the thundering hoofs and a chilling rebel yell. The Negro reappeared, pointing at the oncoming Confederates and shouting at Vale, "See 'em? See 'em?" Vale and another man hid in some bushes and heard the rebel captain order his men to capture the small band of Minnesotans who, he insisted, could be taken without a fight. The Confederate horsemen fired carbines, shouting, "Surrender, you damned Yankees!" As they galloped up the lane, Holmes ordered his men into the corn crib, barn, and haymow, telling them to hold their fire until he got off the first shot. "We can die, but we'll never surrender," Holmes promised as cavalrymen numbering about 125 dismounted and approached the corn crib and barn. "Moments seemed like hours," remembered one Union man as he waited for Holmes' signal shot. Holmes squeezed off a round which struck a Confederate horse, trapping its rider beneath it. More shots followed, hitting and killing 8 horses, and several fired their muskets and jeered the Confederates who, in turn, laid a deadly fire into the corn crib and barn, shattering and splintering the thin wooden walls. Inside the crib, thick smoke blinded and choked the men, who by now could barely see what they were shooting at. Their fire had a telling effect on the cavalrymen. More Southern men fed numbers, and the firepower of the Confederates was working against the men inside the shattered buildings. Back in the camp of the 2nd Minnesota, the sound of distant gunfire got everyone's attention. Assuming the wagon detail was in trouble, the entire regiment left camp and soon appeared on the slope of a nearby hill, deployed as skirmishers, full of stubborn Minnesotans, and now had a few hundred of their friends to also contend with. The cavalrymen fled, leaving behind 7 horses, assorted weapons, and 3 wounded men. One of Sergeant Holmes's men jumped on a horse and rode out to warn the rest of the regiment. While doing this, he ran into 3 Union officers on the end of the path of the retreating enemy. Sergeant Holmes and 2 privates were slightly wounded. 1 mule was killed, and a wagon was damaged. John Vale, Joe Berger, and the other 14 men of the forage detail survived the ordeal at Nolensville and had 3 good horses to return to Uncle Sam for the dead mule. Joseph Berger Nassau Mountain. He re-enlisted into the 2nd Minnesota on December 12, 1863. A soldier's life agreed with him. On the night of July 9, 1864, Private Berger had the miserable assignment of guarding Confederate prisoners as they were being moved by train from Marietta, Georgia to Chattanooga, Tennessee. When it began moving again, it jerked forward, causing both guards and prisoners alike to be jostled about. What happened next remains unclear. Berger himself was uncertain of what actually happened. Private Berger fell out of the boxcar door. His rifle tumbled out with him and discharged. A minie-ball passed through his right hand cap. The ball passed down the leg, breaking the fibula and lodging in the calf. There was speculation that he was pushed by a prisoner, fell out accidentally, or perhaps shot himself to get out of the army. But other guards who witnessed the event swore that Berger simply lost his balance. Joe Berger's left arm was amputated, and 7 months later he was discharged for disability and returned home to Minnesota. His disability, although daunting, did not discourage the man from Austria who spent much of his early life in this country as an orphan. Following the war, he went to Missouri and studied law at Warrenton College. He practiced law in Missouri for a time and served in the state legislature. While in Missouri, he fell in love with 19-year-old Caroline Nolting, and on April 7, 1869, they were married in Warrenton. In 1877, he moved back to Mankato. He served in the Minnesota House of Representatives in 1881. He later moved to St. Paul and served on Governor Hubbard's staff as a military storekeeper. But Joe's disability was nearly total, and he had to be dressed and undressed, washed and combed, and have constant help to assist him in all things. He also suffered from rheumatism. He carried the bullet in his right leg throughout his life. Joseph and Caroline Berger raised 7 children together. A grandson, Warren, became a United States Supreme Court Chief Justice. Caroline Berger died on November 6, 1920 of bronchitis in St. Paul. Joe followed her on January 3, 1921. They're buried together in Oakland Cemetery. Joseph Berger was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on September 11, 1897. His citation reads, "Was one of a detachment of 16 men who heroically defended a wagon train against the attack of 125 cavalry, repulsed the attack, and saved the train." John Vale re-enlisted into the 2nd Minnesota on December 15, 1863, and fought with the regiment for the rest of the war. He was discharged at the war's end at the rank of sergeant. He returned to Davenport, Iowa, where he became a chief clerk for the United States Postal Service. On July 13, 1881, he married a Scottish woman named Mary Middleton in Scott County, Iowa. Sadly, she died only 2 years into the marriage. John remarried on April 27, 1888. His new bride was 33-year-old Maggie Peters. They had 2 children, Annie and William. In his later years, John Vale suffered severe varicose veins in both legs, poor sight out of his right eye, rheumatism, and general debility. He died in 1909. He died in 1909 on Thursday, February 4th at 4 in the afternoon at his home in Davenport, Iowa. He had spent the last 9 years of his life as a shut-in, suffering from paralysis. In spite of his own failing health, John was known for his generosity toward war veterans. Who were on hard times. The Davenport Democrat recalled that whenever some poor stranded veteran has drifted into Davenport and has run against John Vale, he invariably found help and cheer. John was always ready to help an old comrade. His wife Maggie died on September 19, 1930. They are buried together in Oakdale Cemetery in Davenport. On October 4, 1886, Englishman John Vale had become a citizen of the United States. He was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on September 11, 1897. His citation reads, "Was one of a detachment of 16 men who heroically defended a wagon train against the attack of 125 cavalry, repulsed the attack, and saved the train." His local newspaper described the medal. It was enclosed in a red leather silk-lined box. From the bar holding the pen depends an eagle with wings spread, and below this some crossed cannon and balls. The main part of the medal is a 5-pointed star. On the back is an appropriate inscription. The pin and the star are attached by red, white, and blue ribbon. With the Medal of Honor is a knot or button of red, white, and blue. The medal is of bronze, beautiful as well as substantial. Peter McAdams. I'm going to save Charlie Smith. Peter McAdams was 28 years old in May of 1863. He had immigrated to the United States with his sister when he was 14. At least that's how old his sister said he was, and Peter was never quite certain of his actual age. They settled in Manayunk, a suburb of Philadelphia. The war brought prosperity to Manayunk when the mills switched from cotton to wool textiles, producing blankets for the war. Peter found employment as a shoemaker, but 2 weeks after the war. Peter found employment as a shoemaker, but 2 weeks after the attack on Fort Sumter in April of 1861, the gray-eyed, brown-haired Irishman with a dark complexion from County Armagh joined the 21st Pennsylvania Infantry. Comprised mostly of Germans, the regiment was organized in Philadelphia and sent to Maryland. In June. But the 90-day regiment was mustered out before the Irish corporal got a taste of fighting. McAdams liked soldiering, and on August 29, 1861, he joined many of his former comrades from the 21st and enlisted into the newly organized 98th Pennsylvania, a 3-year regiment commanded by 48-year-old John Frederick Ballier, a German-born baker. Also enlisting into the 98th was Peter's dear friend Charlie Smith. Both men were mustered into Company A. Upon leaving Philadelphia, the regiment was ordered to Washington and assigned to Peck's brigade of General Darius Couch's division at Tenallytown. The brigade remained there until March 10, 1862, when it was sent to the York James Peninsula. Peter and Charlie took Malvern Hill. Although held in reserve during the Battle of Fredericksburg, the 98th Pennsylvania suffered through Burnside's mud march and the Valley Forge-like winter quarters near Falmouth, Virginia. In early 1863, Peter suffered from typhoid and spent weeks in a sick tent. He recovered, and on the 28th of April, Virginia. The regiment crossed the Rappahannock River by pontoon bridge at about 8 o'clock in the evening on Saturday, May 2nd. Lieutenant Colonel Wynkoop reported that the 98th was some 3 miles to the left of Fredericksburg and rested upon its arms until about 1 o'clock in the morning. After 4 hours of marching and delay, and took a position within the city on the left of the 139th Pennsylvania. The enemy rear guard had evacuated the city, and the Pennsylvanians rested behind a stone wall directly facing the Confederate batteries on the heights above. At dawn, the Confederate gunners showered this position with rapid-fired rounds until the charge was made upon the wall and batteries, when we marched directly to the front in line of battle and continued to do so until reaching the wall, when by the right flank we ascended the height. The 98th lost 1 man killed and 1 wounded. Union General John Sedgwick, arguably one of the most beloved commanders in Confederate generals, Old Jubal Early. Having dared to divide his army and attack Hooker at Chancellorsville, Lee had left Early badly outgunned atop Marie's Heights at Fredericksburg. But communication problems plagued both armies, and Sedgwick and Early were left to settle their own matters when the fighting grew in intensity. Early's lines began to waver, and Sedgwick pressed the issue until the Confederates dug in near a crossroads known as Salem Heights. At about 4:30 p.m., while the 98th was advancing in line of battle to the support of the front line, a Confederate counterthrust smashed into the Pennsylvanians. Watched in horror as the regiments in their front suddenly broke and retreated in confusion through their line. Their own colonel fell severely wounded. In the confusion of the moment, Corporal McAdams lost track of his friend Charlie. The situation was as hot as it could get. At least 5 more times, Early's men threw them with cool-headedness and a good bit of luck, held his men together. I'm happy to state that under these most trying circumstances, I succeeded in holding the regiment in position, and with the assistance of the artillery immediately in rear, repelled the enemy's advance some 5 or 6 times, until the enemy was finally forced shoulder to shoulder with Peter McAdams during these charges and countercharges. Corporal McAdams was acting first sergeant at the Battle of Salem Heights, where the firing became hot and heavy. In fact, so severe that our regiment was unable to hold its advanced position and was ordered back to its original position on the line of battle. Fire from the enemy, and when the original position was reached, the regiment halted and again faced the enemy. The tired Pennsylvanians gazed out into the smoke-filled ground they had just lost. It was at this time that we could see Charles Smith of our company laying about 250 yards from us, toward the enemy's line, trying to catch their breath, watched in silence. Corporal McAdams was staring out at Charlie while attaching his bayonet to his musket. a task he could do blindfolded after so many months of repetitive training. While his hands were at work, he took in his surroundings. Early's men were preparing for another charge. Just on impulse, Adams turned to his captain and announced, "I'm going to save Charlie Smith." Without hesitation, he stuck his bayonet into the ground and started on a dead run over the field under heavy enemy fire. The enemy advanced toward him, but, unfazed, McAdams continued on his run until he reached Charlie. Smith had been shot and struggled, but managed to put his friend on his back. He turned toward the Union lines and began a staggered jog. As adrenaline surged through his veins, McAdams carried his wounded friend 250 yards as mini balls buzzed around him like bees. The enemy was advancing at the same time, recalled Corporal Thomas Barnes, but mounted and ran up to the body. He was personally subjected to the fire of the enemy sharpshooters and likewise to the regular fire of battle. It was as brave and gallant an act as I've ever seen. Private Michael Ogden was also spellbound by what he was witnessing. McAdams ran as fast as he could, and we all held our minute, but instead he succeeded in reaching the wounded man, Charles Smith, and although Peter McAdams is a small man, he lifted Smith and put him on his back and carried him to our line. There was no person who ever expected to see McAdams get back. When he came back, the entire regiment gave him a welcome cheer. It was the entire regiment cheered, and McAdams was complimented by both enlisted men and officers, said Sam Thompson. Captain Beamish was so moved by McAdams' actions that he initiated the paperwork of a promotion for Peter, retroactive to May 1st. But sadly, Charlie Smith did not survive his wounds. The battle quieted, bivouacked, and filled its ammunition boxes. At 3 a.m. of May 5th, Sergeant Peter McAdams and the 98th Pennsylvania took to the road and crossed the Rappahannock at Banks Ford over a pontoon bridge. After a march of another 2 miles, the weary men stacked arms, rested, and sat alone with their thoughts. At Cold Harbor on June 3, 1864, the injury was complicated when a shell-shattered tree fell on him. He was mustered out of the Army on June 29, 1865, in Washington, D.C., and married Catherine Gill on November 5th of the same year at St. John the Baptist Church in Manayunk. The couple would not. In his later years, he suffered from pleurisy and senility. On one occasion, he misplaced his pension certificate. In 1897, Thomas Barnes was still awed by what he saw at Salem Heights. Many years have passed since the event. Nevertheless, it is stamped upon my memory just as it occurred. Off the field of battle, between the 2 lines of battle into our lines, with the enemy shooting at him, and our entire regiment cheering his brave and gallant act. Peter McAdams died on September 29, 1926, and was buried in St. John the Baptist Cemetery in Philadelphia. On April 1, 1890, in St. John the Baptist Cemetery in Philadelphia. On April 1, 1898, Peter McAdams was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, went 250 yards in front of his regiment toward the position of the enemy, and under fire brought within the lines a wounded and unconscious comrade. Fire brought within the lines a wounded and unconscious comrade. Franz Frey. All promises were forgotten. Grant was on a roll. His Army of the Tennessee was giving Lincoln reason to be optimistic, and in a joint operation on the Mississippi River, the Union Army and Navy enjoyed a series of successes in Louisiana and Mississippi. Near the end of the 3rd week of May in 1863, Grant's forces were converging on Vicksburg. He wasted no time in pounding the city and trapping a Confederate force of 18,500 men, commanded by General John Pemberton. Pemberton was ordered to evacuate the city, and Grant was determined to keep him right where he was. Vicksburg had a natural barrier to its west with its 200-foot bluffs protecting it. Atop these bluffs stood a series of forts. A bold assault on a Confederate stronghold, Stockade Redan, on Tuesday the 19th failed miserably, resulting in 1,000 Union casualties. Grant, thwarted by Pemberton's position, ordered a thorough reconnaissance and planned another assault. Enjoying the rapidity of his recent successes, Grant did not want a siege on his hands. In the early morning hours of May 22nd, Union artillery erupted and bombarded the city's defenses for 4 hours. At about 10 a.m., the guns fell silent. Union infantrymen moved forward along a 3-mile front. Among these men was Swiss-born Corporal Franz Frank Fry of the 37th Ohio. Born in Zurich in 1837, Frank stood nearly 5'8". The blue-eyed, fair-haired 21-year-old had been working as a laborer and butcher when the war beckoned. He enlisted into a regiment being organized in Cleveland on October 10, 1861. Comprised of many German immigrants, this 3-year regiment was designated as the 37th Ohio Infantry and was commanded by Colonel Edward Seiber, a career German soldier who had seen service in Brazil and Prussia. Seiber's Germans remained in Ohio until March 1, 1862, when they moved to the banks of the Kanawha River in western Virginia. Private Fry of Company H got his first taste of battle at Princeton on May 15th. It did not go well. The 37th lost 14 men killed and 48 wounded. Another 14 men were missing. Among the wounded was Private Fry, who took a minie-ball in the right leg, slightly below the knee. But after a few weeks of recuperation at home in Cleveland, he rejoined his regiment in July. In August of 1860, the Ohioans escaped but suffered a loss of 2 killed and 8 missing. In early October, Fry's regiment lost another 75 men who were serving as teamsters and guards during the retreat from Fayetteville. Private Fry was detached to a howitzer battery in November and December and was promoted to corporal. His regiment was being transferred to the west, assigned to Sherman's 15th Corps. The Ohioans were severely tested during the first 3 days of fighting at Vicksburg, losing 12 men killed and 39 wounded. On Friday morning, May 22nd, Frank listened to the silence. Sherman was to make a second attack on the road leading directly to the Confederate stronghold, instead of advancing through the surrounding ravines, which were thick with timber. Sherman threw another element into the mix. Stockade Redan was protected by a ditch 12 feet wide and 6 feet deep, which would have to be crossed before Sherman's men attempted to scale the steep walls. A storming party needed to lay a makeshift bridge over which the main body of the attack could reach the fort. No soldier had to be told that this was a suicide mission. 150 unmarried volunteers were asked for. 300 men stepped forward, including Corporal Fry. A total of 13 men of the 37th Ohio volunteered. The bombardment over, Corporal Fry and the Forlorn Hope were led through a ravine to a road which crossed the enemy's lines at right angles. In this ravine was a pile of roughly hewn logs, lumber, and several ladders. The men were ordered to carry the logs and make a run toward Stockade Redan. 2 men to each house forming a makeshift bridge. The second wave of Forlorn Hope were to carry lumber, which would provide flooring. A third wave was to bring the ladders and stand them against the stockade's walls. From the moment Fry and the Forlorn Hope men left the ravine and took to the road, the gunners within Stockade Redan tore into them with a fury. The stockade became shrouded in black smoke. Undaunted, the volunteers broke into a run. Logs were dropped as men fell, clogging the road. During the quarter-mile charge over open ground, nearly half of the Forlorn Hope men went down. The survivors that reached the ditch realized that so many logs had been was impossible, and with the other men he ran into the ditch, huddling against the stockade's wall. The color-bearer, a private in the 8th Missouri Infantry, managed to plant his flag on the parapet of the fort. The Confederates replied to this insult by dropping shells on the men. Most of the fuses were cut too long, and the men had time to talk, but a few did explode, littering the ditch floor with body parts. Frank waited with the other volunteers and wondered where the main body of the attack was. Unknown to Fry, his own regiment had set out to support the Forlorn Hope men. The 37th Ohio was hit hard as soon as it began its charge. Many of the men powered on the roadway, blocking the way for other regiments trying to assault the stockade. As a result, these regiments were forced to find another route while under fire. These stalwarts were so weakened by the exposure to enemy fire that their own attack amounted to little consequence. The efforts of the Forlorn Hope men had been in vain. Unabated, Confederates sarcastically invited the trapped men to come in for dinner. Corporal Fry and the dwindling number of survivors remained in the ditch until darkness brought with it an opportunity to escape. Carrying their bullet-shredded flags and wounded comrades, Corporal Fry and Forlorn Hope climbed out of the pit and began making their way back. 10 of the Forlorn Hope men had been killed or wounded. A major in the 37th recalled the actions of the men of Forlorn Hope in awe. The gallant conduct of the 13 men of this regiment who volunteered for the storming party deserves particular mention. Several of them were among the first to the enemy's works. The 37th Ohio lost 8 of which were killed. Franz Fry came out of the Forlorn Hope fiasco unharmed, and in August, after the siege of Vicksburg had ended, he was granted a well-earned leave per order of General Sherman. Upon his return, he learned that he was now a sergeant. Frank performed extra duty as a boatman, was reduced to ranks, demoted, in mid-December of 1863, only to be reinstated 2 weeks later. In February 1864, his commitment to the service about to be fulfilled, Sergeant Frank Fry re-enlisted into the 37th Ohio for another 3-year hitch. In May, at Larkinsville, Alabama, regiment staff, he served in that capacity for the duration of the war. He was officially mustered out of the Army on August 8, 1865, at Little Rock, Arkansas, 4 months after the war's end. Frank returned to Cleveland and took up residence at 221 Beach Street. A year after the war, he married Eliza Lizzie, age of 33. As was not unusual in the 19th century, Frank married his deceased wife's sister, Catherine. She would also die young, passing away in 1878 at 28 years of age, after only 9 months of marriage. But Frank got one more chance at marital happiness when he married Margaret Maggie Henkelman, child, Frank, born 2 days before Christmas in 1885. In 1892, Frank Fry applied for an invalid pension from the United States government, claiming dyspepsia, deafness in both ears, defective eyesight, and the nagging effects of the gunshot wound to his right leg. His claim was rejected. His pension would eventually be granted on the basis of his gunshot wound. Franz Fry died on March 13, 1900, and was buried in Lakeview Cemetery at Cleveland, Ohio. He was 63 years old. A fellow comrade in arms, Fred Fitzelman, private in the 37th Ohio, said of Fry, he was a brave, fearless man, the first to volunteer when any hazardous undertaking was necessary. He even piloted one of the boats through the blockade at Vicksburg. In October of the following year, 44-year-old Maggie Fry provided the government with an affidavit regarding her financial situation. She swore, "I have no income of support to subsist on. I have to work and manage every way honestly to keep my family together and live, and as you know, the soldiers' widows have a hard life to live and get along." On July 1st, soldiers' widows have a hard life to live and get along. On July 1st, 1894, Fry had written to the government. The volunteers of that storming party were promised an honorable discharge, but when the siege was over, all promises were forgotten. I never perceived any reward. I served 4 years and 8 months and was wounded at Princeton, Virginia. Trusting to hear from you again at an early date, I am very respectfully, Franz Fry. On August 14, 1894, Franz Fry was awarded the Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "Gallantry in the charge of the volunteer storming party." Luigi Palma di Cesnola. You thought me dead. Between 1850 and 1860, 7,000 Italians immigrated to America. One of the most colorful of these immigrants was Luigi Palma di Cesnola. Born on June 29, 1833, Cesnola was the son of Count Victor Palma di Cesnola and his wife Eugenia. The Cesnola family once held genuine noble stature, but those days were long over. Luigi's early ambitions had been with the church, and he studied for the priesthood at Ivrea and Turin. When war broke out in 1848, he received his true calling, soldiering. He volunteered into the Sardinian army and immediately made an impression. At the Battle of Novara, Cesnola showed his fearlessness and, as a result, was promoted to second lieutenant, the youngest commissioned officer in that army. After the war, he decided to make the military his career and entered the military academy at Cherasco. Luigi graduated in 1851. After serving with the British in the Crimean War, he sailed to the United States, where a civil war was on the horizon. In New York, Cesnola married Mary Isabel Reed. Mary's father, Captain Samuel Reed, was a hero of the War of 1812. Luigi established a training school for officers, and on September 11, 1862, he became one himself when he accepted a commission as colonel of the 4th New York Cavalry. In 1863, the Army of Northern Virginia was moving north through Virginia, while General Jeb Stuart's cavalry was on the prowl, looking for the Army of the Potomac. Union General Judson Kilpatrick's brigade of cavalry was also roaming the countryside in advance of the Union Army. The two generals found each other at the Little North. New York was part of Kilpatrick's brigade, and earlier in the day an ugly incident caused dissension among the regiments. Cesnola got wind that a junior officer had been promoted to brigadier general, a position he expected to get. His temper flared, and he made no attempt to hold his tongue. He walked up to the officer, and the newly appointed general had no interest in Cesnola's rant. He ordered the colonel placed under arrest and demanded he hand over his sword. While this drama was still unfolding, Jeb Stuart's men occupied some high ground and began building defenses. Events were developing rapidly as Confederate artillery began to tear injured or put out of action. Kilpatrick ordered a charge, but the men of the 4th New York refused the order. They would only fight behind their colonel. With his own honor already tarnished, Luigi Cesnola would not allow the reputation of his beloved regiment to be sullied. Swordless, Cesnola called his men to attention, ordered his bugle. Soldiers drove Cesnola's men back down the slope, only to have them come charging back twice more. 3 times the 4th New York was beaten back. General Kilpatrick watched in awe. As Colonel Cesnola was preparing his men for a 4th charge, an emotional Kilpatrick walked up to him and said, "Colonel, you're a brave man. And bring it back to me red with the enemy's blood." In this desperate 4th charge, Jeb Stuart feared for his guns and chose to fall back to a better position. But before retreating, he unleashed a punishing blow on the 4th New York. In a single instant, Cesnola was slashed in the head by a saber, shot in the right arm, and pinned its rider beneath it. In the aftermath of the fighting, Union prisoners were rounded up by Stuart's men. Cesnola was captured by Private William Scruggs of the 2nd Virginia Cavalry. Tom Morley of the 12th Pennsylvania Cavalry was captured along with Cesnola. I saw him lying on the ground, unable to assist himself because of wounds. He asked me to procure him a little water, which I did. I saw his hand was bandaged with dirty, bloody rags. His arm was also bandaged, and he had a saber cut 3 inches long in the crown of his cap. I said, "Your hair is full of clotted blood and dirt." I heated some water and bathed his head. Then I had to cut off all the hair, around plaster. I found a large cut in the palm of his right hand and a gunshot wound in his left arm above the elbow. I persuaded him not to be left behind, but to make arrangements to be carried to Stanton, to which he did by riding a horse. I attended every day to his wounds during the time we were on the march, and also in Libby Prison, sleeping next. Feared hospital treatment as a prisoner of war and being a foreigner. I know he suffered from the gunshot wound most, as he was unable to sleep when it was gathering. After it broke, he was able to sleep. I found him comparatively helpless and a great sufferer most of the time. He also suffered generally from rheumatism and asthma, contracted by windows with no glass or on the bare floor without cover. When he recovered, the outspoken Cesnola became a leader among the captives. He castigated the guards for their mistreatment of prisoners. Eventually, he was put in charge of the prison commissary at Belle Isle. Colonel Cesnola was paroled on March 21, 1864, at command in August, saying, I would like to have again an opportunity to lead the men of my old brigade against the rebels in whose hands I have been so long time a prisoner." But Cesnola quickly got wrapped up in controversy, and he found himself dismissed from the army. A fellow officer in charge of a camp of 150 deserters was accused of failing to properly arm his guards. Cesnola decided to help, and ordered that 6 Remington's pistols and holsters be sent to the major. To ensure that these pistols ended in the right hands, Cesnola mailed them to his wife Mary in New York City. Mary would hand-deliver them. Cesnola was accused. Fuming, he wrote to the Secretary of War, "Without a hearing, without a reason, I have been a week ago publicly disgraced by your order. I have remonstrated through the proper channel, soldier-like, in hope that you would immediately restore my honor, which neither you nor the President of the U.S. nor God have a right to deprive me of unjustly. Immediately as the injury came, is coming, if coming at all, reluctantly, as if sorry not to find guilt there where so hurriedly was thought it undeniable. I bore the stigma of thief upon my brow patiently, to give time to repair a gross mistake. It seems, however, that you have more urgent business to attend than the rest of anything else so dear. I hereby protest that, if not wickedly, I was at least unjustly condemned to a moral death, without a reason and without a cause. Without a reason for this, because I was dismissed dishonorably from the U.S. service for being detected to forward north stolen government property. Whistles sent north were not stolen, as so disgracefully published everywhere, but were receipted for by me to the New York arsenal, where my signature alone had procured them, and I was and I am yet by the same arsenal held responsible for them. After a full investigation, the charge was dropped, and Cesnola was reinstated. Held you as a high-minded gentleman and gallant soldier. The charges against you proved groundless, and were caused by a misapprehension of facts. But Luigi had had enough, and he left the army on September 4th at Harper's Ferry. In early April of 1865, only a few days before his assassination, President of Brigadier General. In addition, he offered him the position of American consul at Cyprus. This required that the general become an American citizen. Cesnola accepted these terms, and he served in Cyprus for the next 12 years. While in Cyprus, he became interested in archaeology. With the Sultan's blessing, Cesnola several ancient cities. At Golgos, he uncovered the ruins of the Temple of Venus and unearthed hundreds of statues and smaller objects. In 1873, he sold these treasures to the newly established Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. Not everyone was impressed, and Cesnola's archaeological methods received harsh criticism. He was seldom present at the digs, kept few notes, took no photographs, and his descriptions of the artifacts were often vague or misleading. Even to this day, some consider his actions in Cyprus as blatant thievery. His impact on the new museum was undeniable. So much so that in 1879, Cesnola became the Metropolitan Museum of Art's first director. When President Rutherford B. Hayes opened the institution in 1880, the Cesnola collection of Cypriot antiquities occupied most of the first floor. Luigi de Cesnola authored Cyprus, its ancient cities, tombs, and temples, and the 3-volume descriptive atlas of the Cesnola collection of Cypriot antiquities. Cesnola was disliked by many. He tolerated nothing but fierce loyalty, which he gave in return, but his physical presence, tall, with intense eyes, along with his hot-blooded passion for argument, rubbed many in the art world the wrong way. His Italian accent became more pronounced when brought to anger. He was accused of being hostile to the public and students, ignoring of modern art and afraid of experts. He scolded the city of New York, saying, "We do not want, nor will we permit a person who has been digging in a filthy sewer or working among grease and oil to come in here, and by offensive odors emitted from the dirt on their apparel make the surroundings uncomfortable for others. You do not see any more persons in the picture galleries blowing their noses. You do not see any more persons in the picture galleries blowing their noses with their fingers, no more dogs brought in openly or concealed in baskets. There is no more spitting tobacco juice on the gallery floors, to the disgust of all other visitors. There are no more nurses taking children to some corner to defile the floors of the museum. There are no more nurses taking children to some corner to defile the floors of the museum. No more whistling, singing, or calling aloud to people from one gallery to another. Luigi di Cesnola died on November 20th, 1904, in his apartment in the Seymour Hotel. He was 72. He was buried in Kensico Cemetery, the Seymour Hotel. He was 72. He was buried in Kensico Cemetery with Mary in Valhalla, New York. He was survived by his 2 daughters. Tom Morley remembered his friend fondly. In letters which I received from him over 30 years back, he thanked me for saving his life. 25 years after the war, 25 years after the war, Cesnola was asked to speak at the reunion of the 4th New York Cavalry. You remember, he said, that at Aldie in Virginia on the 17th day of June, 1863, our regiment was ordered to charge several times in succession a force of cavalry in front of us which outnumbered the 4th New York. It was a senseless order, and a foolhardy and reckless act, which cost our regiment many precious lives, but we obeyed it. At the 5th charge to which I led you on that memorable day, my horse was shot dead under me. I was wounded by a saber cut on the head and a rifle bullet in my left arm, and you thought me dead, but I was only stunned by the... Cesnola was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, was present in arrest when, seeing his regiment fall back, he rallied his men, accompanied them without arms, in a second charge, and in recognition of his gallantry, was released from arrest. He continued in the action at the head of his regiment until he was desperately... Francis Ersch, Gallantry and Efficiency at Gettysburg. Trouble always seemed to find Frank Ersch. The captain of Company A of the 45th New York Infantry was born in Saarburg, Germany, on December 4, 1840, and came to America as a young boy. As a 20-out, when he heard that a regiment of Germans was being raised, he couldn't resist the opportunity for excitement and adventure, and enlisted into the 45th New York as a second lieutenant on September 2, 1861. But only 8 months later, the blue-eyed, dark-haired soldier had a problem with the Army. In Franklin, Virginia, on May 4, Hafner brought charges against Ersch, stating, I delivered to Mr. Francis Ersch the sum of $20 at Washington on or about the month of February to be handed over to my wife in New York for her support, which said Francis Ersch failed to do. Another man took issue with Ersch, claiming that Francis Ersch borrowed a dime and never returned it to me. All this on or about the month of July, 1861. A third charge said that Frank Ersch, under trial by a general court-martial, did write and send an insolent and provoking letter, a copy of which is here enclosed, to Lieutenant Colonel Edward Mudislaw, his commanding officer. And gentlemen, he was acquitted of all charges, but there was no doubt that Second Lieutenant Ersch would be a handful for any authority, whatever that might be. The 45th New York Infantry, also known as the 5th German Rifles, was mustered into the service of the United States on September 9, 1861. Its term of service on October 9th, and built winter quarters at Hunter's Chapel, Virginia. In April, Frank Ersch and the 45th were sent to Winchester, and soon after participated in the Battle of Cross Keys. These were difficult days for the New Yorkers, who suffered from a lack of food and extremely hard marching. Many men fell ill. In this battle, General Oliver Howard first took notice of Frank Ersch's fearlessness. The general recalled, as Ersch was charging with his command, he was struck in the leg by a bullet, and when he joined the regiment on my flank, while we were charging and driving the enemy, I heard him say he was hit, and the adjutant also wanted to assist him to take off his boot. He was told by him not to waste any time with him while there was work to do. He would be all right again, and said Ersch remained under fire, directing his command with his accustomed intrepid gallantry, and limped off the field when the regiment finally retired with his command, and even performed picket duty that night with me near the Bull Run Creek. Following that battle, the regiment camped at Lewinsville, Virginia for most of September. In November, Frank Ersch and the 45th New York were assigned to the 11th Corps, and were posted at Thoroughfare Gap, Aldie, and Chantilly 11th Corps, and were posted at Thoroughfare Gap, Aldie, and Chantilly. The 45th was held in reserve at the Battle of Fredericksburg in December of 1862, and spent the winter of the new year in winter quarters at Stafford Courthouse. In May at Chancellorsville, the 45th was hotly engaged, losing 76 men killed, wounded, or missing. On June 28th, Ersch, now a captain, and the 45th New York were marching toward Frederick, Maryland. After a march of 22 miles, the men rested on June 30th. Early on July 1st, the regiment marched to Emmitsburg and pushed on to Gettysburg. The exhausted men arrived about 11 a.m. The Union First Corps was already heavily engaged and in trouble. The 45th New York was ordered to the field of battle on the Double Quick and went into position. And went into position on the right of First Corps. The 45th sent out 4 companies as skirmishers at about 11:30 to fill a wide hole in the line. Ultimately, the entire regiment was deployed as skirmishers. Captain Frank Ersch cautiously led his company forward as skirmishers. He met resistance from Confederate sharpshooters and 2 batteries planted on Bennis and Oak Hills, forcing he and his men to seek cover and hope for reinforcements. The 45th New York pushed forward with the support of an Ohio battery, heating up the contest. Heating up the contest considerably. Confederate General Ewell, however, observed the small number of the Union troops and a large gap in their lines, and ordered 2 of his brigades to smash through it. A brigade of Alabamians moved stealthily along a covered lane at the base of Oak Hill. Toward the Mummasburg Road. Sharp-eyed Frank Ersch could see them and sent word of their movement to other regiments. A Union battery began firing double-shotted shrapnel into the Alabamians, who were also taking heat from 2 Massachusetts regiments. The stunned Alabamians staggered back, falling upon their own advancing comrades. Companies and regiments became tangled as men pushed to the front and to the rear. Captain Frank Ersch recognized an opportunity and ordered his men to charge. It was about 1:30. The panicking Alabamians, assuming they were being attacked by a large force, turned and ran towards the waiting Massachusetts men. The bulk of 3 Confederate regiments surrendered with their battle flags. Ewell's other brigade finally arrived, meeting the same fate. Some remnants of the broken Confederate brigades found safe haven in a barn belonging to a family known as McLean. Having barricaded the windows and doors of the structure, these men began unleashing a tremendous fire on scattered Union troops. Ersch, in a fighting mood, stormed the barn and captured about 100 more prisoners. The 45th New York counted 8 of its men dead. It was still early in the day. About 4 p.m. the Union First Corps broke, and Captain Ersch's 45th was ordered to retreat, which it did in good order. The men halted at the Lutheran Seminary, where it was ordered to cover the retreat of the 1st and 11th Corps. The Union troops poured into the town of Gettysburg, hotly pursued by the Confederates. 2 Union brigades did their best to keep the Confederates at bay as street fighting became more frequent. Broken gun carriages, a stream of wounded and assorted vehicles impeded the retreat, making escape impossible. Organization broke down, and men formed small commands. The 45th was also falling back through the quaint little town, as shells and solid shot tore through its houses, fences, and gardens. Captain Ersch's company remained until it reached Chambersburg Street. Closely behind them, Frank Ersch could see the Confederates hoisting their colors on the town square. The 45th New York, carrying its own colors, sought to run through an alley, seeking a way to Cemetery Hill, where the Union Army was making a strong stand. There was only one other way out of this alley, a narrow making a strong stand. There was only one other way out of this alley, a narrow doorway where Confederate sharpshooters had already made a barricade of dead Union soldiers blocking the exit. Oesch hadn't taken his men into the alley, and instead ordered them to take possession of a block of buildings near the Christ Lutheran Church, from which they could put an incessant fire on the Confederates in the streets. Other Union soldiers followed his lead, and within minutes about 600 men were barricaded in these structures. Captain Oesch's small band of resistance held out until about 5:30 p.m. when Confederates demanded their surrender. Not knowing the condition of the main army and running out of ammunition, Captain Oesch was persuaded by the enemy to come out into the street to survey his situation. He was taken to the outskirts of Gettysburg and could see no help in sight. Nothing further bloodshed. He returned to his men, where all agreed to surrender. In the 3 days of fighting at Gettysburg, the 45th New York lost 224 men killed, wounded, and missing. Frank Oesch refused a parole from the enemy and was taken to Libby Prison in Richmond. He was one of over 100 men that escaped through a captured near Williamsburg. Retribution for escape was brutal, and Oesch was held in a subterranean solitary cell for 3 weeks. He was later taken to prisons in Macon and Savannah, Georgia. Always the agitator, Oesch was continually moved before he could stir up trouble. In a prison at Charleston, South Carolina, fire of the Union Navy. 4 times Frank tried to escape from these prisons, only to be tracked down by bloodhounds. In 1864, Frank's mother wrote to the commanding officer at Charleston. Being a poor widow woman, and having a son held as a prisoner of war by the enemy at Savannah, Georgia, since the Battle of Gettysburg, July 18, you might exercise your influence to have the same exchanged, as I am mainly dependent on him for support. Enclosed you will find a letter addressed to him. I hope you will be so kind as to forward. Should it be in your power to do something towards the release of my son, Frank Oesch, you will much oblige and relieve. Arranged at Wilmington, North Carolina, in March 1864. He was in very poor physical condition, but after a 30-day leave of absence, he returned for duty. Captain Oesch was mustered out of the Army on May 17, 1865. 13 years after the war ended, Frank married Mary Teek. The couple went on to have 1 child, a daughter, Louise, who they loved to call Lulu. The military record of Captain Oesch, both in battle and in prison, is remarkable. He suffered much from lack of necessaries, remembered another prisoner. He was continuously busy with attempts to escape, and when he was captured was doubled up with muscular rheumatism. Because he would not comply with an important command of the rebel authorities, he was bucked and gagged over half a day in a boiling sun. Another friend recalled, during the winter of 1863-1864, while in Libby Prison, Captain Oesch, having made his escape and being recaptured for a long time, and when returned to the prison proper, he was greatly afflicted with what appeared to be rheumatism, his limbs being greatly swollen. By 1905, Frank Oesch was unable to stand or walk for prolonged periods. Climbing stairs became impossible, and he frequently used a wheelchair. He had difficulty dressing. He also suffered from heart trouble, chronic bronchitis, kidney disease, and rheumatism. His feet were often swollen to the knees. His close friend and old Army buddy, Theodore Durbin, perhaps described Frank's condition most accurately, saying he was a broken-down man in health and spirits. General Oliver O. Howard, United States Congress, I recommend the Congressional Medal of Honor, which is due him for his conduct in the service, but especially for his gallantry and efficiency at Gettysburg, the 1st day of July, 1863. Major General William Tate also recommended that Oesch receive the Medal of Honor, saying, for the many specific acts, exceptional difficulties, and hardships. Frank didn't speak much about his time in prison, but those who were with him remember his rebellious attitude toward his keepers. I was confined with Frank Oesch as a prisoner of war, and I have personal knowledge of his being subjected to excessive and cruel treatment at Richmond, also at Macon, Georgia, a prisoner. He was bucked and gagged outside the prison, but within view of those of his comrades, and kept in this position until he passed out and was supposed to be dead. That at the time of his exchange, March 1865, he was greatly reduced from suffering. Another former comrade stated, "I frequently saw him troubled with rheumatism, and have seen him walk with crutches on account of rheumatism. I also remembered that his feet were swollen and discolored, having been frozen during the war." About 1866, Frank Ersch sued his wife Mary for a divorce. The verdict was in her favor, the judge dismissing the plaintiff's complaint upon the marriage the rest of their lives. Frank Ersch died on August 19, 1906, in Tampa, Florida. The cause of his death was anemia and nephritis. He was survived by his wife and sons, Mary, Frank, and Edward, and 3 daughters, Catherine, Mary, and Louise. He is buried in Woodlawn Cemetery, and Ersch was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. He is one of 63 men who received the medal for their conduct at Gettysburg. His citation reads, "Gallantry in flanking the enemy and capturing a number of prisoners, and in holding a part of the town against heavy odds while the army was rallying on Cemetery Hill." 23-year-old Irish immigrant from Tipperary looked like a soldier. Standing just under 6 feet tall, with piercing gray eyes, this resident of Burlington, Vermont, was eager to serve his adopted country. In June of 1861, Lonergan recruited a company for the 2nd Vermont Volunteers, but on the 18th this company inspection to produce the requisite number of men fit for service. John was angry at Vermont and sought legal counsel, who claimed John Lonergan received an order to recruit a company for the state service. He did so recruit, and when his company was full, in accordance with previous orders, reported the fact to the adjutant of said company and held an election of officers. John Lonergan was unanimously elected captain. Captain Lonergan, on the 3rd of June, following received orders from Adjutant General Baxter to report himself and company at Camp Underwood in this place to Lieutenant Colonel Stannard, which Captain Lonergan did. About the 3rd, rejected 5 men and accepted the balance, 71 in number, and they were sworn in. Captain Lonergan went into camp with a full company, but through defective discipline, either in the captain or in the garrison of the camp, only 71 men could be got together to be sworn in. However, the 71 men were Fairbanks issued an order making no charges, declaring Company K disbanded, assigning as a reason for doing so that the company was not full. Captain Lonergan, shortly after, vacated his quarters under protest. He has ever since that time held himself in readiness for duty, frequently reporting himself for duty to the governor and to the United States officer in command at this place, claiming still to be a captain in the United States Army. The following summer, the 13th Vermont Infantry was formed throughout Chittenden, Lemoyne, Washington, and Franklin counties. By September, By September 24, 1862, the regiment was filled. Although comprised mainly of farmers, many of these new recruits were intellectuals, businessmen, and skilled tradesmen. Lonergan was known as one of the regiment's most robust and strongest men at that time, and was a man of great physical vigor, said one man in Company A. On August 25th, he was commissioned its captain. Lonergan knew he would soon be in the war, and 1 week before his commission, he put his personal affairs in order by marrying the love of his life, Rosanna Sorrigan, at the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception in Burlington, Vermont. They were both 24 years old. The regiment was commanded by Colonel Francis V. Randall, an attorney who had been a captain in the 2nd Regiment. Although at 38 he was considerably older than most of his men, he quickly became popular, and Lonergan and the other men held him in high regard. The 13th Vermont, equipped with the latest Springfield rifles, left for Washington on October 11th. Rosanna Lonergan accompanied her new husband to the front. On the 30th, the regiment and the rest of its brigade marched down Pennsylvania Avenue to the tune of "The Girl I Left Behind Me," crossing over Long Bridge and into Virginia, where it made camp south of Alexandria. In mid-December, Lonergan's brigade marched to Fairfax Courthouse, where they remained 5 weeks. On January 20th, 1863, the Vermonters were sent 12 miles south to Wolf Run Shoals and encamped there until April 2nd, when they moved 5 miles down the Occoquan and built a new camp. Captain Lonergan could hear the cannonading at Chancellorsville, but the order to move out never came. On June 13th, Hooker's army started northward, crossing the Occoquan. On pontoon bridges. 12 days later, the 13th Vermont was on the march to join the other regiments of its brigade. While crossing the Monocacy River, Captain Lonergan was thrown from his horse and severely injured. Several soldiers came to his aid, and he was attended to by the regiment's assistant surgeon. With a sore back and inflammation of his groin, the captain continued on as his regiment marched to beat the brigade at Union Mills. A man in his company remembered, "I further declare that while the aforesaid Captain Monocacy, the captain was thrown from his horse, and we all thought he was severely injured. This was about the last of June, and in a day or two we were on the battlefield of Gettysburg. On the battlefield, I noticed that the captain was not well, and acted as if he had received sunstroke or some injury. I afterwards learned that he was suffering from the... 7 days later, on July 1st, the Vermonters arrived at Gettysburg. At about 5 p.m., Lonergan and the other men took a position in a clover field at the left of Buford's cavalry. The fighting was raging. A man in the 13th Vermont remembered the events of July 1st, 1863. The fighting during the dark of the second day was fast and furious. Not a moment but the roar of artillery and musketry mingled, and the diapason of battle rose and fell as hour after hour passed. Batteries were captured and retaken in rapid succession. At one time, the guns of the 5th U.S. fell into the hands of the enemy. Hancock rode up, and seemingly addressing the entire regiment, asked, "Can you Vermont men take those guns?" Colonel Randall replied, "We'll try, General." My company reached the guns first, and placing my hand upon the nearest gun, I ordered the enemy to surrender. All this time the whole regiment was under charge, but we reached the guns comparatively together and in good form. The Confederates obeyed my summons to surrender, after which my men lay down their guns, and taking hold of the wheels of the gun carriages, began moving them to a new position where they could be utilized. Meanwhile, I noticed that we were sustaining much damage from firing that came from my command to pick up their guns. We made a charge on the house. We quickly surrounded the building, the men at once covering the windows and doors with their guns, so that no man should escape. Then I stepped up to the front door, and knocking in it, I ordered, "Surrender! Fall out here, every damned one of you!" My order was obeyed by the commanding officer until we had 83 men as prisoners. The officer in command handed me his sword, and each man laid down his gun until I had a considerably larger number of men as prisoners than I had in my entire command. But his day was not over. Within an hour, Lonergan was called upon to perform a still more heroic act. The Union line had been taken possession of by Confederate sharpshooters, and their fire was annoying and destructive. Colonel Randall called to him, "Captain Lonergan, that house is full of sharpshooters. Can you take them?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lonergan dashed off for the house with the 65 men left of his company. At the end of the day, "Captain, you did well today, but do you know you violated all military laws in capturing those prisoners in the Codori house? You know that in forming a company line the command is 'fall in,' and at the Codori house you said 'fall out.'" With a wry smile, the Irish captain quipped, "Yes, General, but they were already in, so they had all of the time for 20 days with very little rest, and the captain suffered all the time," said one of his men. Captain Lonergan was mustered out of the Army on July 21st, 1863, at Brattleboro, Vermont. But as 1865 dawned, Lonergan still had some soldier in him. On January 3rd, he enlisted in the 6th, was also known as the Frontier Cavalry. Having been organized in response to the St. Albans raid the previous October, Sergeant Lonergan and his regiment roamed the Canadian border in northern New England from February to early summer. The war over, John Lonergan was mustered out of the Army on June 27, 1865. Family. But there was trouble. The effects of the fall from his horse on the march to Gettysburg lingered. He spent the next 7 weeks laid up in a Burlington hotel suffering from back pain. Recovered somewhat, John found work as a cooper, hooping butter tubs, but his old injury on the Monocacy River again returned with a vein of fluid, along with chronic back pain and debilitating diarrhea, disabled him. Between bouts of severe pain and sickness, he could only manage to work 3 months a year. Lonergan and his wife lived in Burlington, Vermont in the years following the war. Hard times were upon them. The loss of my trade, to me, upset my whole prospects to stop. That in the later part of 1865 I received an appointment as Inspector of Customs in Burlington. This gave me a salary for 6 months in each year during navigation. The rest of the year I earned nothing whatsoever. In 1868 I was out of Custom House employ, not being able to work at the paying part of my trade to this town, Lincoln. But better times were in store for Lonergan. John and Rosanna raised 4 children, Thomas, Jenny, Mary Catherine, and Rosanna. In 1871 he was appointed Deputy Collector of Customs for the State District of Vermont. Upon acceptance of a position with the United States Customs Service in 8 together at soldiers' reunions in Vermont. In his later years, John Lonergan suffered from rheumatism, heart disease, chronic diarrhea, and disease of the rectum. The heart trouble, his doctor said, is now so bad, and has been for several years, that he is totally incapable of performing any manual labor whatever, and will any moment. Money was tight, and the proud Irishman decided to ask his former colonel, Francis Randall, to nominate him for a Medal of Honor and subsequent pension. "I won a medal. I deserve a medal," pleaded the old soldier. John Lonergan was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on October 28, 1893. His 2 additional guns from the enemy, also the capture of a number of prisoners. In accepting the medal, he wrote to the government, "I feel grateful for the medal, and it will be cherished as an heirloom in the circumstances and the cause for which we did our duty." Lonergan died on August 6, 1902, in Montreal, Canada. He said of him, "He was a man of fine attainments, fluent of speech, full of wit, always a welcome guest at the campfire and the banquet table. His political doctrine was contained in 4 words: Long live the Republic." Martin Scheibner. I do not think Anne. Martin Scheibner was in deep trouble. In fact, he was only hours away from being executed. He had been a student at the University of Warsaw and had joined in the Revolution of 1861. In spite of his political activities, he graduated the following year. In 1863, he was arrested and was under a sentence. Of death. Luckily, as the minutes to his death were counted down, he was pardoned and exiled. Being a man who loved a good fight, he chose America as his country of refuge. After all, there was a civil war being fought there. Martin E. Scheibner was born in Valdai, Russia, south of the city of Moscow, on October 13, 1840. He arrived in the United States in September of 1863, and being in exile, was immediately drafted into Company G of the 90th Pennsylvania Infantry in Berks County. He was a substitute for a man named Jonathan Smith. The fair-skinned private stood 5 feet 8 inches tall. His red hair and hazel eyes were hard not to notice. The 90th Pennsylvania Infantry had been raised up in Philadelphia during late 1861. And the spring of 1862. Once deployed, it fought in the Shenandoah Valley, at Groveton, South Mountain, Antietam, Chancellorsville, and Gettysburg. At the Battle of Gettysburg, the 90th lost 100 of its 191 men who had reported for duty. The regiment took part in the pursuit of the retreating Lee and later moved to Stevensburg, Virginia, where it performed guard duty and drilled new recruits it received there. Among these men was Private Martin Scheibner. Scheibner and the 90th camped on the banks of the Rappahannock River until the middle of October, when it joined the rest of the army in its retreat to Centerville. The men were put to work repairing the railroad near Bristow Station until the regiment was ordered to take part in the Mine Run campaign in November. During shelling of Union troops on November 27th, General Meade decided to have the 90th Pennsylvania charge the enemy batteries. As Scheibner and the other men formed their lines, a shell fell close to the men of his company. Formed their lines, a shell fell close to the men of his company. Blue-clad soldiers scattered in all directions, but Scheibner instantly ran towards it, removed the stopper of his canteen, which contained coffee, and poured its contents on the burning fuse. The fuse sputtered out seconds before reaching the shell. The fuse sputtered out seconds before reaching the shell. The entire act took less than 30 seconds. The men of his company, watching from behind a pile of knapsacks, cheered, awestruck. They reformed their lines and began the charge. But plaudits quickly followed. Of course, a general scatter took place. But there was a comrade with wonderful presence of mind, coupled with unsurpassed bravery, who instantly removed the stopper of his canteen and poured its contents, which was coffee, onto the burning fuse, thereby extinguishing the same and preventing the bursting of the death-dealing instrument, reported Major Alfred Jacob Sellers, who was commanding the regiment at Mine Run. Joseph H. Wheaton, a former corporal in the 90th Pennsylvania, said of Martin Scheibner, "With great presence of mind and unmistakable bravery, Scheibner quickly emptied the contents of his canteen upon the unexploded shell, which brave act certainly saved the lives of a number of his comrades. I do not think I ever, in all of my war experience, saw a braver man." In January of 1864, the 90th was quartered in Culpeper, Virginia. On May 4th, Scheibner and the men moved with the army to the wilderness of Virginia. In a fierce charge on the 5th, the regiment found itself unsupported by the rest of its brigade and was nearly destroyed, losing 124 men out of 251 who went into action. Scheibner was struck by a minie-ball in the tibia and fibula of his right leg. The leg was saved, but he suffered from impaired use of the ankle joint. He was discharged from the hospital May 15, 1864, but deemed unfit for duty. On November 26, 1864, Scheibner was transferred into Company G of the 11th Pennsylvania Infantry. Due to his wound, he never served with the regiment and was mustered out on July 1st. On July 1st, 1865. After leaving the Army, he entered the office of the New York Tribune as a proofreader under Horace Greeley until 1870. During that time, he traveled considerably throughout the United States and in South America. But Scheibner's love of the military drew him back to Europe, where in 1870 he went to France and enlisted under a son of Garibaldi. He was taken prisoner at Sedan, but through the intercession of American General Philip Sheridan was sent back to England. After proving satisfactorily to Sheridan that he was a veteran of the Union Army. Having dodged an untimely fate in Europe, a second time Martin returned to the United States in 1871. Martin married Maria Jane Gerard of Sharpsburg, 1871. Martin married Maria Jane Gerard of Sharpsburg, Pennsylvania, on August 8, 1872. The couple settled in Pittsburgh, where Martin took up the profession of teaching. Subsequently, he had charge of a number of institutions, including Beaver Seminary in Doylestown and the public schools. Of February of 1907, Martin began experiencing discomfort in his right leg. The cause was a common malady among Civil War soldiers, varicose veins. His doctors concluded that the damaged veins on inner aspect of leg extending from 6 inches below knee to about 1 inch above knee, raised in some place, inflamed, and at present show no tendency to rupture. Varicose condition, in our opinion, is due to interference in circulation, due to injury. During the summer of 1908, Scheibner began suffering from the effects of carcinoma of the bladder. In late November, he underwent a surgical procedure to remove the mass, but went into shock for 5 days before dying on November 29th in a Camden, New Jersey hospital. He is buried in Charles Evans Cemetery in Reading, Pennsylvania. His widow, Maria, died on May 5, 1926. The couple had no children. Professor Martin Scheibner was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on June 23, 1896. Voluntarily extinguished the burning fuse of a shell which had been thrown into the lines of the regiment by the enemy. Henry Irving Smith, at the peril of his own life. Henry Smith was born in Nottingham, England, on May 4, 1840. Their first home in the United States was in Kane County, Illinois, but in 1854 they moved to Iowa. His early life was on a farm near Shell Rock in Cerro Gordo County. From boyhood, Henry was a factor in the support of his family, and the hard life of a farmer provided him the physical and mental strength which was 1861. The 7th Iowa Infantry was being organized, and 21-year-old Henry Smith answered the call for volunteers, enlisting into the regiment as a corporal. Understanding how promotional opportunities came about in the military, the blue-eyed, brown-haired farmer stated that his occupation was that of a clerk. He weighed 158 pounds. In spite of the years of farming, the 21-year-old retained the fair complexion of an Englishman. These Iowans wasted little time getting into the war, and on August 6th, the 7th Iowa moved to St. Louis and went into Jefferson Barracks. Within a few days it was armed and proceeded in the movement against Confederate forces in Missouri. Smith was promoted to sergeant on September 19, 1861. The 7th Iowa got into its first major engagement at Belmont, Missouri, on November 7. The regiment won the praise of Union General Grant when the men drove a hole through the enemy's lines at a high price. 227 men were either killed, wounded, or missing. Sergeant Smith was wounded in the upper back, the bullet passing downward and backward and becoming lodged under his shoulder blade. The regimental surgeon decided not to try to remove it. After a convalescence of several weeks, Smith returned to Shiloh and Corinth, where it lost about a third of its number engaged. In the fighting at Corinth, Smith was wounded again, but the wound proved superficial. In March, Smith was promoted to second lieutenant, and the 7th spent the summer of 1863 at Bethel, Tennessee, and Corinth, Mississippi, on forage and train guard duty. The regiment went into winter quarters at Pulaski in November and wrestled with an enrollment problem as most of the men were nearing the end of their enlistment commitment. With the enticement of bonuses and furloughs, three-fourths of the men re-enlisted in December. Smith, now a first lieutenant, was one of them. He was offered the position of aide-de-camp on the staff of Brevet Major General E.W. Rice, which he proudly accepted. Reorganized and replenished at Keokuk, Iowa, the 7th returned to the seat of war at Prospect, Alabama, at the end of February 1865, as Sherman prepared for his Atlanta campaign. The regiment participated in nearly every engagement in the Atlanta campaign. Henry and the 7th made camp at Rome, Georgia, until the march to Savannah was begun. From Savannah, the regiment made a grueling march through the Carolinas, reaching the banks of the Black River on March 15th. Due to the depth of the water, Union engineers were brought in to assemble pontoon bridges. This was dangerous business, as the enemy had artillery on the opposite bank, and their sharpshooters had the range of the men who were laying the bridges. To protect the engineers and give them a chance to work, Union rifles and artillery opened upon their opposite number, and a hot fight ensued. Smith vividly recalled the event, saying, "Our progress being retarded by the presence of enemy sharpshooters, I was directed to proceed with a regiment and pontoons while our corps was engaging the Confederates at the bridge, which had been partly destroyed, farther up the stream and effect a crossing. Normally the river is only a narrow stream, but because of the spring freshets, it was at this time swollen to a torrent, very rapid, and away beyond its banks until it was at least a quarter of a mile wide. Proceeding upstream a considerable distance, we began laying our pontoon bridge, when a detachment of the enemy with one piece of artillery located in the woods on the opposite shore opened on us. However, the men of the regiment put artillery located in the woods on the opposite shore opened on us. However, the men of the regiment put down the bridge under a hot fire of musketry across the stream proper, about 100 feet wide at this point, and by wading waist-deep in the ice-cold water and stumbling and crawling over entanglements of underbrush and cypress trees for about a quarter of a mile, they at last effected a crossing and drove the enemy back. During the progress of this crossing, one of my command, in stepping from the pontoon bridge into the water, was caught by the torrent and swept downstream. Seeing the mishap, I threw off my sword and him, and getting a good grip upon his almost lifeless form, I at last succeeded in swimming with him near enough to shore for others to come to our assistance and drag us both out of the flood, more dead than alive. Of course, the entire incident occurred under fire, but luckily neither one of us was hit, and we recovered sufficiently to take part by the regiment, wearing our wet, icy clothes throughout until morning, when the entire army began to make the crossing. The official report of the incident stated that this officer, Henry Smith, serving on the staff of the brigade commander, under fire, at the peril of his own life, fearlessly plunged into a swiftly flowing river and rescued a soldier who had been swept down the stream beyond his depth. For Smith and the Iowans, the war was essentially over. The 7th reached Goldsboro, North Carolina, on March 24, 1865. From Raleigh, it marched to Richmond and finally Washington. Lieutenant Smith marched in the Grand Review in Washington, the Army with his regiment on July 12, 1865, at Louisville, Kentucky. After the close of the war, Smith moved to Mason City, Iowa, the county seat of Cerro Gordo County, and filled a public office for 4 years. He subsequently entered the manufacturing and banking business and became one of the leading businessmen in the development of National Bank of Mason City and was its president for 19 years. Henry married Delight E. Bogardus on May 14, 1868. The couple raised several children, and one of his sons, Robert Percy Smith, served 18 months in the Spanish War and was chief trumpeter in the 13th Minnesota Infantry. In 1999, Smith resigned as president of the First National Bank of Mason City by reason of ill health. For the remainder of his life, he was confined to his bed as an invalid, suffering from chronic nephritis, arteriosclerosis, and peripheral neuritis. He required constant and continuous help of a nurse, and the daily being completely helpless in every way. But his cheerfulness was an example and an inspiration to all who knew him. While bedridden, Smith wrote a history of the 7th Iowa, a work of 300 pages, published in 1905. Henry Smith died on November 15, 1910, in Mason City, Iowa. He's buried in Elmwood. Struck him at Belmont under his shoulder blade. Henry Smith was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on September 7, 1894. His citation reads, "Voluntarily and under fire, rescued a comrade from death by drowning." Abraham Cone, Medal 1. In fact, he enlisted into the 68th New York Infantry on July 22, 1861, only 2 days after his arrival in the United States. He wore glasses, stood a mere 5 feet 5½ inches tall, with blue eyes, black hair, and a rosy complexion. Abraham was born in the East Prussian 32 and came to New York at the age of 28 during the mid-19th century flood of German Jewish immigration. His father, Nathan Cone, was Burgermeister of Gutentag in Silesia for many years. As a young man, Abraham was sent to the University of Berlin to study medicine, and while there received military training. He served as an officer in the Prussian army before deciding to immigrate to the United States. Cone enlisted as a private in the 68th New York Infantry, composed almost exclusively of Germans from New York City, New Jersey, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. The regiment was also known as the 2nd German Rifles. When the 68th, Abraham Cone was promoted to sergeant. The regiment left for Washington on the 24th of the same month and served in the vicinity of Washington until the spring of 1862. Cone moved up the ranks quickly, being promoted to 2nd lieutenant on January 13, 1862, and to 1st lieutenant 4 months later. He was deployed September 15th. Cone was proud of his service with the 68th and said so after the war. During my connection with that regiment, I took part in its every action and engagement up to November 17, 1862, the day I went into a hospital in the Blue Ridge, Cumberland, Allegheny Mountains, in the valley of the Shenandoah, and I was especially mentioned in the official report of the battle at Bull Run, Virginia, August 30th, 1862, for bringing the regimental colors out of the battle when the color-bearer and guard, having been either killed or wounded, in poor health, Abraham was honorably discharged from the Army on December 7, 1862, at the hearing. On January 5, 1864, having recovered my health, I re-entered the U.S. service as a private in Company E of the 6th Regiment, New Hampshire Volunteer Infantry, he recalled. The 6th New Hampshire was a proud regiment which had seen plenty of fighting at places such as Camden, North Carolina, 2nd Manassas, and Burbank. The regiment had been organized at Keene in November 1861, and its recruits came from all parts of the state. Abraham joined the 6th while it was in a period of transition. Many of the men had fulfilled their term of enlistment and were leaving the Army to return to their families, farms, or businesses. But with many of these men chose to re-enlist, and on January 16, 1864, they left for New Hampshire to spend time at home. These veterans were awarded an extension of their furloughs and did not return to the regiment until late March, when it was ordered to Annapolis, Maryland. The staff of the 6th New Hampshire Infantry was quick to notice Private being able to communicate with recruits from European countries in their own language, raised his stock even further, and on March 28th he was promoted to Sergeant Major. On the 23rd of April, the regiment marched with its corps to join the Army of the Potomac as it made its way to a section of northern Virginia known as the Wilderness. On 64, the Union 2nd Corps began its expected attack on the Confederate positions. By 7 a.m., the Confederate lines were beginning to crumble in the face of the Union advance. By mid-morning, Grant's troops were approaching Lee's headquarters at the Widow Tapp Farm, protected only by 2 batteries of artillery. The stalwart gunners manning these batteries continually sent canister into the Union lines, which kept advancing despite heavy casualties. But the thick underbrush of the Wilderness impeded the Union assault as men became separated from their companies and the momentum of the attack was broken. It was during these critical minutes that General James Longstreet's 20,000 men arrived and delivered a massive counterattack, and by noon many Union soldiers were heading for the rear. The 6th New Hampshire was serving as part of the rear guard for the Union retreat from the Widow Tapp Farm. The Confederates advanced, screeching the rebel yell as they charged, steadily pushing back elements of Wadsworth's division until they reached the 6th lines. The Southerners opened up a heavy fire against the retreating Union Army, and Lieutenant Colonel Henry Pearson, commanding the 6th New Hampshire, knew he would need every man he could find to hold off their attack, and assigned Sergeant Major Cone to round up men who were heading to the rear to bolster his lines. Sergeant Major Cone, under a heavy fire of Confederate batteries and sharpshooters, cajoled and coerced soldiers from other units who didn't recognize his authority to stand and fight with the 6th New Hampshire. But through his pleadings, many of the retreating soldiers formed a defensive line and brought Longstreet's counteroffensive to a standstill. The 6th New Hampshire fought next at Spotsylvania, being severely engaged on the 12th and 18th. The regiment then pushed on to the North Anna River, where it was in reserve until being put in the front line on May 26th. The 6th fought again on the 30th and 31st near Totopotomoy Creek. The regiment was engaged near Bethesda Church, and from the 4th to the 12th of June was under fire at Cold Harbor. In July, the 6th Iowa was in front of Petersburg and under constant fire. Cone and his regiment took part in the assault following the explosion of the mine on July 30th. Sergeant Major Cone volunteered for the hazardous mission of carrying orders to various officers while exposed to the fire of the enemy. While carrying orders of General Griffin, commanding our brigade, to the advanced line, "I was wounded by a .58 caliber bullet in my back," said Cone. The bullet had entered the posterior part of his left shoulder. He remained a patient in Campbell Hospital. The bullet had entered the posterior part of his left shoulder. He remained a patient in Campbell Hospital in Washington until February 15, 1865, when, having recovered, I rejoined my regiment, and having been by its command officer recommended for promotion, I received today, as above stated, a commission as first lieutenant of Company E of this regiment. As Petersburg and Richmond were falling, the 6th New Hampshire, with its brigade, made a successful attack on the enemy's works to the left of Fort Davis on the night of April 1, 1865, and on the morning of the 2nd, participated in a second successful attack near Fort Sedgwick, a piece of shell which became lodged in his recently healed left shoulder. Although he was unfit for duty, Cone served with the 6th New Hampshire until mustered out on July 17, 1865. At the war's end, Abraham moved to New York City, where he was active in business affairs and a professor of mathematics and philosophy. He married Miss Fanny Zeller at Temple Bethel in Manhattan. The couple would raise 8 children together. But Cone's war wounds affected him greatly after the war. Like many other men, sleeping in the wind and rain without tents or blankets would spawn various illnesses later in life. He began to have spells of sickness and duration. Then came a loss of energy and power to resist fatigue, and in 1893 and 1894 his mind and nervous powers gave way. He was treated for a time at a soldier's home in Dayton, Ohio. He returned to New York City in very poor health, and his proud stature had given way entirely to a bent, entirely well, and was in constant pain. In 1898 he fell gravely ill and was not expected to recover. His doctor concluded that he suffered from severe neuralgia over his entire body, especially over both the lower extremities, more in the left than in the right. The doctor insisted that Cone have a foot amputated. The operation was done with all precaution at the German hospital of the city of New York. The surgery was performed on June 1, 1897, and Abraham withstood the operation, but died the following day of heart failure and pneumonia. He was 65 years old. His doctor, Joseph Levine, stated, "In my opinion, his death he was subjected to during the war." Following the death of her husband, Fanny Cone submitted an application to the United States government for a widow's pension. This pension was approved, but in 1908, under Section 4719, United States Revised Statutes, she failed to file the necessary paperwork to have her claim. Nightmare. Fanny and her sons appealed to the government for help in restoring her pension. One son wrote, "This request has been entirely overlooked, perhaps mislaid, and for that some person in your bureau is surely responsible. If the pitiable pension that this widow is to enjoy were to date back from the time of her application, get her money so much later." Another complained, "It seems a shame that the widow of a Civil War veteran should have had such little consideration from your bureau." By 1899, Fanny Cone was nearly destitute. She owned no property except her clothing, worth not over $100, and has no income. She was forced to. I'm 52 years of age. My husband, Abraham Cone, carried no life insurance whatever, and left no property of any kind, except a Medal of Honor, which he received on the battlefield, and not, like many others have since received them 30 years later, for conspicuous bravery under fire, which medal seems to have no value whatever. 8 years, Fanny Cone fought an ongoing battle with the government. She did not live to see her pension made whole. It took so very long to get my information and the necessary blanks that by the time they arrived my mother was in no mental condition to sign same, a son wrote to the Pension Bureau. She has since passed on April 21st. During her illness, nurses, hire, doctors, and finally the funeral expenses. Abraham Cone was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on August 24, 1865. His citation reads, "During the Battle of the Wilderness, rallied and formed under heavy fire, disorganized and fleeing troops of different regiments. July 1864, bravely and coolly carried orders to the advanced line under severe fire." His place of burial is unknown. Sergeant Major Abraham Cone was one of the 9,000 Jews who fought for the Union. Approximately 2,000 fought for the South. A son and several grandsons participated. William Bill Lord. Pandemonium was let loose. William Lord was a gentleman, and he very much looked the part. He stood somewhat tall for his day, at nearly 6 feet tall. With his light complexion, blue eyes, and sandy-colored hair and spectacles, he, at first glance, appeared a bit professorial, completed the stoic image. But the image was false. This was a tough guy, who his friends called Bill. Bill Lord was born February 13, 1841, in the village of Great Horton, Bradford, England. His date of immigration is not known, but at the outbreak of the American Civil War, he was employed as a weaver. 62, Bill heard that a new regiment of infantry, Massachusetts 40th, was being raised in Linfield. He enlisted on the 14th of that month as a musician and was mustered into Company C of the 40th Massachusetts Infantry as a musician, a drummer. The regiment arrived in Washington on September 11, 1860, near Chain Bridge, and later in the year was on picket and guard duty in the area. The following spring, the 40th was sent to Suffolk, Virginia, on a reconnaissance operation. Later, in 1863, William Lord and his Massachusetts regiment served on the peninsula near Yorktown, Williamsburg, Jamestown, and White House, Gettysburg. The 40th was ordered to Frederick, Maryland, joining General Meade in his pursuit of the battered army of Northern Virginia. In August, Bill Lord and his comrades sat in the trenches in front of Fort Wagner. In this miserable assignment, the 40th lost 1 man killed and 5 wounded. In February of 1860, south to Florida, and was engaged at St. Mary's Creek, Olustee, and Cedar Run. In the late spring, the 40th was ordered back to Virginia, this time to Bermuda Hundred. On Friday, May 12th, the 40th Massachusetts left camp at dawn, and that night encamped on the south side of Proctor's Creek, crossed over to the north side, and formed the left of the second line of the brigade. On the morning of the 14th, the regiment was moved toward the enemy and performed picket duty until the morning of the 16th, when the 6th Connecticut Infantry was driven in by the enemy. Colonel Eldridge Floyd described the situation. I had command of the 3rd New York Regiment at the Battle of Drury's Bluff on May 16, 1864. I was seriously wounded in that battle. The army fell back, and I, with many other wounded, were left on the field. While laying helpless and with every prospect of becoming a prisoner of war, a drummer of the 40th Regiment named Lord was passing by in search of his regiment. I requested him to carry me to the rear. He responded and carried me about 1 mile through the fields and woods to a plantation being used as a field hospital. Very soon after our arrival, the cry arose that the enemy's cavalry was trying to cut us off, and we would all be taken prisoners. I again called on Drummer Lord to stand by me and take me further to the rear. He stated that he was utterly prostrated. He stated that he was utterly prostrated and was unable to do this alone, but he would look for help. He soon returned with a member of his company. They procured a stretcher and laid me on it and carried me over the fields to the Richmond Turnpike, where they took a rest. Just at this time, a mob of disorderly soldiers came rushing by, and had it not been for the great effort of those 2 men, I should certainly have been trampled to death. They afterwards carried me back to camp and delivered me at the hospital all right. Bill Lord never forgot the events of that day. About midnight on the 15th of May, 1864, our brigade was maneuvered into a swamp at the foot of a bluff occupied by the Confederates at Drury's Bluff, Virginia, he recalled. The water in the swamp was quite deep. Our orders were to keep quiet. The Confederates on the bluff had an idea we were there and fired several volleys at us during the night. We spent the time as best we could, and about 6 a.m. of the 16th in a dense fog, we rushed the bluff, captured the camp, and drove the Confederates into the woods. Our brigade then found them in a clearing and commenced firing. At this time the fog was very thick, but later it lifted, and it was then that a Confederate battery to our left commenced to rake our line. Our regiment was armed with the Spencer repeating rifle. Colonel George V. Henry of our regiment detached 3 companies, Company C among them, under Major Jenkins, to silence the battery. We double-quicked to the left and took possession of a sunken road to the battery. We double-quicked to the left and took possession of a sunken road and made breastworks of rails. The boys got to work and silenced every gun in short order. About 9 a.m. we found our right and left supports had disappeared, and the enemy was flanking us on right and left. Our orders were to keep that fort quiet till they charged out of their works, quickly formed a line, and charged us in front. We then found that our ammunition was very low, and robbed the cartridge boxes of the dead and dying to replenish them. Our case seemed hopeless. The Confederates from the fort charged right up to our little works and captured them. In the meantime, their flanking parties were getting in their work, and having no bayonets, our boys clubbed their muskets to make a desperate fight, when Major Jenkins, seeing how desperate the situation was, gave the order for the men to save themselves as best they could. It now looked as if none of us could get away. Sergeant Seaver of my company seized me by the shoulder and exclaimed, "Bill, come on out of here, killed or captured." We jumped into the woods. It was then that our loss was heaviest. Our officers were nearly all killed or captured, also our men. All those who ran down the roads as we came by were never heard of again. In the meantime, Seaver and I went at a good pace through the woods, taking the shortest cut to where we had left our beds. We came upon those of Reed and Russell of our company. Only the night before, Reed told me he would be killed in the coming fight, and begged me to go through his clothes and send his belongings to his family. I stopped long enough to carry out his request, and Sergeant Seaver did the same for Russell. A short distance further on, we saw Rankins of our company, who, a Confederate, was just in the act of shooting him. Rankins received an ugly wound in his jaw. The Confederate, seeing that he did not fall, ran at him with his bayonet. Rankins, though badly wounded and dazed, managed to parry the thrust, and with one blow of the rifle killed him on the spot. We took Rankins along with us. When we joined, Seaver fell into line with another company while I got busy in helping the wounded. Just at this time, many desperate charges were made. The 40th, nearly out of ammunition and without bayonets, charged just the same. Colonel Henry of the 40th now had command of the brigade. Then I ran across my captain, who was badly wounded. I helped him where was located, laid him down, and made him comfortable. Then started to return to the place where I had left the boys charging. I was astonished to find that the brigade had disappeared. I did not know whether it had advanced or fallen back, but I did know that bullets were flying both ways. I walked across the field. In one place I had to jump a fall that scores of bullets went into each side of the tree and passed me both ways. I commenced to run to the right, oblique to the rear, when I heard a cry for help. I went back and found Colonel E.G. Floyd of the 3rd New York. He was shot through both legs and helpless. He complained bitterly that his men had left him in that predicament. He thought, if so, he would certainly die of his wounds. I told the colonel I would stand by him and take my chances with him. I lifted him on my shoulders and carried him out of the fire from both sides, through a field and some woods, to the field hospital about a half a mile away. Soon after this, we were again under the Confederate fire, and the cry was that ammonium was let loose. All wanted to get away. Colonel Floyd begged that I would stand by him again. I promised to do so. I got an Irishman of my company named Lehan to help me. We got a stretcher, placed the colonel on it, and went over fields and fences to the Richmond Pike, where we put down the colonel and rested. Here we were joined by a nice slim amputated. I told him to stay with us and that we could look after him. At this time, Lehan and I had to do the hardest fighting of our lives, not against the Confederates, but a disorganized mob of our own soldiers, who in their mad haste to get away before the rapidly advancing enemy came near trampling us to death, as they did not look to see if anyone was in the colonel's prostrate body. He yelled in agony for help. Lehan, who was at the head of the stretcher, let drive right and left at the men and struck hard and often, while I pushed my way to the rear to separate the men and make them go right and left. I fought as hard as I could and finally grabbed a captain by the throat, and while I was having a busy time with him, patted and knocked the captain down. Things went all right from this on, as we were in the rear of our retreating comrades and in front of an advancing enemy. We were under fire from both sides. With anxious looks to our retreating men, whom we could not possibly overtake, and a knowledge that we dared not rest for fear of being shot or taken prisoners, our hearts almost overtaxed and our arms nearly drawn out of their sockets with the constant strain of the dead weight of the colonel. After many adventures and many narrow escapes, we were finally successful in delivering the helpless officer and the young soldier spoken of at the hospital within our lines some 5 or 6 miles in the rear. Colonel Floyd of the 3rd New York that day that I had saved his life 3 times, also saved him from becoming a prisoner of war. 25 years after, I tried to find Colonel Floyd, and after 8 months' persistent inquiry I found him and asked if he was the man who commanded the 3rd New York at the Battle of Drury's Bluff, Virginia, on May 16, 1864, who Company C, 40th Mass. He answered that he was. When my company lined up for roll call on the night of the 16th, only 7 answered to their names out of a total of 29 men who went into action that morning. The fight at Drury's Bluff was not the only battle in which William Lord distinguished himself. At Cold Harbor, June 3, 1864, out over the works and rescue a wounded sergeant. One of the 3 was killed, 1 wounded, and the rescued sergeant died the same day. On June 20th, he carried a wounded comrade through a withering fire to a place of safety, but the wounded man got hit again as he was carrying him. The 40th Massachusetts fought again at Petersburg, performing provost duty and tearing up Confederate rail lines near Richmond. Bill Lord's regiment was one of the first Union regiments to enter the city on the morning of April 3rd after the evacuation. The 40th Massachusetts camped in various places around Richmond for 5 weeks after Lee's surrender. On June 17th, it was mustered out of Federal. The 40th reached Reedville, Massachusetts on the 3rd week of June 1865. The regiment was paid and discharged on June 30th. But Bill Lord had paid a price for his reckless courage. He had ruptured muscles in both sides of his abdomen and began suffering from a very troublesome cough and bronchial trouble, while the 40th Massachusetts served in the trenches in front of Petersburg and Richmond in the latter part of 1864 and the remainder of 1865. But at war's end, he found personal peace. Lord married Senia Anna Lures, 20 years his junior, on New Year's Eve of 1887 in New York City. Bill struggled years his junior on New Year's Eve of 1887 in New York City. Bill struggled through his war-related health problems in his later years. Bronchitis caused severe coughing, which was perilous to his ruptures. In spite of his health challenges, Bill traveled to England several times after the war's end. Bill Lord died on August 4th, 1915, in New York City at the age of 74. He is buried in Lutheran Cemetery in Middle Village, New York. He was collecting a government pension of $24 a month. Upon his death, his widow, Senia, pension of $24 a month. Upon his death, his widow, Senia, was denied a widow's pension and was forced to provide evidence of her marriage to Bill Lord. Church records had either been lost or destroyed, and for a time things looked bleak for Senia, who was still a relatively young woman. But late in 1915, William W. Page swore in an affidavit that he was, in fact, the Presbyterian clergyman who had performed the marriage of Bill and Senia in 1887. Senia died on August 8, 1952, while President Eisenhower was in office. Bill and Senia had no children. William Lord was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on April 4, 1898. His citation reads, "Went to the assistance of a wounded officer lying helpless between the lines and under fire from both sides. Removed him to a place of safety." James Snedden. Over the works we went. In 1850, James Snedden and his wife Margaret left their native Edinburgh, Scotland, to make a new life for their family in America. Their sandy-haired, gray-eyed son, James Jr., was only 8 years old during the journey. The family settled down in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, where as a young man, James found employment as a weighmaster at the Cambria Iron Company. But when the Civil War broke out and he heard that a new three-year regiment was being organized in Cambria County, the 5-foot, 3.5-inch Scotsman answered the call. The 54th Pennsylvania Infantry was formed during the late summer of 1861. On August 24th, James Snedden enlisted as a musician giving up his iron scale for a brass bugle. The 54th was mustered into the service of the United States at Camp Curtin in Harrisburg on February 7, 1862, and left for Washington on the 27th. James and the 54th spent the next 6 weeks in drill and other routine duties until being ordered to Harper's Ferry, where the regiment was assigned guard duty along 56 miles of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. The Pennsylvanians performed admirably and were responsible for the capture of 213 guerrillas and 273. The 54th was relieved of its long service on the railroad and moved to Romney, West Virginia, where it was engaged in scouting and patrol duty. In June 1863, James began suffering from severe pain in his side, so much so that during a forced march from Romney to Moorfield Gap in very inclement weather, he was hospitalized at Mechanics Gap, Virginia, where he was diagnosed as having pleurisy caused by exposure and fatigue. He was so ill that he wasn't returned to duty until the early summer of 1864. A former comrade remembered that upon his return, Snedden was still scarcely fit for duty. But James was happy to be as a veteran in February, and on May 25, 1863, was promoted to principal musician at the rank of fife major. Now in command of all musicians in the regiment, he also enjoyed being on the non-commissioned officers' staff. These were difficult days for the 54th Pennsylvania. As part of Union campaign, the regiment was hit hard at the Battle of New Market on May 15th, losing 174 killed, wounded, and missing. On June 5th, the 54th Pennsylvania and Union General David Hunter's force of 8,500 men were near Piedmont, Virginia, 7 miles southwest of Port Republic. Shortly launched an attack against Confederate General William Grumble Jones's 5,500 men. The 54th was in an area separated by no more than 75 yards of open field. Principal musician James Snedden was ordered to take his other musicians to the rear. Adjutant William H. Rose remembered, soon after the beginning of the fight, the musician of command in view, so as to be able to rejoin it after the fight. Their anxiety to watch the progress of the battle kept them from going very far to the rear, and while the regiment was lying in the woods preparing to charge, one of the men was wounded so badly as to have to be carried to the rear. As he was being borne off the field, the captain shouted, "Who wants it?" James Snedden, who was serving his veteran enlistment, stepped up to the captain, saying, "I will take it, sir," and take it he did. James recalled the events of that morning. In a few minutes, the whole line was charging the Confederate defenses, which were constructed of rails and fallen trees, and here both armies received their greatest loss, 75 yards apart, each pouring lead into the other with good effect. Thus far we had fought for every inch we traversed, but with the break in their lines came renewed energy to our charge. Over the works we went, and in a hand-to-hand fight drove the rebels slowly back, maintaining their line formation until they reached Middle River, where we took banks of the river. I encountered a Confederate brigadier general and demanded his surrender, whereupon he reluctantly handed me his sword and 2 revolvers. I then marched my prisoner to the rear and reported to the brigade commander, to whom I turned over the general and his sword. The 54th Pennsylvania lost 30 men killed and wounded at Piedmont, a Union victory at Lynchburg, where again its losses were severe, numbering 54 killed. In the Union retreat that followed, Snedden and the men suffered badly. The regiment finally reached Martinsburg on July 14th. Throughout the balance of the summer of 1864, the 54th joined in the pursuit of Jubal Early's army, and the Shannon-depleted ranks were filled by recruits, returning convalescents, and veterans. The 54th Pennsylvania fought at the battles of Winchester, Fisher's Hill, and Cedar Creek, where it suffered heavily. In December, James's regiment was moved to City Point, where it was assigned to the Army of the James. At Petersburg, in the attack on Fort Clive, it lost 20 killed and wounded. The war apparently played out. James Snedden's career was about to take an unexpected twist. At a desperate fight at High Bridge over the Appomattox, the 54th was overwhelmed by enemy numbers, and after losing 21 killed and wounded, surrendered. For 4 days, worn-out army until reaching Appomattox Courthouse, where they were released upon Lee's surrender. Major James Snedden was discharged from the Army on May 31, 1865. James returned to Johnstown, where he remained until 1867, when he moved to Wyandotte, Kansas, and worked as a painter for 2 years on the Union. United him to Kansas City, where he worked for the Fort Scott and Gulf Railroad for 7 years. In 1871, James married 19-year-old Mary Caroline Speck of Wyandotte, Kansas. The couple raised one child, a daughter, Irene. During the late 1870s, Snedden went into the mining business, operating the weirs. In January of 1881, he returned to Wyandotte and went into the paint, oil, and glass business and was highly successful. He was a member of the Freemasons and served as illustrious master, deputy grand master of the state, eminent past master, and high priest. He was commander of the Knights Templar of Wyandotte. James died for most of his life, rendering him disabled. As his health failed, he lived at the Masonic home in Wichita, Kansas for a short time in 1912. James's last residence was at his daughter Irene's home in Lexington, Mississippi, where he died of a heart attack at 3 a.m. on June 16, 1919. He's buried with Mary, remarried, and lived until 1958. On September 11, 1897, James Snedden was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "Left his place in the rear, took the rifle of a disabled soldier, and fought through the remainder of the action." Canadians crossed the border and enlisted into the Union and Confederate armies during the American Civil War. Edward Edwin Dodds, 5 feet 11 inches tall, was one of them. He was born in Port Hope in 1845, and his record states that he had a light complexion, blue eyes, and blonde hair. His occupation in Canada was that 19-year-old Dodds journeyed to Rochester, New York, where a new regiment, the 21st New York Cavalry, was being organized. He enlisted into Company C as a private. Being somewhat of a late entry into the war, the 21st was soon in the thick of it. Brigadier General Alfred N. Duffy described the actions of the 21st New York Cavalry at Ashby's Gap, Virginia, on July 19, 1864, saying, "The 21st New York Cavalry was ordered to charge across the ford and attack the enemy's position, and if possible to dislodge them. This movement was superintended by one of my staff in person. The regiment, under Lieutenant Colonel Fitzsimmons, charged gallantly across the ford and up to the very mouths of the enemy's cannon. They were met by a very destructive fire from the rebel riflemen and artillery, and compelled again to recross the river. This charge, though a desperate one, was splendidly executed. 1/5 of the men of the 21st New York Cavalry engaged, and about 1/2 of the officers, including Lieutenant Colonel Fitzsimmons, were either killed or wounded in the charge. Lieutenant Thomas B. Collins of Manistee, Michigan, wrote of Private Dodd's gallantry in that fight. At the time the said E. Dodds entered the Army, he was a beardless boy, but from that time forward he was ever prompt in the discharge of his duties, and ever at the front when trouble came. He participated in every skirmish or battle in which the regiment was engaged up to the time he was wounded. At the Battle of Ashby's Gap for the passage of the Shenandoah River in the face of Early's army, flushed with their success in overrunning Maryland and Pennsylvania, he was one of the few who reached the enemy's side, and with a coolness and courage amounting to the superb, fought the overwhelming odds of the enemy until literally driven back into the river. At that critical time, with rebel infantry swarming upon all sides and the air filled with flying bullets, he stopped to rescue his captain, Lewis W. Truesdell, from his fallen horse, and taking him on his own horse, made good his escape across the river, thereby saving the captain, if not from death, certainly from capture. It was a grand and heroic act, and one that even in that superb army few men would have done under the circumstances. Never shirking a duty, ever ready to take chances where any man dare, he was an ideal soldier. Years after the event at Ashby's Gap, Corporal Robert Crawford of Melita, Manitoba, Canada, swore in an affidavit, "I was with our regiment." I was with our regiment at the charge across the ford of the Shenandoah at Ashby's Gap, Virginia, July 19, 1864. Companies C and B were in advance under Captain Truesdell of our company. Our colonel and others of our squadron were wounded, and a great many river, as the enemy's infantry were strongly posted behind a ridge on the west side. Those of us who succeeded in reaching the opposite side of the river charged up the hill and were soon within the enemy's lines, and it was at this point and in the midst of the hottest of the fight that Captain Truesdell, while rallying his men, was wounded, and his horse in a manner as to fasten him to the ground. I saw the said Dodds dismount, pull Captain Truesdell out from under his horse, mount him upon his own horse already badly wounded, jump up behind, and charge with others back to the river, only to find the ford already in possession of the enemy. Several of our squadron who were thus cut off, Captain left-wheeled and jumped our horses down a steep bank into the river and swam them across, rejoining what was left of our former command in the Ashby's Gap of the Blue Ridge. I am satisfied that had not the said Dodds, by his superior courage and prompt action, under the most trying circumstances, rescued our captain, in all human probability have been killed or captured, as he lay under his dead horse on the field of battle. For distinguished valor, intrepidity, and meritorious conduct on this and other occasions, the said Dodds was promoted from the ranks to the position of the first sergeant of the company. On August 21st, at Bolivar High, proved his medal. Colonel James S. Graham was in the rank behind Dodds. He stated a bullet struck Dodds in the cheekbone and glanced off into his arm, inflicting a wound which necessitated its removal near the shoulder. His colonel procured a horse for him and sent him to the rear, the cavalry at the time of the action being dismounted. Of his arm, Dodds reported back to his regiment, refusing a discharge. He remained with the 21st in the Shenandoah Valley until 1865, taking an active part in every skirmish that his company was engaged. He marched with his regiment in the Grand Review in Washington. Dodds' war wound was severe. In addition, his face was disfigured. The right cheekbone had been shattered and shot away, along with his right earlobe and muscles in his neck and lower jaw. For the remainder of his life he could not open his mouth more than half an inch. His life was hardly over. He returned to Port Hope Township and was the township clerk for many years, the first directory of citizens of the township. He also held the post of United States consular agent at Peterborough, Canada. On December 3, 1874, Ed Dodds married Emma Elizabeth Bragg, 10 years his junior. In 1870, he worked at the Sidney B. Roby Company while being the local editor for the Rochester. Lieutenant Thomas Collins remembered Dodds. He was made a sergeant of his company over men much older and of longer experience, and I may add in passing that his promotion would have occurred much earlier but for his extreme youth. With his one arm, he participated with his regiment in several campaigns of the following winter, and was mustered out, and who wore the army blue in those days deserves better of the nation than E. Dodds. No medal or other honor could be more worthily bestowed by a grateful country upon one of its brave defenders. His widow, Emma Elizabeth, died of cancer on May 9, 1937, in Dover, County of Kent, Ontario. Dodds was one of those noble soldiers who unflinchingly did everything in the line of his duty from purely patriotic motives and a trust he may be able to reap some reward from the government he so bravely defended and for which he now suffers. He had the misfortune to receive a gunshot wound in the face and later in his right arm, causing amputation, a debt of gratitude for his nobility of character in rescuing me during a charge at Ashby Gap, July 19, 1864, when wounded, my horse was shot from under me. He assisted me at the risk of his life from in front of the rebel lines to a place of safety, saving me from capture and perhaps death. Edward, 1896. His citation reads, at great personal risk, rescued his wounded captain and carried him from the field to a place of safety. Of the 29 Canadian soldiers who received the Medal of Honor in the American Civil War, Dodds is one of the few buried in Canada. He died in Port Hope on January 12, 19 cemetery, across from Canton United Church. One man said of him, this gallant act, the rescue of Captain Truesdell, occurred at Ashby's Gap July 19, 1864, but it appears to be one of many that characterized the whole period of his service. Anna M. Redelbeck, a grandniece of Dodd, placement marker for the deceased hero. On June 19, 1986, she wrote, "I have done much thinking regarding the offer of a marker for my great-uncle Edwin Dodds. My mother, his sister, used to talk a little about him, but she was very young when we went to the United States to work at a file factory. I remember a picture of the man. As far as I know, Ed Dodds, he lost an arm in some war. I don't suppose there are many people in town or country who even remembers him." Patrick Ginley, Paddy the Horse. Paddy the Horse was a tough guy, standing 5 feet 8 inches tall. With 40-year-old Ginley had enlisted into Company G of the 1st New York Light Artillery in New York City on September 28, 1861. His life had been a hard one. "I was born in County Mayo, Ireland, as I've always been informed and believed sometime prior to 1830, he claimed. "My father died when I was very small, where I grew up. I had worked in a glass house in York, England, doing full man's work for a dozen years on and off before coming to this country in 1857. At 20 years of age, he enlisted in the 5th Dragoon Guards of the British Army and served 11 years. He re-enlisted in the 18th Royal Irish Infantry War in the battles of Balaclava, Inkerman, and Sebastopol. He also served in India. In 1860, he was a private in Company K of the 69th Regiment, New York National Guards, the Fighting 69th. The 1st New York Light Artillery was organized at Elmira, New York, where it was mustered into the service in mid-October 1861 as a 3-year regiment. Paddy McGinley's Company G, commanded by Captain John D. Frank, was mostly recruited at Mexico, Oswego County, New York. After joining its regiment in Elmira, the battery, at full strength of 6 guns, traveled by railroad to Washington and made camp on Capitol Hill. Paddy McGinley and Battery G were soon sent across the Potomac River and spent the winter camped on the Orange and Alexandria Turnpike, 3 miles from Alexandria, Virginia. There, these men withstood the hardships of soldiers in winter, and the battery suffered a considerable amount of sickness. Several men died. In the spring, Paddy's battery was sent to Manassas, and in April took part in the Peninsula Campaign. On Sunday, May 30th, at the Battle of Seven Pines, Private Ginley and Battery G were forced to ford the flooded, mile-wide Chickahominy River. The men had to haul their guns by hand in nearly 3 feet of water. Throughout the month of June, at least one section of Battery G was kept on the picket line. When McClellan's weary army made its retreat to the James River, the battery acted as part of the rear guard. At Malvern Hill on July 1st, the gunners of the battery overloaded their guns to fend off 3 enemy charges. As a result, the guns were ruined. But the Confederate onslaught failed to take the hill. Battery G was engaged at the battles of Fredericksburg, Chancellorsville, and Gettysburg, where, in spite of being ordered to hold its position in the peach orchard at all hazards and low on ammunition, Ginley and the other men managed to save all their guns and carry their wounded from the field. During the afternoon of July 3rd, the battery did its part in repelling Pickett's charge. 11 months later, Battery G was marching with the rest of the Second Corps in preparation for a fight in a place known as the Wilderness. In this battle, at the enemy's works at the Bloody Angle at Spotsylvania Courthouse, Ginley and the battery fought at close range with the enemy and endured the carnage and smoke, eventually seizing 9 Confederate pieces of artillery and ordnance, boosting their strength to a total of 15 guns. In mid-June, Private Ginley and the rest of the battery pressed toward Petersburg. On July 29th, we marched from the north side of the James River to the front of Petersburg. Remembered a man in the battery. We were held in reserve just in time to see Burnside's great mine exploded. Horses, cannon, and men were hurled hundreds of feet into the air, a sight once seen never to be forgotten. August 1864 was an active time for the battery as it marched to Bermuda Hundred and Deep Bottom, where it was engaged. On August 24th, Ginley and the men were back in front of Petersburg. On August 25th, Confederate General Henry Heth attacked a Union position at Reams Station on the Weldon Railroad. In the heat of the fighting, Ginley was ordered to deliver return. He and a colonel were ordered to go to the front and determine the enemy's strength and position. Riding along the same cut he had taken only minutes before, Patrick quickly discovered that hundreds of Confederates had seized some Union breastworks, and the two men found themselves under a deadly fire. The colonel rode through the hail of bullets, and as the animal went down, it rolled on the Irishman. With a rush of adrenaline, Ginley managed to extricate himself from the weight of the carcass. Unhurt and angry, Patrick was in a fighting mood. Near him was a large cannon, its muzzle pointing directly at the enemy breastworks. 3 charges of canister lay at the Massachusetts soldier. Under cover of the smoke, the two men rammed home the 3 charges, and as the Massachusetts man pressed his thumb over the vent, he was killed by a minie-ball. Ginley yanked on the lanyard, and amid a deafening roar, a swath of death was cut through the enemy's breastworks. Surviving Confederates broke and ran. Hancock. A regiment from Massachusetts, inspired by what they had just witnessed, regrouped and charged upon the fleeing Confederates. As the Massachusetts men reached Ginley's position, their color-bearer was shot down. Paddy the horse picked up the flag, and with his sword in his other hand, led the charge as the battle line everywhere at once, rallying the troops, carrying canister to the cannoneers, and occasionally being one of them. A reporter from the New York Herald described what he saw, saying, "Private Ginley, who was mounted and acting as an orderly, displayed such remarkable activity. In his shirt sleeves, rushing about with a drawn saber canister from the caisson, and then firing off a gun. He was the perfect impersonation of a wild Irishman. He appeared to think that it was himself alone that the enemy was fighting, and he conducted himself accordingly." Although the day's fighting resulted in a Union defeat, Ginley's heroism possibly prevented a calamity. Ginley planted the flag on its ramparts and let out a defiant cheer. "Ginley," said General Hancock, "you are the hero of the day." General Grant heard of the wild Irishman's deed and wanted to meet him. "Private Ginley," said General Grant several days after the Battle of Reams Station, laying his hand on the young, "that you and every man undergoing the hardships of this war will be remembered by the country for his services. But every hero, sooner or later, receives his just reward. In this day of history-making, when the deeds of individual valor are taking their places in the record of the War of the Rebellion, when the records are in the hands of those at Washington of which there is a record, will be recognized." A captain in the 1st New Jersey Artillery, A. Judson Clark, stated in his report, "Individual acts of gallantry were numerous, but when all were brave, it were almost an injustice to speak of individual cases. I will only mention one. Private Ginley, Battery G, 1st New York Artillery. When the line was giving way, he drew his saber, and riding gallantly among the men, succeeded in rallying a large number of men, taking them back into the fight. Paddy Ginley's term of service expired a month after the fight at Reams Station. But he chose to remain with the Army as a volunteer orderly at 2nd Corps headquarters until the war ended. Battery G was engaged with the enemy in every battle the 2nd Corps participated in during the war. It was never driven back by the enemy's fire from a position it was ordered to hold. Never fell back until ordered, and never lost a gun or carriage of any kind during its term of service, remembered one of its officers. On October 31st, 1890, Patrick Ginley's heroism was finally recognized when he was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "The command having been driven from the works, he, having been left alone between the opposing lines, crept back into the works, put 3 charges of canister in one of the guns, and fired the piece directly into a body of the enemy. About to seize the works. He then rejoined his command, took the colors, and ran toward the enemy, followed by the command, which recaptured the works and guns." After the war, Patty Ginley worked as a prison guard at Sing Sing, New York. After the war, Patty Ginley worked as a prison guard at Sing Sing, New York. In 1871, he took a position as a customs collector in New York City, where he remained employed until his retirement. He suffered from chronic rheumatism and impaired eyesight. He married Ellen Rogers, an Irish immigrant who had come to the United States at the age of 10. The couple raised 2 children together, Nellie and John. Ellen passed away after a bout with bronchitis on April 27, 1896. Ginley remarried 16 months later. His new wife was Anna Mchalhorn. Patrick Ginley died on April 15, 1917, in New York City at the age of 85. The old soldier is buried at 1st Cavalry Cemetery, Queens, New York. Joseph S. Keene. Joseph S. Keene. What I feared most was that they would hear the beating of my heart. Joseph Keene was 11 years old when he came to America in 1854. He had been born in Stamford-in-the-Vale, Guernsey, England, on July 24, 1843. At the time of the American Civil War, 19-year-old Joe was a hard-working farmhand in Wayne, Michigan. He was tall, standing nearly 5 feet 11 inches, with dark hair and hazel eyes, and his skin was bronzed from hours of toiling under the sun. In Wayne, Michigan was abuzz with news of a new regiment of infantry being raised in Kalamazoo under the direction of Colonel Charles E. Stewart. The 13th Michigan Infantry was mustered into United States service on January 17, 1862. On the first day of February, Joe Keene enlisted into the regiment as a private. Officers and men of the 13th Michigan left the state on February 12th and proceeded to Nashville, Tennessee. In early April, the 13th was rushed to Pittsburgh Landing but arrived too late to participate in the Battle of Shiloh. Private Keene's 13th Michigan took part in the occupation of Corinth, Mississippi, and during early repairing the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. In July, the regiment was sent to the vicinity of Stevenson, Alabama, where it remained for most of the summer. On August 31st, Joe Keene was promoted to corporal. The 13th Michigan fought at Stevenson, where a Confederate attack had been repulsed, and soon after joined in the pursuit of his comrades, saw action at Stones River in late December and early January, and made a name for themselves for their heroic work in checking a determined Confederate assault. In April, Keene was promoted to sergeant. August found the 13th Michigan marching over the Cumberland Mountains toward Chattanooga. The first regiments to march into Chattanooga on the morning of September 13th. On the morning of the 18th, the regiment was ordered to the south of Lee and Gordon's Mills on the north bank of the Chickamauga River. Sergeant Keene and the other men were deployed as sharpshooters, and about 4 o'clock the enemy opened a battery upon the regiment's position, silenced by Union artillery. At about 2 p.m. the following day, the 13th joined its brigade, which had been ordered into action on the Chattanooga Road, about 1.5 miles north of Lee and Gordon's Mills. Sergeant Joe Keene and his brigade formed in line of battle in an open field in front of a wooded area. Its right was the 57th Indiana, and in its front stood the 27th Ohio. The regiment had barely gotten into position when it began receiving fire from the enemy. The Confederates steadily advanced, pressing back the Ohioans, many of whom passed through the 13th Michigan's lines. Unable to discharge their weapons for fear of charged across the field about 100 yards to the edge of the woods, which was occupied by the enemy. Keene and the men held this position for about 10 minutes, delivering a devastating fire into the enemy's massed columns. But the 13th soon discovered that its left flank had been turned and being raked by an enfilading fire, forcing the men to position. The 13th charged a second time, only to be driven back again. On the morning of the 20th, the 13th Michigan and its brigade were ordered to Missionary Ridge, and after being issued rations, Keene's regiment was assigned to a position behind the 100th Illinois. These regiments advanced about a mile. The 13th was ordered to the extreme right of the brigade and deployed behind a line of temporary breastworks. Sergeant Joe Keene and the men held this position until a few minutes before 11 a.m., when they were ordered to the left, following the 8th Indiana Battery. While in the process of executing this order, the 13th Michigan suddenly came under a battery. While in the process of executing this order, the 13th Michigan suddenly came under attack. With the help of the 26th Ohio, the 13th succeeded in holding the enemy in check for a short time before being forced to retire, falling back in good order about 100 yards. The 13th Michigan was falling back in good order about 100 yards. The 13th Michigan was in real trouble. It was being pressed by an enemy of superior numbers and desperately needed to move to a stronger position. A major commanding the regiment ordered a charge for the purpose of gaining time to cross the field and the safety of the woods. The charge was successful and costly. The regiment reached the woods only to find that its right had been turned. Once again the 13th fell back as men fell and Confederates swarmed through its ranks. Sergeant Keene and several others were forced to throw down their arms and surrender. Keene was also wounded. Of the 217 men of the 13th Michigan who reported for duty on the morning of the 20th, 107 were killed, wounded, and missing. Keene and the other prisoners were sent to Richmond, where they were held for about 3 months until December 12th, when they were transferred to Danville Prison. Exactly 5 months later, on May 12, 1864, Keene was again transferred, this time to a prison in Georgia. Andersonville. At this late date in the war, Andersonville was often under the threat of an attack of liberation by Union forces, and in these instances the prisoners would be temporarily relocated until the threat passed. September 9, 1864 was such an occasion. That day we were put into boxcars, and early in the afternoon reached Macon, some 60 miles north, recalled Sergeant Joe Keene. Here we had to wait for other trains to get out of our way. Our train was standing on the outside track, but one upon which there was a long train of boxcars. I noticed several prisoners were allowed to get out of the car and stand near the door, conversing with the crowd that had been attracted there by our arrival. I watched my opportunity carefully, left the car, and for a while stood close beside it. A casual look at the guards in the doorway showed me at that moment that they were both looking inside. Quicker than a flash, I dropped and dodged under the train and fortunately was not observed. While yet crawling across to the other side, the outer track, I heard the guard ordering all to get back inside. I put my head out on the other side of the train and looked to the right and left its whole length. No one could see me. I then crawled under the train of boxcars rolled down the embankment into the ditch. Keene crawled along the ditch until he reached a culvert in which he concealed himself. He sat for hours in a foot of water, staring into the darkness, hearing low voices approaching the sanctuary of the culvert. He held his breath, fearing the worst. To his great kept hiding there till darkness broke in, when the lower part of our bodies, resembling a lot of parboiled tripe, we crawled out of the culvert, said Keene. We made our way to a little grove on the outskirts of Macon and then separated, 6 going one way, and I and 2 others, S.W. Ludden and John Horde, taking that they would march 25 miles west before heading north for another 100 miles. If their calculations were correct, this would bring them into the vicinity of Atlanta. It seemed like a simple plan, but they soon got lost and began wandering aimlessly, using the stars and planets as their only guide. For days, banks of the Chattahoochee River, which they crossed and followed until striking the Western and Atlantic Railroad. Our appearance at this time was anything but inviting, Keene claimed. Our clothes were torn to shreds and partly bound up by fine bark strings from young saplings, and our shoes were tied up in the same manner. The lower parts. Our best time was usually made just before and after daylight, early in the morning, as fewer people were around in those hours. Thus we plodded along the riverbank until one day we saw Confederate soldiers in large numbers on the opposite side of the river. The large cornfields on the hills seemed literally alive with flame. Our position, close to the wood-skirted bank of the river, seemed safer than any other within view, so, keeping under cover, we kept working our way forward in a very cautious manner. A short distance in front, across a cornfield and on the edge of a piece of woods, could be seen column after column of rebel infantry. After watching them for a time, we proceeded to hide ourselves on the riverbank, and after crawling around the rather thin growth of brush and grass, got into a fairly good place, and when sitting up, had a splendid view of the pontoon bridge on which General Hood was crossing his army. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning, and throughout the day, until night, crossed the bridge in relative silence, all marching in regular order, no confusion, no noise, but with a military precision imposing in its magnificence that won even our admiration, remembered Sergeant Keene. 2 Confederate officers drifted past the escaped prisoners in a rowboat. The prisoners hadn't realized it, but their choice of a hideout couldn't have been more poorly chosen. A large muscadine grapevine grew nearby, branching out in all directions and hanging over the river itself. The vines, laden with ripe grapes, were a tempting sight on the river and caught the attention of the 2 officers, and they were soon plucking a few yards from the prisoners. Recalling the tense moments, Keene said, "Every time the branches were pulled, the grapes would come pattering down on our heads some 25 feet off from the officers' position, and almost in plain view, had they looked in our direction. They were looking at the top of the vine for the large grapes, completely overlooking the richer fruit at the roots. They were talking about the flank movement their army was executing, and expressed the utmost confidence in its success. "Sherman will be obliged to evacuate Atlanta," said one, and the other assented. "We were intensely interested in their conversation, not to that extent, however, as to forget our exposed position. What I feared most was that they would hear the beating of my heart." The suspense became dreadful, but finally the officers had their fill, and they let go of the branches. And the boat and its occupants drifted down the stream. Still shaking from their brush with capture, Keene and the other prisoners made their way to a cornfield and hid among the stalks, maintaining strict silence. Throughout the afternoon the men looked for any break in the Confederate column. When darkness fell, they walked up to a fence by the road, and at the first opportunity climbed over and crossed the road and disappeared into the woods on the other side. The area was full of Confederate pickets, and due to the blackness of the moonless night, Keene and the men decided it wise to wait until morning before resuming their journey north. At dawn, the band of prisoners resumed their march. Early in the morning, a fog rolled into the area so thick that they could not see 40 feet ahead. The men seized the opportunity for covert movement and pushed ahead, occasionally coming within the lines of the enemy, who were just getting breakfast, and all seemed bustle and confusion, said Keene. We lost no time in putting ourselves outside of their lines, and were at least 2 miles away when the fog cleared up. The men marched all day and night, and the next morning, at about 7 a.m., spotted blue uniforms on the opposite bank of the Chattahoochee River. Their hearts were nearly bursting with excitement as they shouted and waved at the soldiers. Sergeant Joe Keene and the men entered the water and splashed their way across the stream. We were at once brought to General Kilpatrick, who questioned us sharply concerning our identity, and having satisfied himself, discussed with us the details of the enemy's operations of which we had been eyewitnesses, remembered Keene. The information thus obtained was forwarded to General Sherman, who arranged his plans accordingly. We made our escape at Macon, 103 miles south, September 10, 1864. It had taken us 21 days to make this apparently short distance, but I think we must have traveled 300 miles at least. Keane and the men enjoyed a hot bath, a hot meal, and a good night's sleep. As a result of the information Keane and the other men provided General Sherman, millions of ration supplies stored at Allatoona, Georgia, remained safely in Union hands. If seized by the Confederates, Sherman's proposed march to the sea would have been at the very least compromised, or perhaps abandoned altogether. Sergeant Keane returned to his regiment in Atlanta on October 1, 1864, in Atlanta. Sherman's march, reaching Savannah on December 16th, having fulfilled his commitment to the Army, Keane was honorably discharged on February 28, 1865, in Detroit. He wasted no time getting back into life as a civilian, and in 1866, Joseph Keane became an American citizen. 3 years, 1868, Keane married Sarah Wolstenholme Dean at the Westminster Presbyterian Church in Detroit. The couple would raise 2 sons, Williston Aaron Keane and Albert Sidney Keane. A quiet man, Joe made a career as a bookkeeper and secretary at the Cruel Brothers Belting Company in Detroit, in Detroit, Michigan, and is buried in Elmwood Cemetery of that city. Joseph Keane was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor on August 4, 1899. His citation reads, "While an escaped prisoner of war within the enemy's lines, witnessed an important movement of the enemy, and at great personal risk news of the movement to Sherman's army." Effects of the Great Famine were diminishing, but stories of a bright future and a new country resonated throughout the little town of Greggs in County Galway, Ireland. The Delaneys settled in Honesdale, Pennsylvania, and by the time little John was 8 years old, he was picking coal from slate at a breaker in Scranton. At the age of 10, a towpath on the Delaware Canal. 2 years later, John was working in a tannery. In early 1862, John Delaney heard that a new regiment of volunteers was being raised in his county. He jumped at the chance to escape his miserable job. The term of service was 3 years, and John tried to officers of Pennsylvania's 107th Regiment of Infantry. Captain Henry Schaefer was not so enthusiastic about bringing the blue-eyed, dark-haired Irish boy into his new regiment. The boy, being scarcely 14 years of age and delicate in appearance, I objected to taking him, he said. But he importuned so strongly to go. On March 5th, Private John Delaney and the men of the 107th Pennsylvania were mustered into the service of the United States. 4 days later, the 107th began its journey to Washington. In May, Private Delaney and the 107th guarded the Orange and Alexandria Railroad between Manassas and Catlet Station, a valley. The regiment participated in the fighting at 2nd Manassas, where it suffered heavy losses. In September, at Antietam, the 107th was right back in the thick of things. At one point, a color-bearer went down. Private Delaney picked up his regiment's flag and helped rally the men in the cornfield at Sharpsburg. He recalled the field into the famous cornfield, and on over to its southern edge, where we were forced to halt by the vicious fire from both artillery and infantry. We remained in that position until all our ammunition was gone, when the battle line fell back. When that battle was fought, I was a boy, only 14 years old, which placed me immediately on the left of my company, and that being on the right of the color company. When I got on my feet, we had been kneeling during the fight, I discovered our 2 flags laying under a pile of dead and wounded men of Company C, the color company. At the same moment, the rebel line of battle was advancing on a dog trot with their guns. Later, I heard off to our right the familiar rebel yell, and turning to see the cause, a shower of bullets came from the direction of the Hagerstown Pike, one of them striking me above the right knee. The young private often spoke of how he was visited by President Lincoln in a field hospital after that battle. He claimed that the President, the 107th Pennsylvania, lost 64 of its 190 men who were engaged. In January, John Delaney, fully recovered, was promoted to corporal. But on July 1st, during the first day of fighting at Gettysburg, he was severely wounded in the same leg and briefly taken prisoner. He was returned to the Union. Corporal was hospitalized until October 1st when he returned to the 107th. Typical of Delaney, he turned his hospital stay into a positive experience. He learned how to read and write. Back in the field, Delaney and the 107th went into winter quarters at Mchale Station, Virginia, where the men served mainly on picket and guard duty. Burg, where it patrolled the Weldon Railroad. In August, the 107th engaged the enemy, and the outcome was not good. 150 men were captured. John Delaney was for a time held prisoner, but once again escaped during the confusion of the struggle. On February 6, 1865, near Dabney, for its survival. Delaney, now a lieutenant, and his regiment had charged the enemy's works 4 times, only to be driven back with loss. Not quite 17 years old, the young officer commanded not 1 but 2 companies in this fierce fight. Determined not to leave any of his wounded on the field, he repeatedly ordered lines after each failed charge. After the 4th charge, Delaney found himself separated from his men, and he was left standing alone outside the hastily dug Union earthworks. The woods were now ablaze with brush fires, and through the din of the battle Delaney heard the groans and pleas of wounded men who could not save themselves from the flame behind the safety of the earthworks to assist him in rescuing these men. The only reply he heard was the pleading of his company, urging him to join them behind the works. The wounded men could not be saved, and to try would be suicide. The cries of the wounded men became too much for the young soldier to bear. Delaney charged out, and he picked up a wounded soldier much heavier than himself and started back, reaching the line of works where many willing hands were stretched out to help lift the wounded man over. Others followed, some themselves getting wounded and having to be dragged from the flames. It was a scene of humanity at its best and its worst. Awe and inspiration had been carried to the safety of the Union works. Every foot of ground was in flames. All who were present remembered the young lieutenant's feat for the remainder of their lives. On the last day of March 31st, 1865, Delaney and the 107th Pennsylvania met the enemy on the Boydton Plank Road, and the war was coming to an end, and after the fall of Petersburg, the Pennsylvanians were once again guarding the railroads until Lee's surrender. In May of 1865, Lieutenant John Delaney marched in the Grand Review in Washington. His beloved 107th Pennsylvania was mustered out of United States service on July 13th afternoon. 17-year-old Lieutenant Delaney was mustered out of the Army. He had physically grown during the war, standing nearly 5 feet 9 inches tall. Colonel Henry Schaefer said of Delaney, "He was decidedly the best soldier we had in the regiment, always ready for duty, never missed a battle." Colonel T.F. McCoy, by love of his fellow man, he alone, with an almost certainty in his mind at the time of death, sprang between the lines and brought back to safety a wounded comrade who was about to be burned to death by a fire in the grass and brush about the spot where he lay. Another man said of McCoy's recollection that he does not state a fact well known, of which he was not a witness, namely, that Delaney at another time saved another man under circumstances almost precisely similar. Returning to civilian life, Delaney lived in Wilkes-Barre and Scranton, Pennsylvania, where he resumed his education, studying at the Kingston Academy in Scranton. In 1873, there 17 years until relocating to the West, where he resided in Oklahoma until 1893. On February 6, 1878, while still in Harrisburg, John married Eliza Dora Klein. Eliza would give John 3 children, Leroy, Charles, and Helen. Mr. Delaney, he was superintendent of buildings and grounds at the Capitol in Harrisburg. He also served a period as a state inspector of factories. He also served in Pennsylvania government as state librarian and as the personal messenger to Governor John F. Hartranft. As he aged, rheumatism and the leg wound he suffered at the battle as a soldier. He died of stomach cancer on April 4, 1915, and is buried in Arlington Cemetery in Arlington, Virginia. On August 29, 1894, John Carroll Delaney was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His citation reads, "Sprang between the lines and brought out a wounded comrade." Prologue. This book almost didn't happen. Compelled by news reports of insufficient care of Gulf War wounded being treated at Walter Reed Army Medical Center earlier in this new century and the ongoing debate over illegal immigration, I felt that Home of the Brave could provide an interesting angle on our government's treatment of veterans. Home of the Brave could provide an interesting angle on our government's treatment of veterans, immigration, and the Medal of Honor itself. My first intention was to write a story of immigrant soldiers who performed great deeds of courage during the American Civil War. These brief moments in their young lives would result in them receiving the newly created Congressional Medal of Honor. I had hoped to tell a story instead of a rehashed history of these often unliked and unwelcomed people seeking a new life in a new country. I wanted to assemble a contiguous and chronological narrative